Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Superhuman Sentinel Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was not having a very good day. His mother was out when he woke up due to a sudden work shift change, which wasn't exactly unusual, but it's still SEKD. Then he had to go to school, where Katsuki and his lackeys made it their sacred mission to ruin his day. He'd received no less than 3 bouquets of spider lilies from his classmates and several new burns from Katsuki, and his teacher exposed his plan to take the entrance exams for UA in 10 months' time, making his classmates erupt into jeers and taunts. Deku? Get into the UA? Still trying to be a hero, Deku? I bet they'd kick his quirkless butt out as soon as he showed up for the exam. How would you pass the exam, Deku? Cry your way through it? Then a loud explosion interrupted the laughter and Katsuki never kaken, not in his head, stood up with a sneer on his face. Deku, you really think you can compete with me? I'll blow you to pieces if you even think of showing your face at the exams. Why is everything a competition with him? He sank into his chair, keeping his eyes fixed to his graffitied desk so he wouldn't have to see the mocking expressions on everyone's faces. The hostility hanging over the room made him want to disappear, but he still had about an hour left. Come on, clock. Move faster, why don't you? Eventually, the teacher restored order, and the lesson itself began. The remainder of the class dragged on, not helped by the teacher's droning voice as he lectured on something they'd already learned, and as soon as the bell rang and people started leaving, he shoved his notebooks into his bag as quickly as possible. But he wasn't quite fast enough to save his hero analysis number 13 as it was snatched off his desk. Are you still keeping up with this stalker sheet, Deku? Katsuki let his hand heat up, scorching the notebook. The paper audibly crisped and shriveled before his ex-friend tossed it carelessly out the window. It doesn't matter. You'll never be anywhere near my level, no matter how many of those shitty notebooks you fill up, so don't even bother trying for UA. Kakaken. Katsuki slammed a crackling hand down on his desk, and the heady scent of burnt sugar filled the air and coated his tongue, making his stomach twist. The now empty classroom only amplified the sound of his desk scorching and explosions popping. You know, Deku, Katsuki's sneer widened as ruby-red eyes stared down at him. If you're so desperate to be a hero, then maybe there is a way you could get a quirk by taking a swan dive off the roof and praying you get one in your next life. His heartbeat stuttered as his ex-friend turned, sparks still trailing. He sat paralyzed in his seat for several minutes until the thundering of Katsuki's footsteps was long gone. Then he finally got enough feeling back in his body to get to his feet and leave the room. He found his notebook floating in the koi pond, and he hurried to fish it out before it became koi food. He couldn't help heaving a sigh as he looked at the damaged cover. Really, Kaken? What if I actually did it? Could you be a hero then? He mumbled, cradling the notebook to himself. In the back of his mind, he wondered if Katsuki could really be a hero if he was so ready to encourage someone to suicide. He trudged home, his footsteps echoing loudly in his ears. His uniform rubbed painfully against bone-raw skin, and he felt like each individual thread was irritating. The hypersensitivity was new, but at this point, he wasn't even surprised. Everything had been just a little too much today, or maybe he was just oddly hypersensitive. He was so lost in thought that he barely noticed when he entered a dimly lit tunnel, even as his eyes adjusted strangely quickly. It wasn't until a horrible smell flooded the tunnel that he came out of his thoughts, and the stench like sewage that had fermented in the sun made tears fill his eyes and his stomach churn with nausea. Oh sweet Cammy, what is that? He stopped dead in the middle of the tunnel, covering his nose and mouth in a desperate attempt to block the smell. Then he picked up an odd sloshing sound from below him. A clatter from behind made him jump out of his skin, and he spun around to see a large, green mass of sludge emerging from a sewer drain. Bulbous yellow eyes gleamed at him as a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth widened into a demented smile. Hey, this must be my lucky day. A perfect invisibility cloak, size M. Great timing. He's been hot on my tail for an hour now, so you are a godsend. A perfect skin suit. Before he could process what that meant, the slime lunged forward and engulfed him, and the villain, because who else could they be, started stuffing themselves down his throat. Don't struggle, kid. This'll all be over in about 45 seconds. Despite all the times his classmates told him to kill himself, Izuku didn't truly want to die. He didn't want to give them the satisfaction, and besides, if he died, then he really couldn't be a hero. Unfortunately, based on the way the sludge person was consistently suffocating him, it seemed that his wish was not going to be granted. Stop struggling, kid, the sludge person huffed, still pushing into his throat. It'll only hurt for a few seconds. He didn't stop clawing at the sludge, trying desperately to keep himself from drowning, but spots were beginning to dance at the edges of his vision. His struggles slowed down as his lungs burned for air. Fear coursed through his veins. Please, Dad, I don't want to die yet. Thanks, kid, the sludge gargled, soundly strangely distant. You're my hero. The last thing he heard was an oddly familiar shout. Then everything went black. Young man, young man. He woke up to a slap across the face. Not as hard as he was used to, but it still stung a surprising amount. Who slaps an unconscious person awake? Before he could really process, he felt bile rise his throat, and he hurriedly rolled over so he could cough up sludge. After almost 5 minutes, he finally stopped, throat burning and his stomach still twisting at the revolting taste on his tongue. I'm glad you're all right, young man. I've been chasing that villain for quite a while. I'm sorry you got caught up in it. He looked up in shock and mild pain as the loud voice aggravated a pounding headache and grated against his ears, which only escalated when he saw the distinctive form of All Might standing with him in the tunnel, holding 2 soda bottles filled with sludge. Oh my Cammy, I was saved by All Might. Oh Cammy, he saw me drowning in sludge. Oh Cammy, I was drowning in sludge. He was pulled out of the burgeoning panic attack by All Might shouting again as he put the villain-filled bottles in the grocery bag he was holding. Well, if you are all right, then I must be off. W8, he shouted, ignoring the fact that he really wasn't okay yet. B, before you go, I need to ask. Not to worry, my boy, I've already signed your notebook. All Might headed towards the tunnel exit as Izuku desperately clambered to his feet. He'd never have another chance like this. Thank you, but that wasn't what I wanted to ask, he tried, rushing to All Might's side. In that case, simply go to my website and post your question. I'll get back to you. I can't do that though. Farewell, my boy. All Might shifted his posture in preparation to leap into the sky, and Izuku did something extremely stupid. With speed he didn't know he possessed, he dashed forward, grabbed onto the man's leg as he jumped, and held on for dear life. All Might started shaking his leg harshly. My boy, you have to let go. If I do that, I'll die. Izuku screamed back, hearing the way his words were distorted by the howling of the wind. All Might continued to hurtle through the sky, finally landing on a tall building close to the middle of the city. As soon as they were stable, All Might turned to him with a frown on his face. That was extremely dangerous. I know, and I'm very sorry, but I really do need to ask you a question, Izuku said, bowing his head. Well, what is it? This is it. Can I become a hero like you, who smiles and tries to save everyone even though I don't have a quirk? All Might didn't say anything for a minute. Then the silence on the roof was broken by a hissing sound. Izuku snapped his head up to see All Might deflate, and turn into a skinny, skeletal man with hooded eyes. Eesh. All Might, or at least, the man who had been All Might, sighed loudly, then suddenly hunched over and started coughing out blood. Izuku yelped again, hurriedly rummaging in his bag and pulling out a miraculously clean handkerchief, handing it to the man. Oh, thank you, my boy. All Might dabbed at his mouth with the handkerchief. Don't worry too much about that, it happens all the time. That's not good. I see I need to explain. All Might sighed again before lifting up the left side of his shirt. Izuku gasped at the sight of the vicious, gnarled scar that webbed across his side. I was given this injury in a fight 5 years ago. The toxic chainsaw fight? That fight's not well known. I'm impressed that you've heard of it, but no, Chainsaw could never have done this. This was a different enemy. I defeated him, but he left me with a severely damaged lung, practically no stomach, and a time limit. I can only maintain my muscled form for about 3 hours a day. Of course, this is a matter of utmost secrecy. You cannot tell anyone. Oh, of course. Guilt began to swirl in his stomach, along with his lingering nausea. That was why he was in such a hurry. Oblivious to his inner turmoil, All Might continued on. Anyways, your question was about whether you could be a hero without a quirk, correct? Why yes. Hope and dread warred for dominance in his heart. All Might stared at him, and Izuku felt the dread start to win as he saw the pity in the man's shadowed eyes and the soft slump of his shoulders. Oh no. Please don't say it. My boy, I know heroic sounds like a glamorous career, but it is incredibly dangerous, even for someone like me. All Might gestured to the massive scar on his side before continuing. If even I could get this badly injured while having a quirk, then no, you cannot be a hero without one. You would just be a liability. The man stepped forward and patted his shoulder, although the warmth of his hand was just too much. Try being a police officer or doctor if you wish to help people. They're both perfectly valid careers, even if they don't get as much praise these days. It's perfectly fine to have dreams, but you need to keep them realistic. All Might headed towards the door to the stairs, testing the knob and opening the door. Have a nice day, my boy. The hero, if he deserved that name, left without another word, leaving him alone with nothing but the biting wind and the shattered remains of his hopes and dreams. Slowly, he shuffled to the ledge and looked down. The road noise from below and the smatterings of conversations provided a backdrop to his roiling thoughts. He didn't think of how he was able to pick up noises from meters below, especially after a lifetime of being in close range of explosions. Worthless Deku. Still trying to be a hero, Deku? I'm so sorry, Izuku. Then no, you cannot be a hero without one. You would just be a liability. Take a swan dive off the roof and pray you get one in your next life. He nearly jumped out of his skin again as an ear-shattering explosion sounded nearby. He spun around and squinted in the direction it came from, eyes widening as he caught sight of familiar orange and yellow flashes. It couldn't be. Before he realized what he was doing, he raced to the door and started running down the stairs. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he bolted out the door and started heading towards the increasing sounds of chaos. He finally made it to a large intersection near the center of the city, where he was greeted with a large crowd and several heroes milling around and complaining about bad quirk matchups, watching as the sludge villain, which didn't All Might catch them already, writhed around, shooting. Fire? What? It wasn't until the sludge moved and revealed their new victim that everything clicked. Another explosion burst from the slime, and for a moment he saw blonde hair and red eyes. Now that he was a little closer, he could smell burnt caramel, and for a moment, when he met Katsuki's eyes, he could practically smell the fear coming from his ex-friend. Once again, he moved before he could think. In a moment, his focus narrowed on the sludge villain, and his mind started working overtime as he searched for any weaknesses. Okay, so their body is entirely fluid presumably, at least so I need to attack somewhere that isn't liquid so I can pull Katsuki out of the way. He won't last much longer. The eyes are solid, which means that's what I need to target, but with what? His eyes fell on a broken pipe nearby that had probably been dislodged by Katsuki's explosions, and he snatched it up before running towards the sludge villain. That'll do. He ducked under the police barrier as shouts from Death Arms and Kamui Woods rang through the air. Kid, what the hell are you doing? Get away from there. He ignored them and headed straight for the villain, hefting the pipe like a javelin. As the sludge turned and those yellow eyes met his, he threw the pipe as hard as he could. Agig! Blood spurted from the villain's eye, and they reeled back, revealing Katsuki once again. He quickly grabbed Katsuki's arm, ignoring the heat of the sparks from his hands, and pulled hard. As soon as Katsuki was out of the sludge, he started dragging his ex-friend toward the police barrier. Then thundering footsteps raced by him. Texas smash. A massive gust of wind nearly made him stumble, and he heard liquid splatter across the pavement and the bricks of the nearby buildings. Small drops of rain began falling, and odd whispers rose from the crowd. It's All Might. Did he just change the weather with one punch? He's so cool. What about that crazy kid that ran in? He felt his cheeks burn a bit at that last comment, but then his focus was stolen by the looming figure of Death Arms, glaring down at him. That was incredibly reckless, kid. Death Arms glanced over at Katsuki and gestured with his head to a nearby ambulance. Go get checked out. And good job holding out for as long as you did. Katsuki, for once, did as he was told without complaint. As soon as the blonde was by the ambulance, Death Arms turned back and resumed glaring. Izuku ducked his head as embarrassment rose in his body. What on earth were you thinking? We had it handled. The embarrassment abruptly turned to irritation. He snapped his head up to return Death Arms' glare, and took a peculiar pleasure in the way the man's expression faltered. Oh really? He was almost surprised at the level of vitriol in his voice. Because to me, it looked like a teenager was suffocating while 3 pro heroes stood around wringing their hands and complaining that they didn't have the right quirks for the job. Death Arms sputtered, face turning red. We were waiting for someone with a more suitable quirk to arrive. You risked your life for... I hope you weren't going to say that I risked my life for nothing, considering that a life was at stake, he interrupted, his voice still acidic. Then he put on his sweetest smile. Also, any of you could have done what I did. The eyes were a clear weak point, and Kamui could have easily gone in with his branches. Or Empty Lady could have just... picked him up. No need to step forward in a crowded street. Death Arms stared at him in disbelief, but he wasn't done. Instead, he let the smile fall as he stepped closer, hearing the blood roaring in his veins. Did you know that it takes only 3 minutes for serious brain damage to occur from suffocation? A person can die within 5. If he hadn't struggled as much as he did, he wouldn't have survived. Were you really ready to let a civilian die because you didn't have the right quirks? He didn't give Death Arms a chance to respond before turning and walking towards the police barricade. When Kamui tried to grab him, he dodged out of the way easily. Excuse me, I need to get home to my mother. She's probably worried about me. The adrenaline crashed when he was several streets away, far from any prying eyes. As his heart rate picked up again, he stopped moving, clamped his hands over his ears, and squeezed his eyes shut to try and block some of the world out. Everything felt too overwhelming. Still, the lingering reek of sewage on his soaked uniform burned his nose, and the taste was still on his tongue. His skin itched from sweat and remnants of drying slime, and it felt like every breath he took roared in his ears. Just try and breathe, Izuku. Depressed. You. The shout made him flinch as it rang in his ears, and it startled him into moving again. He really didn't have it in him to deal with Katsuki and his volume right now. Unfortunately, a moment later, he sensed danger approaching and spun around on instinct, grabbing Katsuki's wrist. For a minute, they both stood frozen and staring at his grip on his ex-friend. Then Katsuki yanked his arm away with a huff that grated on Izuku's ears. Don't go getting a big head, Deku. I had it handled. He couldn't help raising an eyebrow. He could hear how Katsuki's heart still raced, and adrenaline was practically rolling off of him. But he didn't particularly want to get burned by explosions again. Whatever you say. Next time, I'll let you handle yourself. He turned and picked up the pace before Katsuki could respond. Even when the blonde sent an explosion after him, he leaned to the side to avoid it. Finally, he made it to an isolated alleyway and crouched down, trying to calm his breathing yet again. Blood thundered in his ears as he tugged at his hair to try and ground himself and distract himself from the overwhelming sensations all around him. Too much, too much, too much. Hey, can you hear me? He jerked at the unexpected voice and glanced up to see a teen with wild purple hair sitting in front of him. As soon as their eyes met, the teen's shoulders slumped and they nodded. Good. Try and follow my breathing, okay? Focus on matching it. The teen took in an exaggerated breath, held it, then blew it out in a loud exhale. He did his best to follow along, but the air felt ragged against his throat and he broke off coughing. Come on, Deku, can't you even breathe right? That's fine, just give it another try. The teen's voice was low and soothing, and it seemed to rumble in their chest when they spoke. To Izuku's muted surprise, it didn't rasp against his ears the way everything else seemed to. In fact, it just made him want to listen more. Vocal quirk, maybe? They usually have very nice voices. Hey, are you still with me? He refocused on the teen and slowly nodded, and they visibly relaxed. Then they held out a hand. Is it okay if I take your hand? It might help, but if you're not comfortable with that, that's fine. He hesitated. He really didn't want to keep overstimulating his senses, but eventually reached out and clasped the teen's hand. The warmth radiating from them was just as soothing as their voice. Did I wonder why they're not setting off alarm bells like Kaken did? The teen moved his hand to press against their chest and took another exaggerated breath. Just breathe with me, okay? In, and out. He took in a shaky breath, picking up the sound of the other's heartbeat and lasering in on that. The steady rhythm helped bring him out of his head, and before he knew it, his own breathing and heart rate evened out and he managed to piece words together. Thank you. You're welcome. The teen gave him a lopsided smirk, although there was a glint of something strange in their eyes. I'm glad you're feeling better. Yeah. He cut himself off as he heard a faint sound near the mouth of the alley and whipped his head around to face it. He couldn't see anyone, but after a moment, another thump-thump, thump-thump reached his ears. He automatically clutched the teen's hand. Someone's at the mouth of the alley, just, waiting. I'm not sure that they mean well. As soon as the words left his mouth, he wanted to grab them out of the air and stuff them back in. He had no idea how he came to the conclusion that someone was waiting by the alley entrance, and even to his own mind, it sounded absolutely ludicrous. There was no way they would believe him. But the other teen didn't look at him strangely or ask any questions. Instead, they turned as well, violet eyes narrowing. After a moment, they got to their feet, still clutching his hand. You're right. Let's get out of here. The teen led him to the mouth of the alley, glancing around before carefully tugging him along. I just moved here, so I'm not certain, but I vaguely remember that there was a park somewhere close by. Nyah. He shook off the strangeness and squashed it down to the depths of his brain to worry about it later. When he looked close at the street sign at the edge of the road, he bit back a sigh of relief. It's only a few blocks from here. I know how to get there. Fuku, lead the way. Then the teen face-bombed. I completely forgot to introduce myself or ask for your name. I'm Shinso Hitoshi, he/him. A Midoriya Izuku, also he/him. He hadn't even thought about that, although now that he'd been reminded of that particular pleasantry, his face burned with embarrassment. Get a hold of yourself, Izuku. The faint sound of footsteps reached his ears and he froze, automatically looking behind him. No one was there. So he gave himself a mental slap and turned back around only to come face to face with Shinso. What's wrong? He choked out a nervous laugh, fiddling with the fraying hem of his gakuren. It's nothing. I just thought I heard footsteps, but there's no one there. I'm sure I was just imagining it. Not necessarily. Shinso glanced over his shoulder, back in the direction they came. I believe you. He stared at the other teen in disbelief. Waha, I don't understand. Shinso huffed out a sigh, but squeezed his hand again after one last look behind them. Maybe you've just got good senses and situational awareness. But this has never happened before. The confusion of the situation was starting to firmly press in on him, and he tugged anxiously at his hair with his free hand. Shinso smoothly tugged his fingers away from his hair before pulling him along. Is that so? This sensitivity started today? There was an odd inflection in Shinso's voice, but Izuku shoved it away to think about later. He definitely couldn't deal with anything else at the moment. Instead, he just nodded, and Shinso hummed. I see. The other boy reached into his pocket and pulled out a phone, tapping away at it quickly. Hey, when do you need to be home? He froze once again and groaned loudly. Oh, Cammy, my mom is going to be worried sick. I'll take that as soon as possible, then. Shinso typed something else, then put the phone away. I texted my dad, he can drive you home. That's not necessary. He flailed his free hand as embarrassment flooded his veins. I wouldn't want to be any trouble. It's no problem. Shinso eyed him carefully, wrinkling his nose. I mean this in the nicest possible way, but you look like you've been through hell today, and that's without taking the panic attack into account. As much as he wanted to deny it, Shinso made a good point. The idea of walking the rest of the way home made his exhausted body shake. Besides, a car would be faster. So he nodded his assent and Shinso gave him a small smile. Sweet. He'll be here in a few minutes. Shinso nudged him towards a bench by the side of the road. He's a bit of a grump, but he's a real softy under that hard shell. He wasn't sure what he expected after that fairly vague description, but it definitely wasn't Eraserhead pulling up to the curb a few minutes later. Shinso jumped up from the bench like nothing was wrong. Hated. This is Midoriya. Eraserhead looked over at him and nodded once as the car window rolled down. I'm Aizawa Shota. Go ahead and hop in the back, you two. Midoriya, what's your address? He stared at the man in disbelief before turning to Shinso. Your dad is Eraserhead? Shinso and Eraserhead stared at him with surprise rolling off of them. He could barely register it with how much his mind was spinning. Eraserhead is a dad. Wait, that means Shinso must have been adopted by Eraserhead. There must be some story behind that, but he's so lucky. Eraserhead is awesome. Oh my Kami, I'm meeting Eraserhead while I'm covered in drying sludge and probably smell like a sewer. I'll never live this down. You know who I am? Eraserhead asked, breaking him out of his thoughts. He nodded, still almost speechless from shock. Yeah, you're one of my favorite heroes, Shinso-kun. Why are you vibrating? Your heart's going really fast too. Shinso was indeed vibrating, looking like his birthday had come early. You're an Eraserhead fan too? Obviously. The urge to ramble about heroes was enough to triumph over the lingering awkwardness at the strange situation, and he started rambling. With the incredible capture rate combined with the low collateral damage and the fact that his main fighting style is primarily quirkless, how could I not be inspired? And the quirk is so interesting, it's got to be some kind of quirk-affecting emitter, maybe erasing or weakening them. And he froze as he realized what he was doing and buried his face in his hands as his ears started to burn. I just rambled about Eraserhead. In front of Eraserhead. Is it too late to drown in sludge? A gentle hand patted his shoulder, and after a moment he heard Shinso whisper in his ear. Don't feel bad, I did the exact same thing when I first met him. He's flattered, I promise not to mention impressed at how you managed to figure out his quirk. He peeked through his fingers, and sure enough, Eraserhead was slightly pink, but there was a tiny smile at the corners of his lips. Shinso was outright grinning, and the sight settled him enough to lower his hands entirely. Not half bad, kid. You've got one hell of a brain, Eraserhead said finally. Come on, let's get you home, and as a hero, I have to ask, what did you mean when you asked about drowning in sludge? He froze. I was muttering again, wasn't I? Well, you see. All Might did what? Eraserhead's eyes turned red and his hair began to float up around his ears. He nodded timidly and Eraserhead groaned. That absolute buffoon, that he literally broke every single protocol for dealing with victims of a villain attack. What the hell was he thinking? Did he even call an ambulance? Not exactly, but it doesn't matter. Sure it does, kid. Who knows what was in that sludge? And that's not going into the drowning aspect. I'm fine, I promise. It's not like the doctors would have helped me anyways. Eraserhead looked at him for another long moment, then sighed and jerked his head toward the car. Hop in, kids. We can stop by a clinic before we drop you off, Midoriya. Can you call your guardian? He stared for a long minute, but nodded slowly. It wasn't like he was going to tell one of his favorite heroes, maybe the favorite hero, after the whole All Might debacle, no. So he shuffled into the car and fished his phone out of his pocket. Please work. By some miracle, his phone was still operational even after its dunk in sewer slime, so he managed to dial his mother's number without any problems. Of course, as soon as the phone was picked up, a panicked wail assaulted his ears. Izuku, I saw the news. Are you okay? Are you hurt? I'm fine. I think I made a friend, actually. He and his dad are taking me to get looked over. I'll be home soon. His dad is a pro hero too, and a really good one, so I think I'm in good hands. There was a beat of silence before his mother squealed, once again making him wince at the sound. That's wonderful, Izuku. Do you know what clinic you're going to? I can pick you up. What clinic are we going to? He glanced between Shinso and Eraserhead curiously, holding one hand over his phone. It's a bit of a distance, but I've been there before with injuries from my hero work. They're fair and efficient. They'll get things cleared up right away. It's called the Lyashinote Clinic. Okay. He turned back to the phone. Did you get that, Mom? Yes. That I'll come pick you up as soon as possible. But, aren't you still on shift for another hour? Before his mother could answer, Shinso spoke up, leaning towards the phone. We can take him home, Midoriya-san. There was another pause before his mother responded. Who is that? I'm Shinso Hitoshi, ma'am. My dad's the one taking us to the clinic. Oh. The surprise and delight in his mother's tone was easy to hear, even if it was tinted with something else. Well then, that I suppose that's all right. Izuku, call me as soon as you're done, okay? Of course, Ma. I'll talk to you soon. Love you. Love you too, baby. Be safe. The phone beeped in his ear and he finally let his arm drop, sighing heavily. Well then, that was, something. Goodness gracious, what on earth happened to you? Did you go swimming in a treatment pool? He winced slightly at the nurse practitioner's horrified exclamation, but gave a highly abridged account of his near-death experience. As soon as he finished, the nurse practitioner clicked her tongue and whisked him away to a private room. Sit here, young man. She nudged him to the bed in the center of the room and bustled around, coming back with a stethoscope and pressing it to his back. Breathe in deep, then let it out. He did as instructed, and felt the stethoscope move a bit lower. Again. After a few more breaths, the woman moved from behind him, shaking her head. Well, I don't hear any problems with your breathing, but we'll need to take some blood to make sure there's nothing unsavory. Of course. He waited for her to get the supplies she needed, then held out his arms so she could draw his blood. He winced slightly at the prick of the needle, which felt worse today for some reason. Was it that sensitivity issue again? But it only lasted for a few moments before the nurse practitioner finished and went to begin his blood work. When she returned, she narrowed her eyes at him critically. Do you have any other injuries? He debated lying about the strangely itchy burns that still littered his skin, but when the nurse gave him a look, he folded. I've got a lot of burns and some scrapes, but I can tend those at home. It's no problem. The nurse practitioner's eyes narrowed further, and she went to a nearby cupboard before coming back with burn cream, disinfectant, and bandages in hand. I'll be the judge of that. Jack it off. He slowly shrugged it off, holding back a cringe as dried sludge crumbled off and the fabric rubbed uncomfortably at the burns. As soon as it was off, the nurse's eyes widened. How on earth do you have second-degree burns all over your torso? Her expression softened. I have to ask, are you safe at home? Well, of course I am. My mom would never lay a hand on me. His mind wandered toward his classmates at school, and he couldn't help grimacing. School. Is a different story. The nurse gave him a long, considering look, but didn't protest. Instead, she ushered him up and pointed him down the hall. There's a shower in there. Clean up and grab the spare scrubs in the cupboard, then come back here and I'll finish treating the burns. 30 minutes later, he was finally cleared to leave with the promise that his blood results would be emailed to him and his mother. However, as Eraserhead was checking him out, the nurse practitioner whispered something in the man's ear, and Eraserhead stiffened. Izuku did too as he picked up the nurse's words. You'll want to investigate his school. He has second-degree burns that he said came from there. They look deliberate. Oh no. I should not have said what I did, but then Mom might have been accused. This is not good. Midoriya? Are you good? He blinked and turned to see Shinso, who had somehow managed to sneak up on him again, standing beside him. He smiled as brightly as he could in hopes of reassuring his new friend. He really hoped they were friends now. Why yeah, I'm as good as I can be in this situation, I guess. Fair enough. All right, Midoriya, let's get you home, Eraserhead said, grabbing his attention. The hero gestured to the door. I'm sure your mother is getting impatient, and besides, There are some things I'd like to speak to her about. He gulped. That sounded ominous. No. What have I gotten myself into? Izuku. Izuku somehow managed to catch his mother as she flung herself at him, barely stumbling as she crashed into his arms. He patted her back awkwardly as she burst into tears. I am okay, Mom, I promise. I went to the clinic and everything, and they'll send my blood work results in a few days. He searched frantically for something to distract his mother, then remembered the presence of Shinso and Eraserhead. Besides, there's some people that want to meet you. Finally, his mother stood up, sniffling loudly as she wiped her eyes. Then she gasped as she caught sight of the other two on her doorstep. Oh! Eraserhead bowed respectfully, Shinso copying him a moment later. My name is Aizawa Shota, Midoriya-san. This is my son, Shinso Hitoshi. Oh, I see. His mother bowed back, then looked more closely at Shinso. You were the one on the phone, weren't you? Yes, ma'am. Shinso rubbed the back of his neck. It's nice to meet you. It's lovely to meet you too, Shinso-kun. If the discrepancy between Shinso and Aizawa's family names confused her, she hid it very well. I'm glad Izuku made a friend. Then she gasped and quickly backed into the house, beckoning. Goodness, I'm making you all stand outside. Come in, come in. He stepped in and towed his shoes off in the Genkin before following his mother towards the kitchen. As soon as she noticed, she shooed him back to the living room. Go talk to our guests, Izuku, make sure they're comfortable. Can I change first? The scrubs were irritatingly itchy, and the idea of burying himself in one of his oversized hoodies sounded very appealing. His mother blinked twice before her eyes widened in understanding. Of course, honey. Go change, then come down here. Aizawa-san, Shinso-kun, did either of you want tea? He hurried up the stairs as soon as his mother turned her attention away from him, already anticipating the feeling of getting the scrubs off. However, when he flung his door open, his eyes were assaulted by glaring red, blue, and yellow that swirled together in a nauseatingly bright mix, accompanied by All Might's signature smile. Normally, it felt like a comfort, but after the day he'd had, it only felt like the man was patronizing his dreams once again. I'm going to have to redecorate my room, aren't I? He forced his discomfort back enough to grab the softest non-All Might clothes he could find, then quickly retreated to the bathroom. With a sigh of relief, he peeled off the scrubs, being careful with the bandages, and shuffled into his 13-inspired hoodie and a pair of old black sweatpants. The soft, fuzzy textures were a relief to his hypersensitive skin, and he spent a long moment just cuddling into the hoodie. However, he quickly remembered the presence of guests in his house and scurried back downstairs. Ah, Izuku, come sit. His mother set down a tea tray on the coffee table and waved him over. He padded across the room and sat next to her on the couch, facing Eraserhead and Shinso. Once tea had been poured and the cups were distributed, Eraserhead cleared his throat. So, Midoriya-san, we have a few things to talk about. His spine straightened at the seriousness in Eraserhead's tone, and his mother went a little stiff beside him. Of course, Aizawa-san. To her credit, her voice barely wavered. Is it about what happened with the villain earlier today? Aiza's not in trouble, is he? Of course he isn't. Eraserhead scoffed slightly, rolling his eyes. Those heroes on scene, on the other hand. But never mind. It's not even about the villain really, but something else. Huh? What else could Eraserhead possibly want to talk about? Wait. Please tell me this isn't about what the nurse said. Have you ever heard of Guides and Sentinels? His slightly panicked stream of thought stuttered to an abrupt halt. What? His mother echoed the sentiment beside him. No, I can't say I ever have. Eraserhead sighed softly and took a sip of tea. Not a huge surprise. Civilians usually aren't informed unless they work in a hero hospital or there's another special circumstance. In short, Guides and Sentinels are classifications, for lack of a better word. Eraserhead tapped his fingers on the rim of his cup, brows slightly furrowed. They are bonded members of the population who develop complementary abilities that are completely separate from quirks. Guides are empaths with exceptional situational awareness, while Sentinels are warriors with enhanced senses, greater reflexes, and agility, and a natural knack for handling weapons and martial combat. Bonded? His mother asked. Eraserhead nodded. Bonded pairs, to be precise. Each sentinel has one guide that they are bonded to, and that tie is lifelong. A guide's empathic abilities will always be stronger when their bonded partner is concerned, and sentinels are always calmer when they are near their guide. The guide is also pretty much the only person who can sneak up on their sentinel since they don't set off all of the sentinel's alarm bells. The two tend to be highly protective over each other. The bonds themselves vary in intensity and specific nature. Some are simply work colleagues, others are romantic partners, and some are merely very close friends. There are even some biologically related pairs, although those are usually twins and they're very, very rare. Eraserhead took a deep breath and let it out. All right, any questions so far? Yes, why are you telling us this? His mother asked. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow, and Izuku felt his eyes go wide as it clicked. Wait, am I one of those people? Ding ding, Eraserhead drawled, taking another sip of tea. Unless Hitoshi and I are greatly mistaken, you're a sentinel. The fact that you heard what that nurse practitioner whispered to me was definitely a good indicator, along with your increased sensitivity to physical stimuli and a few other indicators. Other indicators? What could that possibly mean? He hasn't seen very much of me yet, so how could he wait a minute? Shinso-kun, are you? Shinso smirked slightly, leaning back in his seat. Yeah, I'm a guide. And considering how my abilities are stronger than they've ever been since I got them, I'd say the chances of us being a pair are pretty high. Then Shinso's face turned a little pink and the other boy looked down into his cup. I know that this is all really sudden and it's going to take a lot of adjusting. Wait, so I'm a warrior? The idea was completely alien to him. His classmates' jeers echoed in the back of his head, combating everything that Eraserhead and Shinso were saying. That can't be right. Worthless Deku. Can't even protect yourself. No way he could be a hero. He doesn't even have a quirk. What'll you do when you're against a real villain, Deku? Cry at them? Beg them? Scold them? A light tap to his knee brought him out of his thoughts, and he looked up to see Shinso gazing at him with understanding eyes. Some of the tension in his chest eased, and he smiled sheepishly. Sorry. Zoned out a bit. Shinso gave him a small smile and Eraserhead, whose presence he had completely forgotten, snorted. That was another indicator. Sentinels zone out a lot, and usually their guides are the only ones who can get them out of it. I'm not entirely sure why. We have some articles and books about it back home, but I haven't looked at the sentinel ones in a while. He turned as he heard his mother's heart rate pick up slightly. So, if Izuku is a sentinel, what does that mean for us? Eraserhead sighed, going serious once again. Well, due to their abilities, the HPSC likes to keep tabs on them and usually takes them into a special training program for heroes. The sentinels almost always become heroes due to their combat skill, while the guides might end up being put in a support or management role depending on the bond and relationship between the two and the guide's quirk, of course. His mother's breathing sped up and Izuku could hear how her heart started to pound. If the sentinel doesn't have a suitable quirk? No, please don't say it. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. That doesn't usually matter. Their combat abilities balance it out, and support equipment exists for a reason. Before his mother could say something else, he reached over and grabbed her hand, squeezing. Mom, that works out, right? I've wanted to be a hero since forever. This could be a good opportunity. Izuku. His mother gazed at him with worry-filled eyes as she took his hands in her own. The calluses on her hands rubbed against his palms, making the skin tingle. I'm not so sure this is a good idea. It sounds very risky and he probably won't have a choice. He and his mother whirled to look at Eraserhead, moving fast enough that he could hear their necks crack. The sound made him wince, but Eraserhead's next words were more than enough to bring him back to the present. The HPSC will insist on training him. They do so with all sentinels, and a doctor will eventually find out what he is even if you try to hide it. Besides, he needs training to be able to make the most of his new abilities. However, Eraserhead paused, seemingly for dramatic effect. Due to the fact that my husband and I are a bonded pair and we have access to suitable training facilities, we successfully petitioned the HPSC to let us handle Hitoshi's training, as well as his partners. We'd still need your signature on various waiver forms, but it would give your son more freedom than he would have at a commission facility. His jaw dropped. A chance to be trained personally by the Eraserhead. There was no way he was letting that opportunity slip through his fingers. He turned to his mother with desperate eyes. "Please, Mom? This is my chance." His mother hesitated, but turned to face Eraserhead. "That you'll make sure he's safe?" "I'll do my damnedest to make sure he has the skills to keep himself safe," Eraserhead replied smoothly. "And before you ask, no, his quirk status doesn't matter to me. Quirks are tools and nothing more." In those 2 sentences, Eraserhead had just told him the thing he'd wanted to hear most since his diagnosis. It gave him just enough courage to bite the bullet and ask bluntly, "That you really think someone quirkless like me could be a hero?" Eraserhead grinned at him wide, toothy, and slightly unhinged. It gave him far more comfort than All Might smile. If you've got the drive to work for it and the smarts to find ways to overcome the disadvantages, then yes, you most certainly can. Shota quietly sipped his tea as he watched Midoriya try and fail to suppress his tears, even as a wobbly smile spread across his face. Beside the boy, his mother wasn't doing any better and was openly teary. Guess that's the first time either of them has heard that, which is deplorable, but unfortunately not a surprise. He glanced to the side to check on Hitoshi and make sure he was holding up all right with the emotional onslaught. Hitoshi's gaze was mostly fixed on Midoriya, but after a second, his son looked over and gave him a subtle nod, so he was probably fine. Still, he had more to go over with Midoriya's mother, so he cleared his throat to get the mother's and son's attention. "Midoriya-san, there's a bit of legal talk we have to have. Boys, why don't you go get to know each other? You'll be working together quite a bit, and the legal talk will be pretty boring for you." "Fine by me." Hitoshi stretched languidly before standing and holding out a hand to Midoriya. "What do you think, Midoriya?" Sure. Sounds good." Midoriya hurriedly wiped his eyes before taking Hitoshi's hand. The 2 disappeared up the stairs, and as soon as he heard a door close above and his son's incredulous mutter of, "Holy crap, Midoriya, that's a lot of All Might merch," he turned back to Midoriya's mother and let his smile fall. "All right, let's talk business, Midoriya-san." To the woman's credit, she quickly wiped her tears and straightened her spine. "Of course, Aizawa-san. But first, I want to know what you're planning to teach my son." "Fair enough, but first, I need to give you a warning." He leaned forward, keeping their gazes locked. The Hero Commission isn't going to like the idea of a quirkless sentinel, but when they've proven to themselves that he is a sentinel, they'll want to take him away for training and they will pressure you until you sign the forms that give them temporary custody and responsibility over your son's education. Midoriya-san paled. "What do you mean, custody?" He nodded grimly. Standard operating procedure at the HPSC is to get the parents to sign their guide or sentinel children over to them, either through simple persuasion, hounding, or outright coercion. After that, the kids are taken to a commission facility and put into dormitories. He shuddered at the memory of the cold, impersonal hall he'd lived in for years after his own abilities manifested. After that, they're put into a specialized program. Usually, academic lessons take place in the mornings and ability training happens in the afternoons. The length of time they're in the program varies depending on their age and power levels, but in general, they stay until high school. Once they hit high school, they're sent to various hero schools and usually are given an apartment or flat near the school, with a commissioned chaperone to keep an eye on them. He was pleased to see the way Midoriya-san's eyes sharpened. She clearly had the right idea. Are the children allowed to come home? Not often, and any communications are strictly monitored due to the general secrecy of Guides and Sentinels. Midoriya-san's eyes narrowed further. And if you were teaching my son? He leaned back, taking a sip of his nearly forgotten tea as a smirk tugged at his lips. Well, he'd still have to be withdrawn from his current school and put in a different academic program, but instead of a commission facility, he'll probably live with my family and I at our home. We can negotiate those details a bit more as we figure out the bond between the boys. Visits will still be rare, but they'll be easier to arrange and get away with, and communication between you and your son should be more frequent. He'll have much more freedom than he would at the commission, that's for sure. He let his smirk fall. I hate to pressure you into making a choice, but it's going to end up being one or the other. Either way, your son won't be able to stay here much longer, and he's going to be trained as a sentinel. I see. Midoriya-san was quiet for a long moment, gazing into her lap, then cleared her throat. How long until he has to leave? Depends. Sooner rather than later would probably be best. If nothing else, it'll let me teach him how to deal with the sensory overloads he's going to be dealing with. I can drop off a few things to help with that in the meantime if you decide to wait white noise generators and things like that. Can I send him things? Absolutely. Whenever you'd like. Those aren't nearly as closely monitored, so you've got plenty of freedom in what you send him and how often you do it. And how often can I see him? What if there's some kind of emergency? Midoriya-san gnawed on her lip, and he gave her the most reassuring smile that he could, which probably wasn't very reassuring. Damn it. I am not good with emotional parents. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. If there's an emergency, then of course he can come home. As for visits, I'm not entirely sure at this point, but we could probably arrange for you two to meet for lunch or dinner a couple times a month, or he could spend some of his rest days visiting you. Letters, phone and video calls, and other forms of long-distance communication can happen anytime, although he won't be able to tell you much about what he's learning. Midoriya-san nodded slowly, still not lifting her eyes from her lap. Finally, she glanced up, her green eyes watery. Do you really think he can make it as a hero, even without a quirk? Like I said before, Midoriya-san, he set his cup down and stretched, taking a moment to check on how the boys were doing. From the sound of it, they were fanboying over underground heroes. If he's got the smarts to think outside the box and the determination to work for it, there's no reason he won't make it. And I'll do my best to get him all of the training he needs to make sure he'll be successful and safe. Or as safe as any hero can be. Midoriya-san was silent again, then set her jaw and looked at him with determined eyes. All right, what do I need to do? He felt his logical ruse smile stretch across his face. Now we're getting somewhere. Today's the day, I guess. Izuku, are you ready? His mother called from downstairs, her voice wavering slightly. He jumped and got to his feet, poking his head out of his door. Just about. He grabbed the last duffel bag left in his room and slung it over his shoulder, took one last look around his substantially emptier room, and headed out. His mother was waiting at the foot of the stairs, eyes distinctly glossy. All right then, let's go. She squeezed his shoulder gently and nudged him towards the door. He took another look around his home before stepping out and heading for the car, which was already packed to bursting with the rest of his things. The ride was silent, and he focused on the rumbling of the engine and the roar of the cars around them. It was strangely hypnotic, and he repeatedly found himself nodding off for a few minutes at a time before jerking awake again. Ding. He jumped and hurried to fish his phone out of his pocket as some of his apprehension turned into anticipation. He opened up his messages and scanned the new text eagerly. Cheshire, how are you holding up? Greenbean, I'm mostly okay? Definitely feeling a little bittersweet. Greenbean also unnaturally nervous. Lots of that. Cheshire, it's not unnatural. Cheshire, you got a bombshell dropped on you a week ago and now you're moving into a completely new place to learn how to control abilities you never knew you had. Cheshire, frankly, I'd be more surprised if you weren't nervous. Cheshire, I sure as hell was when my abilities showed up. Greenbean, thanks, Shinso-kun. Is that Shinso-kun? His mother's voice pulled him away from his phone, and he glanced over to see her staring at him with a fond smile. He felt his cheeks warm and he ducked his gaze, even as the corners of his lips lifted. Yeah. He was checking to make sure I'm doing okay. His mother chuckled, and after a moment, her hand patted his knee. You know, that I'm glad you have another friend, Izuku. It's been a long time. Oh, don't I know it? Nichim. It's nice. Shinso-kun's really nice. Even if it did feel like the friendship was slightly forced due to the whole Bond thing, he still enjoyed being around Shinso. The other teen's sarcastic humor left him in stitches, and Shinso was unfairly good at getting him out of his head. He wasn't even bothered by the muttering. The fact that Shinso was actively interested in the analysis and was just as interested in underground heroes as himself was an unanticipated bonus. And he had the coolest quirk ever. I'm happy for you, baby. Really? Thanks, Mom. He smiled weakly at her even as a pang went through his heart at the thought of leaving her. But I can be a hero now, and it's not like I'll never see her again. It didn't make things any easier. Finally, they came to a stop by a classy-looking apartment that made their own home look outright shabby, and he couldn't help gulping at the sight. Wow, that's a lot. Well, here we are, his mother chirped, full of artificial cheer. She drove into the parking garage and by some miracle found a spot near the elevator. Text Shinso-kun to let him know we're here, okay? Sure thing, Mom. He reopened his messages and started typing. Green bean, we just pulled into the parking garage. We're on level, Cheshire. After getting Shinso's response, he hopped out of the car and headed for the trunk to start hauling his things out. Several minutes later, he heard footsteps coming up behind him. Hey Mito. Need some help? Sure. Thanks, Shinso-kun. He passed a box over to Shinso and took another out of the trunk. Eventually, with the help of his mother and Shinso, all of the boxes and bags were out of the car. Alright, time for the real undertaking. Oh, before I forget for the umpteenth time. Are either of you allergic to cats? Shinso asked suddenly. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at his mother. I'm not, but Mom is mildly allergic. Why? Guess we'll have to have dinner somewhere else tonight. Shinso picked up a duffel bag, grabbed a suitcase, and turned to start moving towards the elevator. And I asked because of the army. The army? He stared at the mass of cats in the apartment's living room with his jaw hanging open. That explains why the smell of cats is so strong in this apartment. Oh, that's the army. Midoriya-san, will you be all right? Oh, don't worry about me. His mother shifted the box in her arms and patted Shinso's shoulder. I'll get congested and my eyes will water a lot, but as long as I take my medicine when I get home and I don't stay here too long, I'll be all right. Good. More footsteps approached, and Eraserhead poked his head out from the hallway. You've arrived. Follow me. I'll show you the guest room and you can drop your things off. Hitoshi, did you ask? Yep. Midoriya-san is mildly allergic, but it's not too severe. We'll need to have dinner somewhere else, though. Noted. I'll text Zashi and tell him about the change in plans. Eraserhead spun around and headed back down the hall. Just drop the bags in the room for now. If allergies are going to be a problem, you shouldn't spend too much time here. That's very kind of you, Aizawa-sen. They all trekked down the hall until Eraserhead paused and pointed to a room at the end of the hall. This'll be your room, Midoriya. The bathroom's right across from you. Will it bother you to share with Hitoshi? No. Good. Eraserhead opened the door and gestured for them to file in. Are there any other bags or boxes? There's 2 more in the car, his mother huffed, setting down her box and stretching. I'll go get them. I'll help, Shinso volunteered. The 2 disappeared, leaving him and Eraserhead alone in the room. An awkward silence stretched out before he finally steeled his nerves and bowed his head to the hero. Thank you again for offering to train me, Eraserhead-san. Just call me Aizawa, kid. And don't worry about it, it's my pleasure. Eraser Aizawa smirked at him for a fraction of a second, then the hero's expression grew much more serious. Besides, I remember what Sentinel training at the commission was like, and let's just say that there's a very good reason that Zashi and I fought so hard to get permission to train Hitoshi ourselves. I'd much rather teach you to myself than subject either of you to that. The implications in that statement sent a shudder down his spine, but before he could ask any more questions, he heard the apartment door open again and his mother's puffing breaths as she came down the hall. This is the last of it, she grunted as she came into the room and set down the 2 boxes she was carrying. Shinso was just behind her with another suitcase and a cat laying across his shoulders like a scarf. He could hear the purring from the middle of the room. Wait, what? Shinso-kun, when did you get a cat scarf? She jumped from her cat tree when I walked by. Shinso petted the cat's head as he rolled the suitcase into the room. Wanna say hello? He stared at Shinso incredulously for a moment, then hurried over and held out his hand for the cat to sniff. The cat leaned forward, sniffed his fingers, and after a long moment, she liked his fingers and rubbed her head against his hand. He quickly moved to scratch her ears and felt a smile pull at his lips as her purring increased. So cute. The click of a phone camera grabbed his attention and he whipped his head around to see his mother with her phone out, taking pictures. Eraser Aizawa leaned over her shoulder to glance at the screen. Send me those. Dad. Shinso whined, his face pink. Aizawa chuckled, even as his mother beamed. Of course, Aizawa-san. He sighed, feeling his own cheeks warm, then jumped and clapped his hands over his ears as the door was flung open once again and the following shout left his ears ringing. I'm home. Aizawa muttered, striding past them and sticking his head out of the door. Zashi, quiet down. The Midoriyas are here and haven't adjusted to your loudness yet. Whoops, sorry. Loud footsteps strode down the hall, and after a moment, a man with long blonde hair and orange sunglasses appeared in the doorway. Hey there, Lee everyone. He blinked at the man in pure astonishment, then slowly turned to Shinso. Before he could say anything, Shinso suddenly chuckled. Of course you recognized Pops immediately. After you recognized Dad, I'm not sure why I'm surprised. Huh. His mother glanced between him, Shinso, and the two men in the doorway. He roughly cleared his throat before gesturing wildly at the doorway. Shinso-kun, you could have mentioned that your other dad was present, Mike. After the shock from that revelation finally wore off, they all headed out so that his mother wouldn't start dealing with allergy symptoms. They went to a nice little sushi place near the ocean, and dinner was spent with lots of jokes and puns from present Mike and subsequent groans from Aizawa and Shinso and giggles on his and his mom's part. There were also a number of embarrassing childhood stories his mother shared about him, leaving him a burning puddle of mortification. It made him feel slightly better that Aizawa and present Mike were just as happy to share stories about Shinso. At least he and his friend could be embarrassed messes together and complain about it later. But the dinner eventually came to an end, and before he knew it, they were back at the apartment and he was standing next to his mother's car to bid her goodbye. She crushed him in a hug that compressed his lungs and buried her face in his hair. I want you to text me at least once a day, understand? She sniffled. And call at least once a week. I love you. His mother tightened her grip for a moment before slowly letting go. I love you too, darling. Work hard, all right? I'll be rooting for you. Thanks. He gave her the brightest smile he could as she kissed his cheek and got into the car. He stood back and watched as she backed out of the parking spot and drove off, blinking back tears as the taillights disappeared around a corner. After a minute, he felt a newly familiar hand tap his bicep. Come on, kid. Early bedtime tonight. We've got lots to do tomorrow and you've still got to unpack. All right. He cleared his throat and turned, forcing himself to not look back. I'm ready. I hope I'm ready. 2.5 hours later, he found himself lying in his new bed, staring up at an unfamiliar ceiling and trying desperately to sleep and not think about how new everything was. He failed miserably. Every creak of the floorboards made him twitch, and the soft thumps of cat steps on the floors echoed through the quiet halls of the apartment. The hum of the AC and ventilation systems thrummed in his ears, as did the soft murmuring of Aizawa and present Mike in their room down the hall. The smell of cats replaced the fainter sense of lilies and spice that lingered at home. It was more intense than his own house ever was, and it made it shockingly hard to sleep. The ache of homesickness didn't make it easier. Mro. He sat up, eyebrows raising, and squinted towards the door. With a creak of hinges, a line of light appeared near where the door was and thickened. A small shadow appeared near the bottom of the door, and he was met with gleaming yellow eyes. Mew. Oh, hello there, he whispered, staring down at the cat. The shadowy feline padded across the floor, still maintaining eye contact, then leapt onto his bed. Within seconds, the cat was curled up on the pillow, purring softly. He hesitantly reached out and started gently stroking the cat's side, and the purring increased in volume. I've been blessed. Soft footsteps approached his door, then Shinso poked his head into the room. Even in the dark, he could catch his friend's smile. I see you've been chosen by Snickers. That's a cute name, he murmured, looking back down at the cat. Shinso chuckled. Yeah. Pops named her that because she likes to rub against people's faces and necks, and for some reason her fur always tickles, and it always makes her victims start giggling. I don't understand how she does it, but she does. He snorted as he scratched behind Snicker's ear. She squeaked as she rolled onto her back, and he gasped softly in awe. So precious. Yeah, she does that. No dignity whatsoever. Shinso leaned against the doorframe, arms casually folded across his chest. Are you doing okay? The concern from his friend helped to ease some of the ache in his chest, and he managed to give Shinso a genuine smile even if it was a little fragile at the moment. I think so. It's just, a lot. Fair enough. Shinso stepped into the room and sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to pet Snicker's tummy. Let us know if there's anything we can do to help with the transition, okay? He smiled a little brighter and nodded. Yeah. Thanks, Shinso-kun. Anytime. Izuku was shaken from sleep by a sharp knock on the door. Up and at, Midoriya. Lots to do today. Footsteps moved away from his door, and soon after, he picked up the pitter-patter of running water. He blinked blearily, trying to move his head only to find himself face-to-face with a loudly purring cat. They stared each other down for a minute, then Snickers leaned forward and liked his eyebrows. Thank you, Snickers. He rolled out of bed on the other side and stumbled to his feet, covering his eyes with one hand as unnaturally bright sunlight streamed into the room. The sound of demanding yowls echoed through the apartment, and Present Mic's booming laugh came soon after. Calm down, you little pests, you'll get your breakfast in a minute. So loud. He shook his head to try and reorient himself, then headed to his dresser only to find himself face-to-face with a desk. He blinked twice, then face-bombed. Right, different room. My clothes are over here now. He turned around and found his dresser, pulling out the first set of non-itchy clothes he could find and shuffling into them. Then he headed down the hall, following the heady scent of bacon and eggs. The kitchen was thankfully dimmer than his room, and he sat at the table with a mental sigh of relief. Shinso slumped across the table, barely awake. Too early. Nonsense, listeners. Present Mic spun around with a beaming smile and plates of delicious-smelling food. As Sho said earlier, we've got lots to do today. So go on, eat up. He winced as the loud volume made his ears ring, and as tasty as breakfast smelled, the way it mixed with the overlapping scent of cat made him queasy. He put his head down on the table and took a deep breath to try and regain his equilibrium, but it only served to make his other senses even more overwhelming. Ugh. Suddenly, his focus was drawn to the feeling of skin on his ankle and away from the overpowering sound and scent. He glanced down under the table and saw Shinso's ankle hooked around his own, and warmth flooded his chest. Thanks, Shinso-kun. You're welcome, Shinso slurred, clearly still half asleep. He jumped a little and glanced over at Shinso. Was I muttering again? Nope. Shinso reached out and blindly pawed around until Present Mic slid a mug into his hands. A guide, remember? I felt it. Shinso finally lifted his head and dove nose first into the mug. A content sigh left the teen a few moments later. Yeah, that's the stuff. You're as bad as Sho, I swear, Present Mic grumbled, even as his eyes sparkled playfully. Thankfully, the hero had lowered his voice, so it no longer pounded against his poor eardrums. Then Present Mic turned to him, smiling. Sheepishly. Sorry, listener. I forgot that you haven't had as much time to adjust to advanced hearing as Sho has, so I'm sure I was too loud. Just let me know if I get too loud again, you dig? Oh, part of him wanted to wave off the hero's concern, but that full volume Present Mic was definitely a bit much for his ears. Thank you, Mike-san. No problem, listener. And just call me Yamada or Hizashi when I'm not in uniform, okay? More footsteps approached the table as a damp-haired Aizawa came into view, followed by a cloud of citrus scent. The underground hero grunted and headed straight for the coffee machine. I already poured a mug for you, Sho. It's in the microwave to keep it warm. Have I told you lately that I love you? Shinso caught his eye and theatrically gagged while rolling his eyes. He couldn't help giggling as President Yamada scolded Shinso for making faces at the breakfast table. It wasn't home, not by a long shot. But he couldn't deny that he felt comfortable here at least. Once breakfast was finished, Aizawa sat him and Shinso down on the couch in the living room to talk about schooling. Okay, problem children, here are your options. You can do the online version of the Commission academic program, you can go to an accredited and approved online school, or you can do one of Nedzu's placement tests and he'll put together a curriculum. He stared at Aizawa in disbelief. Nedzu is an option? Aizawa smirked slightly and leaned back in his armchair. Sure he is. When Zashi and I first asked for his help in getting permission to handle Hitoshi's guide training, he offered to personally take over the academic side of it. He's no fan of the Commission's Guides Sentinel program either, after all. Then Aizawa gave them both a stern glare as his voice rumbled with warning. The one rule with Nedzu is no world domination lessons. Particularly you, Midoriya. He blinked and pointed to himself automatically. Me? Why me? I mean, based on your ramble about Dad a week ago, you've got some serious analysis skills, and that's not going into your text rants, Shinso drawled, raising an eyebrow. Nedzu would probably be thrilled to hear about it and teach you more. Hitoshi has a point. Nedzu would love to get his grubby little paws on your mind, Aizawa grunted. Hence the no world domination rule. I am not ready for Nedzu to multiply and start gathering disciples. You say that like you and I weren't his personal students back in high school. Yamada hollered from somewhere else in the apartment. A cat hissed and Yamada yelped. Careful, Peanut. Do I want to know? He whispered. Shinso and Aizawa simultaneously shook their heads. Don't worry about it. Now, back on track, what do you think you'll do best with? The choice was barely even a choice in his mind. There is no way I'd even dream of passing up the opportunity to learn from the Nedzu. Aizawa snorted. I thought that might be your answer. What about you, Hito? Same here. Better Nedzu than the Commission. Can't argue with you there. Aizawa pulled out his phone and tapped away for a minute before setting it aside once again. I'm sure you'll both get an email soon with either links to an online test or requests that you come to UA tomorrow for placement tests. So, that's the academic side taken care of. Now, let's talk physical training. Midoriya, what past training or athletic experience do you have? He couldn't help shrinking into the couch a bit, absently rubbing a bit of the upholstery between his fingers. The roughness of the fabric helped distract him from what he was about to admit. In terms of combat, none. I've got good endurance and stamina, a high pain tolerance, and I'm really good at running, hiding, sneaking around, and dodging. Guess all of my classmates' hatred actually came in handy. Suddenly, his hand was being squeezed gently by Shinso, and he shook himself out of his thoughts. When he turned to meet Hitoshi's eyes, he was met with a gaze full of righteous fury and genuine empathy. You don't need to feel grateful to those BSTRDS just because you have a chance to benefit from what they forced you to learn. He choked out a laugh that was distinctly more emotional than he wanted it to be. You're really good at this, Shinso-kun. It's a guide thing, Aizawa drawled, gazing at them with something that might be called fondness. You'll get used to it eventually. You say that like you still don't get taken aback by how well Pops can read you and help you out of your moods, Hitoshi sassed. Aizawa flared his quirk slightly and glared. Hush, brat. There was a distinct lack of actual venom in his tone. Now, if we can get back on track. He quickly straightened up and gave Aizawa his full attention. The man raised an eyebrow in his direction, but continued after a moment. All right, go ahead and change into workout clothes, then meet me by the door. We'll go to a nearby gym I know so I can assess your current level. Then, we'll see where things go from there. Yes, sir. He jumped to his feet and hurried to his new room as excitement bubbled up. He was really going to start training. It took him an embarrassing amount of time to throw on a clean tracksuit that didn't rub wrongly against his skin, but soon enough he made it to the door. The cats had swarmed the Genkin, and as soon as he approached, they turned as one and started caterwauling for his attention. Within moments, he was in the center of a cat mass and attempting to pet all of them at once. The synchronicity was a little disturbing, but the fluff balls were cute enough to dispel that. Little pests. Shinso's voice was heavy with fondness as he appeared from seemingly nowhere. "Shove off, all of you, we can love on you later." Footsteps came up behind them, and a warm, calloused hand landed on his shoulder. "All set, boys?" "Emchum." "Yup." "Then let's get going." Izawa nudged the protesting cats out of the way, opened the door, and hurried them through it before any of the loudly meowing furballs could slip out as well. He couldn't help taking a deep breath to try and clear the scent of cats from his nose, only to wince as the sharp smell of antiseptic replaced it. "Why does the hallway reek of cleaners?" Izawa huffed quietly as they trooped towards the elevator. "The staff that take care of the building disinfect and clean the halls regularly, and from the smell, it looks like they just cleaned. The smell will fade over the next few days." "Oh." There was an awkward silence as they rode the elevator down to the parking garage. The high, cheery notes of the elevator music made him wince, but at least it didn't last long. As soon as the doors slid open, he dashed out into the cool, blessedly silent parking garage to escape the artificially cheery music with Izawa on his heels. "God, that always makes my skin crawl," Izawa muttered under his breath. He nodded, and before he could overthink the action, patted Izawa's elbow in solidarity. "Slow down, you two." Shinso ran up behind them, the sound of his footsteps bouncing off the garage walls. He turned to face his new friend, then shyly held out his hand. "Come on then." Shinso blinked at him, then a grin grew across his face as he accepted the gesture. Izuku felt his face burn, but forced himself to take a deep breath. Besides, it wasn't like holding hands with Shinso was unpleasant. That didn't mean he appreciated Izawa's muffled chuckles. "I don't believe I can let him in." "Excuse me?" Izawa's voice was cold and unyielding as the man stared the gym receptionist down. "Why not?" The receptionist squirmed slightly in her seat, but her snooty expression didn't fade, and with a sharp click-clack of fake nails on the countertop, she drummed her fingers on his ID and slid it back over. "We don't allow quirkless in here. It's a safety liability." He winced slightly. The words were far from unfamiliar, but that didn't mean that they didn't still hurt. Shinso squeezed his hand again, and he automatically leaned against the taller boy's side. The soft scent of lavender that wafted from Shinso's clothes was calming, and he closed his eyes as he did his best to focus on that rather than the receptionist's words. "Why would it be a liability? This isn't even a quirk gym," Izawa continued. The receptionist let out a huffy sigh before the clacking of computer keys resumed. "It's still a gym, sir. Accidents with equipment or overexcited patrons can occur easily, and besides, with his unevolved body, he's more susceptible to injury. It's practically a lawsuit waiting to happen." He could hear the sound of Izawa's teeth grinding together, and a pit of guilt formed in his stomach. He shouldn't have to go to so much trouble for little old me. It's not worth it. "Don't you dare," Shinso muttered into his ear, making him twitch from surprise. "I can feel the self-deprecation. Stop it. People being quirkist bigots isn't your fault." "It's not worth the trouble," he whispered back, leaning further into Shinso. His friend's grip tightened. "Yes, it is. And Dad will agree with me." "Demon right, I will." Izawa's voice was firm, and when he peeked past Shinso, he saw the man staring at him and oozing sincerity. Then Izawa turned back to the receptionist and the anger returned. A saccharine smile spread across Izawa's face, and both he and Shinso involuntarily shuddered. "That's terrifying. Clearly I've been patronizing the wrong gym," Izawa crooned, his voice honeyed and practically screaming danger. "Come on, boys, we'll find somewhere else to train." That's hardly necessary." The receptionist's chair squeaked loudly as she lunged up, the snooty expression wiped off her face. Izawa scoffed. "I refuse to give my money to a business that is so openly quirkist. I have other options." Izawa nudged Shinso's shoulder. "Let's go, kids." He stood frozen for a moment before Shinso tugged him along. Then he stumbled after the two in a daze. It was the first time in 10 years that an adult that wasn't his mother had stood up for him so boldly. "That's messed up." Well, no point thinking about it now. I'll have a crisis later." They all remained silent until they got to the car, then Shinso finally cleared his throat. "So, now where are we going?" "UA, Obviously. His jaw fell open. What? We have multiple gyms at UA, Aizawa said, shrugging idly as he started the car. Besides, this way you can meet Nedzu sooner rather than later. It's a win-win. Well, he couldn't argue with that. Greetings, boys. Would you like some tea? He bowed his head and accepted the teacup Nedzu handed to him. Beside him, Shinso did the same. Aizawa did not. I'll stick to coffee, thanks. Very well, Aizawa-kun. Now then, Nedzu turned back to him and Shinso, beaming. What am I? A rat, a dog, or a bear? Most importantly, I am the principal. And it's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-kun. I feel the same, he stammered, taking a quick sip of tea to hide his nerves. Am honored that you would be interested in teaching me. But of course, I'd much prefer to teach you both myself than give you over to the Commission's tender mercies. Nedzu's smile seemed to flicker for a moment, but then it returned, as bright as before. Besides, if Aizawa's accounts of your analytical abilities are accurate, I look forward to seeing what you can do. He bowed his head. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations. I have no doubt you will. Nedzu disappeared under his desk for a moment, accompanied by the sound of rustling papers and a slight scratching sound. Claws on wood, perhaps. Does Nedzu even have claws? I do indeed. Nedzu chirped. He felt his face start to burn as he heard Shinso and Aizawa muffle their laughter. I really need to get that under control. Yes, you do, problem child. Problem child. Before he could ask what that actually meant, Nedzu reappeared with 2 massive packets of paper in paw. One was handed to him, and the other went to Shinso. Just complete these tests as well as you can, and then you can head off to train with Aizawa-kun. Take as long as you need, we're in no rush. Aizawa-kun, there's a large stack of paperwork back at your desk. It has to do with the fact that you no longer have a homeroom class. He expelled them all because they had no potential, Shinso drawled, making him jump. Aizawa huffed, but nodded once. They would have only gotten themselves killed. None of them were taking heroics seriously and half of them were utterly blinded by their own egos. Fair enough. He couldn't argue with that. Nedzu chittered, then waved his paws. Off you go, Aizawa-kun. Boys, you can begin whenever you're ready. Let me know if you need scratch paper, a sharpener, or anything of the sort. Do your best. Yes, sir. He opened the packet to the first page and began. Before long, he lost himself in the questions, which was a nice change of pace from the boring tests he had to deal with at Aldera, although there was a high-pitched humming that reverberated through the room, now that no one was talking. At first, it wasn't that bad, but as time dragged on, it started to grate on his nerves. What is that? The feeling of Shinso winding an ankle around his own again helped him focus back on the test questions, although that irritating hum still persisted. He tried to focus on the scratching of pencils on paper, the ticking of the clock, and the heady floral scent of tea to ignore the hum. It didn't work great, but it worked enough to let him concentrate on doing his best. After what felt like ages, he answered the last question and shut the packet with a sigh of relief. As soon as he pushed the packet away a bit, Nedzu snatched it up. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. I'll set to work marking this. Okay. He winced as the humming increased in frequency. What is that? What's what? Shinso looked up from his own nearly finished test with a furrowed brow. Izuku gestured wildly, trying to find a way to describe the sound. It's this weird humming sound, but it's not like voice humming. He grimaced, still trying to find the words. It's some kind of vibration, maybe? That, or it's a sound repeating so frequently that the spaces between repetitions aren't audible. Either way, it's been going on for ages. Nedzu's eyes sparked, and the principal's ears flicked. Then Nedzu's eyes widened in apparent understanding and the principal went still. Does it sound almost like a very, very fast metronome? Yeah, that's a good way to describe it, actually. Nedzu started laughing as his tail wagged wildly behind him. When the principal calmed himself, he finally gave an explanation. I believe that you might be hearing my heartbeat, Midoriya-kun. It's much faster than any human's heart rate. Our very own recovery girl has stated that it's near impossible to distinguish individual beats. Oh. That makes sense. He absently rubbed his ears and Shinso chuckled, writing one last thing down before closing his packet. Dad should have some ideas about how to tune out sounds like that. We can ask him later. And I'm done, Nedzu-san. Splendid. Nedzu took the test before sitting back in his chair. In that case, you two are free to go find Aizawa-kun in the teacher's lounge. I'm sure he'd like to get your training started. Yes, sir. He and Shinso bowed to Nedzu before stepping out of the tea-scented office. As soon as the heavy oak door thudded closed behind them, Shinso took his hand once again. Come on, I'll show you where the teacher's lounge is. Thanks, Shinso-kun. Shinso was oddly quiet, and Izuku heard his heart rate pick up a bit. Before he could ask what was wrong, though, Shinso answered his unspoken question, looking away as his face turned pink. That you can call me Hitoshi if you want. We're going to be working together a lot, and besides, we're friends. His breath caught even as warmth and excitement exploded in his chest. Based on the way Shinso's lips turned up at the corners, his friend probably picked up on it, but he still forced down the bubbly joy and somehow managed to answer calmly. In that case, it's only right that you call me Izuku, Hitoshi. Fine by me. Now come on, Dad is going to be chomping at the bit to start seeing where you are physically. Okay. He followed after Hitoshi, still almost vibrating from joy. He hadn't been able to call a friend by their first name since he and Katsuki were 5, before Quirks came into play. It felt really nice. His high lasted all the way to the teacher's lounge and to one of UA's many gyms. He only came out of it when Aizawa cleared his throat as they entered the gym. Alright, first up are stretches. Then we'll see what you can do. Before Izuku knew it, 2 weeks had gone by in a whirlwind of activity. The mornings were spent either at the apartment or at UA in Nedzu's office while the principal gave them lessons which were substantially more intense than Aldra's. Not that he minded, and the afternoons were given over to training. He was surprised by just how quickly he was picking up the movements and techniques Aizawa was teaching him, but Hitoshi and Aizawa weren't. Apparently it was a sentinel thing. He'd finally adjusted mostly to the idea that he did in fact have a power that few people in the population had. It wasn't a quirk, but he imagined that this must be what having one was like. In between intense training sessions and even more intense school lessons, including a very memorable incident where the entirety of UA was coated in a viscous purple slime after a chemistry lesson, there were cooking lessons from Yamada and hours spent on the couch, analyzing and criticizing hero fights with Aizawa and Hitoshi while being suffocated with cats. It was an exhausting and packed schedule, but it was also the most fun he'd ever had. Of course, that's when the universe decided that things had been going too smoothly and came to mess it up. It was one of their rest days from training. He and Hitoshi lay on the floor, buried under cats as the afternoon's hero news played on the TV. Aizawa snoozed on the couch behind them as Yamada did paperwork at the kitchen table. The only sounds were the TV, the purrs of the cats, the steady thumps of everyone's heartbeats, Yamada's humming, and the scratching of pen on paper. It was enough to lull him into a light doze. Then he picked up the sounds of footsteps coming down the hall towards the apartment door and snapped back to wakefulness. Someone's coming. Hitoshi sat up, carefully moving Snickers off his chest. He sat up as well, quietly apologizing to Peanut, who had originally been laying on his arm. Someone's coming to. A knock came at the door, and he simply gestured toward it. With the screech of a chair, Yamada stood up and headed for the door. The man bent down to peer through the peephole, then let out a curse. Sheet. Wake up now. We've got company. Hmurch. Aizawa shifted on the couch, blinking languidly. Yamada made a strange hissing sound as the person at the door knocked again. Someone from the commission is here. That woke Aizawa up in a hurry. In the time it took Izuku to blink, Aizawa was on his feet and rearranging his capture weapon, rubbing his temples with his free hand. Of course, that I'm not even surprised. They were bound to show up eventually. How wonderful! The sarcasm dripped from Aizawa's voice as he turned to them. Boys, watch your words very carefully, and don't trust anything they say. The commission is tricky. Noted. He had absolutely no idea what was going on, but he could tell from the tapping outside the door that whoever was out there was getting impatient. What the heck is going on? Ah. Hitoshi's dry tone made him whip his head around to stare at his friend. So they've finally decided to come and see you in person. Be warned, commission officials are invasive as hell and they're going to be pretty smarmy. I see. Hitoshi snorted, although the sound had no undercurrent of humor. Before he could ask about the reaction, though, Yamada opened the apartment door and a man in a crisply pressed suit strode in. The overpowering smell of cologne made his nose scrunch up involuntarily, but when the man raised an eyebrow at him, he quickly composed himself. So, you're the Quirkless Sentinel. The man's lip curled up ever so slightly. I see. He stiffened at the hostility, even as Hitoshi placed one hand on the small of his back. He and the man held each other's gaze for a long moment before the man finally huffed and gave a shallow bow. Greetings, Midoriya Izuku. I am Watanabe Samui. I'll be your and Shinsokuin's commission liaison. Oh. He bowed back, absently reaching back to grab Hitoshi's hand. Watanabe set all of his alarms off, although he couldn't quite figure out why. Watanabe sniffed derisively as he glanced around the apartment. Finally, the man's eyes landed on Aizawa. How have they been doing? Considering the fact that they've only been training together for a couple of weeks, quite well. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Watanabe. I believe I sent you that information in my preliminary report already. You did, but I thought it would be best to see it for myself. Watanabe reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, then handed it to Aizawa. I expect to see the three of you there in an hour and a half. Without another word or even waiting for agreement, Watanabe stalked out of the apartment, only pausing to dodge Snicker's swipe at his legs. When the door shut, Aizawa groaned loudly. I should have known. Sorry, kids. Looks like we'll have to move your rest day to tomorrow. Watanabe wants a physical demonstration of what you've learned. Panic immediately rose to the forefront of his mind as every training slip-up raced through his thoughts. The numerous times he'd tripped over his own feet because he moved faster than he expected to, the time he'd somehow smacked himself in the face after blocking too enthusiastically, and dozens of other stupid little mistakes. What if they try to use that to prove I'm not a sentinel? Izuku, breathe. It's gonna be fine. Hitoshi's voice provided a welcome distraction from his anxious thoughts, and he forcefully ejected himself back to the present. Watanabe's an a-hole and a slimeball, but he won't be able to deny that you're a sentinel no matter how much he may want to. Besides, I can testify that we're a pair easily enough, since my abilities got way stronger after meeting you. He can't deny proof from two sides. Oh. Then Hitoshi's words caught up with him. Wait, you've met him before? Unfortunately. Hitoshi scowled, his nose wrinkling and body tensing up minutely. He came by after we first figured out that I was a guide. He was smarmy then, too. Doc kept trying to convince me that being in the commission program would be better. Which reminds me he'll probably try and do that to you as well, so watch out for that. Got it? He swallowed nervously, only to feel pressure on his lower leg, accompanied by a plaintive meow. He glanced down and was met with Peanut gazing up at him pitifully. As soon as she realized she had his attention, she started winding around his legs, purring loudly. Hitoshi snorted. Guess she doesn't want us to leave. Unfortunately for her, we don't have a choice. Aizawa sighed and gestured to the hall. You two change into workout clothes and grab your water bottles. Let's get this over with. Again. Watanabe tapped his pen against his clipboard, staring down at him disdainfully. He gulped and took a deep breath, then got to his feet and settled back into the fighting stance Aizawa had taught him. As soon as he was settled, Aizawa snapped back to attention and lashed out with a kick almost too fast to see. He instinctively ducked to the side and reached out to grab Aizawa's ankle, then yanked. Aizawa stumbled for a moment, but retaliated with a quick punch. He had to let go of Aizawa's leg to duck, but came back a moment later with a kick of his own. Before long, he was fully in the zone, only focused on the spar and on staying on his feet for as long as possible. He only came out of it when Aizawa managed to catch him in a leg sweep. Thump. He lay flat on his back for a moment with his eyes closed, catching his breath. His muscles still weren't used to how fast he reacted. Above him, Watanabe scoffed quietly, and he couldn't help wincing. That's a bad sign. Soft footsteps approached his head, then the mats squeaked softly as someone knelt down. After a second, cold plastic lightly nudged against his temple. Come on, Izuku. You might as well take a water break, Hitoshi murmured. He cracked one eye open to see Hitoshi beside him with his water bottle. Thanks, Hitoshi. He accepted the water bottle and took a long swig, carefully not looking at Watanabe. His self-confidence was suffering enough. Suddenly, a tingle raced down his spine and he automatically held up his other hand, catching a pen before it could hit him in the face. He blinked at the small object before looking up to Watanabe. Do you want this back? Watanabe gave him an evil look, but stalked forward and snatched the pen back. I guess you are a sentinel after all. I could have told you that, Hitoshi drawled, still crouched by his head. His friend's eyes were narrowed at Watanabe, and he could see the way Hitoshi's muscles were clenched. My abilities got much stronger after I met him, after all, and that only happens with bonded pairs. Watanabe's lip curled, but the man didn't protest. Instead, Watanabe turned to him and gave him a thin, downright greasy smile. So, Midoriya, are you satisfied with how your training is going? He blinked up at Watanabe in confusion. Yes. Why wouldn't I be? Well, he really wasn't liking Watanabe's tone. It felt condescending. You're a bit behind. Most of our sentinels are further ahead in their combat training by now. It's been 2 weeks, Aizawa interrupted, offering him a hand and pulling him to his feet. And he's never had formal combat training, or any training other than running and dodging a lot. He's picking it up quickly, and besides, plenty of new sentinels take some time to pick up the skills, even in your program. Watanabe's eyes narrowed, but the man continued, voice still sickly sweet. But he would pick it up more quickly in a focused environment without any distractions. Watanabe turned back to him, smiling. It looked more like a grimace. Wouldn't you agree, Midoriya? He stiffened, but forced himself to keep his voice steady. I wouldn't say that. People learn best in different environments, and I think the environment I'm in now is working well for me. Watanabe definitely didn't like that answer, if the flicker of a scowl that appeared on his face was any indication. Still, the man kept his composure and simply smiled wider. To each their own. Still, perhaps it would be beneficial to spend some time at our facility, learning from our trainers. Perhaps for a couple of days each week? Or a couple of days a month at the very least. How the hell should I respond to this? As his trainer and temporary guardian, I believe that decision rests with me, Aizawa interjected smoothly, stepping between him and Watanabe. And it requires a great deal of thought. Now, unless there's something else you need to see, the boys have homework they need to get to. This was a blatant lie. They'd already finished their classwork for the day. But he was not going to let this chance of escape slip through his fingers. All right. Watanabe was silent for a long time, but the man finally huffed and turned on his heel, stalking towards the exit of the gym. Very well. We'll be in contact soon, Eraserhead. But I encourage you to think over your decision very, very carefully. I know that you only want the best for the boys after all. Watanabe gave them all one last saccharine smile, then left the gym. As the door slammed shut, he slumped in relief and leaned against Hitoshi, feeling his stomach churn. That was terrifying and strangely nauseating. Hitoshi patted his back gently, even as his friend's teeth audibly gnashed. I really, really hate that guy. You're not alone in that, Hito. Aizawa came over and gave them both head pats. Now get your stuff together, let's go home. This is supposed to be your rest day after all? That sounds perfect to me, Sensei. The car ride back to the apartment was silent. As soon as they got through the door, Hitoshi picked up the nearest cat, a tortoiseshell named Truffle, and shoved him into his arms. Cat cuddles cure everything. Hitoshi nudged him towards the couch and flopped down with a sigh. I know I need a breather after that, and maybe a ginger ale to settle my stomach after dealing with how toxic he was. Watanabe's awful. He couldn't argue that point. So he sat next to Hitoshi and slumped back into the cushions, sighing heavily. Truffle purred away happily in his arms, helping to ease some of the tension. Is he always going to be like that? He whispered, closing his eyes to cut out the light of the afternoon sun. After the morning's events, it was just more than he wanted to deal with. Unfortunately, he probably will. I haven't met many people from the commission thanks to my dad's influence, but I've met a couple, and they all act like that. Although Watanabe felt particularly nauseating today for some reason, Hitoshi groaned, but one hand found his knee and squeezed gently. It's probably better not to pay them too much attention, and whatever you do, do not accept an offer from them without prior approval from Dad, Pops, and/or Nedzu. They're tricky. I wasn't planning on it. Watanabe seemed so sleazy. He grimaced at the memory of the man's oily smiles and faux concern. I feel like any deal he would try and make with me wouldn't end well for me. It probably wouldn't. Footsteps echoed behind the couch before the cushions dipped beside him, and the smell of cats, coffee, and hints of citrus enveloped him. Are you two doing okay after all that? Oh, and here's your ginger ale, Hito. I'm fine, Hitoshi said, fabric rustling as he shifted. Still annoyed with Watanabe, but that's hardly new. Thanks, Dad. I think I'm okay? Still a little off balance. He continued petting Truffle as he took hold of the hands still on his knee. I'm also kind of nervous. Will Watanabe really make us go to the commission for a couple of days each week? Aizawa sighed heavily. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him to try, but I don't think he can make you go a couple days each week. A couple days a month is more plausible, but that's still not a guarantee. That's something at least. Over the next few days, he slowly forgot about Watanabe's offer as his focus went back to his training. Aizawa decided it was time to introduce him to weapons, and the thrill that went through him when he first picked up a dagger was a little surprising in its intensity. The look of alarm on Hitoshi's face was mildly amusing, though. However, the tentative peace shattered when Aizawa's phone buzzed loudly mid-training session. His teacher paused, holding up a hand to bring the spar to a stop, then headed over to his bag. After a few minutes, Aizawa started cursing wildly. Dad? What's the problem? Hitoshi set down his own knife and came over. Aizawa groaned, dragging a hand down his face as he turned to face them. Remember how Watanabe wanted you two to visit the commission facility on a regular basis? Dread pooled in his stomach. That didn't sound good. And it seems he managed to win his case. The commission is strongly encouraging that you spend at least some time with them, although they claim they'll be satisfied with the once-a-month visits. His blood went cold as Hitoshi cursed behind him. Seriously? I swear to Kami, they get more pushy every time I interact with them. How did they even make that work? They literally signed the papers that let you control our training. I know. They claim it's because they want to observe how a quirkless person will function within a bond, especially since they think your bond has the potential to be particularly strong. Aizawa glared at his phone as he tossed it back into his bag. They were hoping that this weekend would work, but after that, they'll leave you alone for a few weeks. He had a horrible feeling about this, but at least we'll get it over with? I still don't like this, Hitoshi muttered. Aizawa sighed before coming over and ruffling their hair. Neither do I, but I don't think we've got much choice. Just remember to be careful, and if they push too far, tell me, Hizashi, and Nedzu when you get back. He nodded, even as his stomach twisted. I just hope things won't get that bad. Welcome, boys. Watanabe's oily words sent shivers down Hitoshi's spine, and the man's aura felt just as nauseating as the last time they'd been around each other. It made him want to jump in the shower and scrub until the last residues of it were gone. Unfortunately for him, he had a couple of days to go before he could do that. Beside him, Izuku clung anxiously to his hand. He couldn't blame his sentinel. Izuku still hadn't fully adjusted to the new routine or his abilities, and now he was being shoved into yet another new environment. It was no wonder that his friend's anxiety was off the charts. He just hoped that his presence was enough to help keep Izuku calm and mostly grounded. The blank, sterile halls of the commission facility certainly didn't help. It felt cold and dispassionate, and he had to force himself not to shudder at the eerily empty feeling in the air, almost like all emotional residue had been scoured away. It wasn't natural. Here we are. Watanabe stopped in front of a large metal door with a card scanner near the lock. You'll be sharing the room for the next 2 days. It comes with an accompanying half bath. A schedule for the weekend is posted inside, as well as an intercom that you can use if something goes wrong. We will also use the intercom to contact you. With a swipe of his ID card, Watanabe unlocked the door and opened it before insistently nudging them inside the uncomfortably small room. It's late, so it's best that you get some sleep. You'll be up early tomorrow. Well, that's not ominous or anything. Izuku managed to smile, despite the raging fear he was feeling, and bowed his head to Watanabe as the door shut. As soon as the lock clicked, though, Izuku's smile fell and his friend buried his head in his hand. He immediately stepped forward and carefully set his free hand on Izuku's shoulders while brushing his thumb across the knuckles of Izuku's hand. Izuku? What's wrong? He's so unnerving, his bonded partner complained. And this room is not kind to my senses. He raised an eyebrow at the last comment, but when he sniffed the air, he immediately understood. The scent of disinfectant was enough to make him cringe, so it was probably nearly unbearable to Izuku. Well then, he drawled, slinging his backpack off his shoulder and bending down to root through it, I guess it's a good thing Pops sent me with this. He finally found what he was looking for and pulled out the little pouch with a flourish. Here you are, Izuku. Izuku moved his hand, peeking at him through his fingers. What's that? It's a lavender sachet. Pops made it a few days ago when he heard that we had to come here for the weekend. He handed the pouch to his friend. Put it by your bed or keep it in your pocket. It should help cut some of the disinfectant smell. I'll take it. Izuku snatched the sachet and held it up to his nose, inhaling deeply. He smirked as he felt some of his friend's tension fade and Izuku visibly relaxed. Yeah, that's going to help a lot. I'll be sure to let him know. For now, as much as I hate to say it, we should take Watanabe's advice. We might as well be rested for tomorrow. Good point. Izuku stuffed the sachet into his pocket. Mind if I take the bathroom first? Nope. Be my guest. He set his bag in the corner as he took a closer look at the room. It was painfully empty, bunk beds, a small table with 2 drawers, and a schedule posted on the wall was all that was there. He grimaced, but tossed his bag onto the top bunk after pulling out his pajamas. He quickly shuffled into them before leaning against the wall to wait for Izuku. After a few minutes, Izuku emerged from the bathroom, now in pajamas. His friend gave him a shaky smile. Bathroom's all yours, Hitoshi. Thanks. He ruffled Izuku's curls and picked up his toiletry bag before stepping into the bathroom himself. It was even more claustrophobic than the main room. There was barely any floor space between the tiny shower cupboard and the toilet and sink. He bit back a groan. This weekend is going to SCK. By the time he was finished in the bathroom, Izuku had somehow dozed off, although by the heavy feeling lingering in the air, he doubted it was going to be a peaceful sleep. So he took a moment to brush the curls out of Izuku's face in hopes of helping at least a little before clambering up the ladder to his own bed. Fingers crossed that this isn't too bad of an experience. He wasn't holding out high hopes. Morning came in the form of a painfully loud, staticky buzz that shocked him out of a fitful sleep. He sat up so fast that he banged his head on the ceiling, and it took all of his willpower not to start swearing as he rubbed the new bump. What in the oh? Dear Cammy, that's one hell of a way to wake up. What even is that? His mental question was answered moments later as a broken, mechanized voice echoed in the tiny room. Boys, it's time to wake up now. We've got work to do. That's the intercom. Grumbling under his breath, he went for the ladder and climbed down to the ground. As he made it to the ground, he saw Izuku curled up in a ball with his head buried under his pillow, whimpering. Oh yeah, that can't be kind on his ears. He stumbled over to the intercom and pressed the button, thankfully making it shut up. We're up. But you have 30 minutes to get ready. He blinked dully at the intercom as it finally went completely silent, then turned to check on his sentinel. Are you okay, Izuku? Yeah, it's better now that the intercom stopped. Izuku slowly sat up, visibly wincing even in the dark. What time is it? It feels like I just fell asleep. Good question. He headed for the bedside to check his phone, then nearly threw it across the room. 4:30 in the God's damned morning? That's obscene. Not so loud, Toshi. Sorry. He bit back the rest of the swears he wanted to use and took a deep breath to try and regain some calm. Something told him that he was going to need every ounce of self-control he could pull together to make it through the weekend. When they were brought to a large training room with weapons across the walls and Watanabe standing in the center, he was proven right. Alright, it's time to get to work. Watanabe clapped his hands twice. Start your warm-up stretches. He stared at Watanabe warily, but started stretching out. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with dental floss, and it only served to make his own nerves worse. Watanabe's poisonous aura really didn't help. After what felt like too little time, Watanabe whistled sharply and gestured to a large square marked out with tape. I want to see what you two have learned since I last saw you. He stared at the man in utter disbelief. It's been a week since we last saw you. He felt Watanabe's irritation spike, but the man gave them a thin smile. Ah, yes, but much can be learned in a week. Watanabe gestured to the square on the floor again. Okay, I guess we're doing this. He turned to Izuku and gave his friend a reassuring smile, then leaned in close. Let's get this over with. Yeah, good idea. Izuku smiled back at him, but he could feel the nervousness rolling off of the other teen. He squeezed Izuku's elbow, then twitched in annoyance as Watanabe loudly cleared his throat. He tossed a glare at the man, but headed for the sparring square. Demon him. As soon as he and Izuku were within the bounds of the sparring square, Watanabe rang a little bell he'd gotten from somewhere. Begin. Okay then. Watanabe didn't call for a break until almost 2 hours had passed, and by that time, Hitoshi's muscles were screaming at him and he had a new appreciation for his dad's form of training. Sure, his dad was a bit of a SDST, but the man knew their limits and never pushed them too far. This was closer to actual torture. Finally, Watanabe cut the training short and waved them over to a bench in the corner, where 2 packages sat stacked up. Go on and catch your breath. The boxes hold your breakfasts. Mother. I really loathe this man. Even so, he did as he was told and headed for the bench, flopping down on it gracelessly. An equally exhausted Izuku followed behind him and made grabby hands toward the packages. He passed one over and opened the other himself, grimacing at the meager contents. I swear to Kami, he muttered under his breath. Dad and Pops are going to flip when we get back. This isn't going to be enough, is it? Izuku whispered back. He shrugged, but reluctantly started digging in. I guess we're going to find out. The break didn't last nearly as long as he wanted, but he managed to get through his food. Before Watanabe sniffed loudly. Time to get back to work, you two. He scowled at the man but got to his feet. Here we go again. As they returned to the sparring square, Watanabe let out another loud sniff of derision for some unfathomable reason. But this time, Izuku perked up a little and tilted his head. Sir, do you need a tissue? It took all of Hitoshi's self-control to keep a straight face and to not burst into hysterical laughter at the immediate frustration coming from Watanabe. What made it even better was that Izuku was 100% sincere in his offer. Don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh. It'll just make it worse. No, Watanabe said slowly through a clenched jaw. I'm all right. Oh, okay. Izuku gave Watanabe an odd look, but didn't ask again, which was probably for the best. They didn't need to give Watanabe another reason to make their lives difficult. The exchange still made his day much better, and it was much easier to face the idea of more training with that image in his mind. Unfortunately, by the time they were finally finished, even the memory of Izuku's accidental snark wasn't enough to keep him afloat. He was a little worried he wouldn't be able to move the next day. At long last, Watanabe dismissed them from their drills with yet another derisive sniff. That's all for today. Your dinner will be in your room by the time you return. I advise you to go to sleep soon. You'll be up early again tomorrow. I am going to lose it. He bit back the urge to snark at Watanabe as he left the sparring square. It wouldn't do anything but make the man even grumpier, not that he wasn't tempted. Memo to me, find some way to get Nedzu in on this so he can have fun tearing Watanabe and this whole program to the ground. Watanabe showed them to the door with one last sniff, And Izuku paused, fidgeting with his fingers. With just as much sincerity as before, Izuku asked again. Sir, are you sure you don't want a tissue? He immediately had to bite his lip as Watanabe's eye twitched. No, I'm fine, Midoriya, the man seethed, rage rolling off of him. But I appreciate your concern. That was a bold-faced lie. He didn't even need his guide abilities to tell him that. But it pacified Izuku even though he was certain that his bonded partner knew that Watanabe was lying, and his friend nodded before leaving the room. He followed behind, keeping his head ducked so that the smile on his face wouldn't show. Nice going, Izu, he muttered as the door to the training room clanged shut behind them. Izuku gave him a confused look. Why did asking him if he needed a tissue offend him? I think he was just trying to be derisive, Izuku, or it's just one of the little mannerisms he has. He barely managed to hold back a snort of laughter. I wouldn't advise doing that again because he was already said about it, but it was funny while it lasted. Fair enough. Then Izuku stiffened slightly and lowered his voice further. Someone's coming. He quickly composed himself as much as he was able and glanced around, searching for new emotional auras. Sure enough, he managed to pick up 3 new auras coming their way, although 2 of them felt strangely thin, for lack of a better word. He automatically reached over and took Izuku's hand as he kept his eyes on the corner ahead. Sure enough, moments later, another guard came around the corner with 2 teenagers at their side. One a girl with flaming red hair that looked a little younger than himself, and Izuku glanced up, and as their eyes met, he picked up a rush of sympathy so muted that he could barely feel it. Holy shit, the fact that they can suppress their emotions that well is not a good sign. Hang in there, kids. They finally made it back to the room and were unceremoniously pushed in. He fought back the impulse to faceplant on the bed and took a deep breath. Izu, go ahead and shower. I'll go after you. Are you sure? You look like you're about to drop. Concern rolled off of Izuku like waves, despite the fact that Izuku also looked like he was about to pass out. He nodded and nudged Izuku towards the bathroom. Yeah. I have more experience with working while tired. Besides, I have food to eat, so I won't fall asleep right away. All right. Izuku squeezed his hand and staggered towards the bathroom. Hitoshi just stood there for a moment before remembering that he did need dinner, then he moved to the 2 familiar packages that now sat on their nightstand. This is going to be more military-esque rations, isn't it? He was sadly proven correct when he opened it, and he mentally cursed Watanabe and the HPSC as he scarfed it down as unappealing as it was. He was starving. You'd think with the training they're putting us through and the money they have, they'd give us actual tasty food. He was finished long before Izuku was finished with his shower, so he busied himself with taking notes of the day on his phone. They didn't have service at the facility, which was suspicious as all hell, but he could still take notes and record audio files as long as he didn't try to send them. He had no doubt that his dads and Netsu would appreciate the evidence. The next day was just the same, waking up far too early thanks to that monstrosity of an intercom, relentless drills with Watanabe, and dry, bland food that gave them the necessary calories but absolutely no satisfaction, and by the time they were set to leave, Hitoshi was about to scream. He'd never been so glad to see his dad's car pull up even if they were still awake at too early o'clock to go home. When his father emerged from the car, he could feel the rising anger coming off of him. But his dad said nothing and simply ushered him and Izuku to the car after exchanging curt false pleasantries with Watanabe. As the doors of the car shut and locked, he felt 2 days' worth of lingering tension evaporate and he slumped back into the seat. Izuku doing the same. That was awful. I believe it, kid. His dad reached over and patted his knee reassuringly. I have caffeinated ginger ale for you too. The caffeine should give you enough energy to make it home and get some actual food in you. I doubt either of you have had a proper meal since you left home. Nope. I think they were giving us army rations, Izuku mumbled, already sounding half asleep. He couldn't blame his friend. The soothing feeling of familiar auras and the quiet humming of the car engines was doing wonders to rid him of the lingering traces of Watanabe and the facility. Of course they did, his dad grumbled. Sounds like they haven't changed a bit. Once we get back to the apartment and you guys eat something, you two are free to pass out for the next 12 hours. I talked to Netsu and cleared the day, so you don't have any obligations. He could have thrown himself into a full dejiza at his father's feet if they weren't in a car. Based on the sudden waves of gratitude from Izuku, he assumed the sentiment was shared. Thank you, sensei. No problem, kids. Now drink your sodas and we'll be home before you know it. He couldn't wait. Still, before he forgot. Hey, Dad, I took notes about everything and got some audio recordings since they never took my phone. I can send them to you and Nedzu if you want. Good thinking, Hito, but sleep first. We can deal with that after you both catch up on sleep. That's good enough for me. Bonus. So, his dad drawled after about 10 minutes of near-silent driving, did Watanabe sniff at you? A beat passed as he processed what his father said, then he collapsed into hysterical laughter. Izuku stirred in the back seat, sleepy confusion coming off of him. What's happenin'? I asked if Watanabe sniffed at you. He does that a lot. His father's calm, near-deadpan tone was at complete odds with the wicked grin on his face and the smug satisfaction radiating from him. The sleepiness immediately faded as Izuku burst into equally hysterical laughter. He does that regularly? Yep, his dad drawled as his grin widened. Personally, I think it's because he thinks he's superior to everyone around him, so he sniffs like those snooty nobles you see in movies. But between you two and me, his dad's voice lowered a little, as if he was sharing an important secret. He just sounds like he's perpetually congested. The laughter only got louder from there. Izuku swallowed as he stared up at the gates of UA. Despite all of his visits to the school, it was strangely daunting to stand there now. I can't believe it, that it's really time for the entrance exams. All of my training so far has come to this. A soft huff and nudge from Hitoshi dragged him from his thoughts, and he turned to glance at his guide who was currently staring at him with exasperated fondness. Izuku, I get that you're nervous, but if you shake any harder, your skeleton will escape its confinement. He pouted up at Hitoshi, but took a deep breath to try and calm himself down. It didn't work. He could hear the way his heart thundered in his chest, and Hitoshi wasn't much better. His friend was just better at hiding it. Curse his impeccable poker face. Zu? Are you ready to actually go inside? Alright. Why yeah. He took another steadying breath and automatically reached out to take Hitoshi's hand. The familiar pattern of calluses and small scars was comforting, and it gave him enough courage to start moving forward. Let's get this show on the road. Aside from a brief delay where their attention was snagged by a single slightly raised brick which pushed down like a button, but seemingly did absolutely nothing, they made it into the school without issues and headed towards the security checkpoint. Vlad King was waiting there with a metal detector wand, and the man nodded cordially as they drew closer. Good morning, boys. Do you have your exam tickets? He fished his ticket out of his pocket and handed it over. Vlad scanned over the scrap of paper, then stamped it and handed it back. He did the same with Hitoshi before beckoning them both forward. All right, you two. Step up one at a time and I'll make sure you're not taking any weapons or support gear in. He went first, reluctantly letting go of Hitoshi's hand so Vlad could circle him with the metal detector wand, waving it all around his torso and legs. It didn't beep once, and Vlad nodded. Great. Shinso, your turn. Once they were both cleared, Vlad handed them small cards with their testing room number embossed on them and a red B on the back. You're both clear. Good luck. Thanks, Vlad King-san, he chirped, taking hold of Hitoshi's hand again. It immediately settled him. Vlad waved them off with a small smile, and they headed off to find their testing room. However, on the way there, Hitoshi paused and tugged him into a nearby restroom, then leaned in to whisper in his ear. You still have them? He reached up and tugged a small pocket knife out of the absolute mess that was his hair. Here you go. Thanks. Hitoshi pocketed the knife, then snickered. I can't believe he didn't move that one thing all over you. What if you'd hidden something in your shoes? Or your hair, as the case may be. To be fair to Vlad, people normally don't hide blades in their hair, he mumbled back. Now come on, let's take this test. Think it'll be anything like the tests Nedzu-sensei prefers to give us? Kami, I hope not, but you never know with Nedzu-sensei. That's fair. In the comfort of his office, Nedzu giggled to himself as he watched students file into the auditorium for the practical exam briefing. He could barely wait to see what strategies the examinees would use today. Sure, most of the time, they all chose brute force rather than looking closer into the direction booklets they were given, but there was always space for surprises. He lived for those. And for the mental anguish of his enemies, but that was an entirely different matter. He watched the reactions to Yamada's speech with interest. Most of the examinees were paying close attention and showed various signs of anticipation or nerves, but his personal students were huddled close, apparently focused on the booklet. He chittered softly with pride, as expected of those two. Yamada's speech was suddenly interrupted as one of the test-takers, Ida Tenya, Tensei's younger brother, the engines and navy hair were distinctive if the name wasn't enough, stood up and started shouting at Yamada about the fourth robot. Then Ida turned and started scolding Midoriya and Shinso about muttering. His whiskers twitched in disapproval and he made a quick note on a nearby pad of paper. Perhaps I'll add more sensitivity training and classes in trauma reactions and management to the first-year curriculum this year. It should cut out any nasty habits of victim blaming and it'll only make their transitions into work studies easier next year. He felt his smile return as Shinso delivered a biting comeback to Ida. I don't see anyone else complaining about it. You're sitting far away from us, it can't possibly be that bad. And besides, have you ever heard of something called patience? The explanation wasn't finished yet, Present Mike was probably getting to it. Don't criticize people just because they're not behaving the way you think is proper or doing things the way you think they should be done. He clapped his paws quietly and made more notes. An excellent rebuttal, Shinso-kun. I've taught you well. Yamada managed to bring the situation back under control, and as the examinees started getting ready to go to their testing grounds, he took his tablet and hopped down from his chair to go to the control room. The most exciting part of the day was about to begin. When he arrived, he hopped up to his large swivel chair and looked around to see if anyone was missing. Sure enough. Where's Yagi? Aizawa's lip curled, and the man huffed from his sleeping bag in the corner. He hasn't shown up yet, and he hasn't contacted us to explain himself. Typical. I see. He opened his tablet to send a message to Yagi, but before he could, the door banged open and a buffed-up Yagi strode in. I am here. I'm sorry I'm late, got caught up in a robbery on my way here. The man's booming voice grated against his ears, but he smoothly hid his wince and turned to face Yagi with as pleasant a smile as he could muster. Welcome, Yagi. Please, no need to maintain your all-might form, we're already aware of it, after all, and it's best we don't waste your already limited time. Yagi blinked at him dumbly for a moment, but then smoke filled the room and Yagi shriveled back down. He nodded firmly and turned back to the screens as the examinees finished assembling before their testing gates. Excellent. Take a seat, Yagi. The practical exam is about to begin. Just as he spoke, Yamada sent the examinees off and he hurried to push the button that opened the gates. Most of the test-takers milled around in confusion at the lack of a traditional countdown, but a few of them lunged forward immediately. Midoriya and Shinso did so, of course, but there was also a familiar girl with long green hair. Azuitu, yes. She's the other person who investigated my little brick, she's definitely one to keep an eye on. Well, what are you waiting for? There's no countdowns in real life. Go, go, go. That kicked the rest of the examinees into gear and they swarmed into the testing grounds like angry bees. As the robots came out and started heading for the examinees, Quirks started lighting up the screens and metal started flying, and his staff started making comments on those who caught their eyes. That girl with vines for hair has very good quirk control, and using it to tug the robots around is very clever. Wait, is that kid welding the robots together? Geez, that one kid is blowing up robots left and right. It's a miracle the shrapnel hasn't hit anyone yet. It looks like one Shoji Mizo is doing a lot of rescue with those 6 arms of his. We'll have to give him a high rescue score. Rescue score? Yagi asked, his brow furrowed. All the teachers turned to him as one with varying expressions of disbelief. Yagi, how do you not know what rescue points are? Kiyama asked, utterly incredulous. We've had them for years. You can't determine heroic potential just from fighting. I see. That makes sense. Yagi nodded with that ridiculous smile back on his face. He turned back to his notes and rolled his eyes. DMN the HPSC, forcing me to hire this idiot. Then Kiyama squealed. Aren't those your boys, Eraser? He perked up immediately and glanced at the screen in question. Sure enough, his students were in the spotlight. He bit back a cackle as he watched Midoriya dodge and dance around the bots while Shinso apparently used his quirk to direct a couple of injured examinees toward the front. A few moments later, they switched roles and Midoriya started dashing around, ducking through alleys and coming out with other injured test takers while Shinso kept the robots at bay. They were both doing splendidly. As expected of Aizawa's and Yamada's students and mine as well, of course. Ectoplasm let out an impressed hum. They're working together incredibly well. Even for people who train together, it's like they're sharing a brain. He had to hold back a chuckle at that most of his staff were unaware of the nature of Guides and Sentinels, but it was still interesting to see how they explained such bonds to themselves in the absence of that knowledge. However, not everyone was impressed with his students' performance. And of course, it was Yagi who had a problem with it. I thought this was a test of individual potential. Doesn't it defeat the purpose if the students are teaming up? It might mean that one is riding on the other's back. He quickly interjected before Aizawa could snap. In his boy's defense, not that he blamed the man. On the contrary, Yagi, there is nothing in the rules prohibiting team-ups. They have crafted a valid strategy that allows them to accomplish the objectives they've been given in the most efficient manner, given their individual skill sets. Besides, teamwork is pretty darn important in the heroics world, Snipe drawled, spinning a gun around his finger. There are plenty of teams and partnerships that do perfectly well, and it doesn't mean they can't work alone. Snipe would know, considering he was the sentinel in his and Kiyama's partnership. Just because you work alone doesn't mean that all, or even most heroes do the same, Aizawa said, voice bordering on a snarl. Most heroes do team-ups at some point in their career, and some always work in groups or as partners. The Wild Pussycats are a well-known example. Oh. Yagi still looked rather doubtful, but then he brightened. Similar to the way Night Eye and I used to work together? Before any of the teachers could make a comment on the man's truly unbelievable stupidity and obliviousness, he interjected. As principal, it was his job to keep the peace amongst his staff most of the time, anyways. Though, if Yagi kept making these utterly ridiculous comments, he might have to let his staff have their moment with him. Just so, Yagi. Now, do you have any constructive comments to make? Yagi opened his mouth once again, but was interrupted by Vlad, who pointed frantically at the screen. How did those two get knives? I checked them before they even went to take the written test. He glanced back up and started cackling. Midoriya and Shinso both had knives in hand now and were using them to great effect against the robot's joints and weak spots. Yagi sputtered. Weapons aren't allowed. Technically, the rules only say that they'll be confiscated if they're found, Kiyama corrected with a huff. Once they've got them past security and to the testing ground, it's fair game. Although, I have no idea where those two hid the knives. Netsu struggled to hold in his glee as he added stealth points to both boys' scores. Then he checked the time and clapped his paws giddily. I believe it is time. Aizawa-kun, if you would be so kind as to push the button? Aizawa rolled his eyes, but nodded and emerged from his sleeping bag long enough to slap the button that released the 0 pointers. The giant robots rolled out, and the faint sound of screaming filled the speakers as the potential students realized what was happening. It was quite humorous for him, at least. So, is anyone not running as fast as they can? Ectoplasm asked after a moment. Cementos peered at the screen more closely, then pointed. It seems the pair that's been working together this whole time have decided to confront the 0 pointer. They what? Aizawa sat up fully and stared at the screen with narrowed eyes. Sure enough, Midoriya and Shinso were heading right for the 0 pointer. Oh. I believe they're heading for that girl who's pinned by rubble, he said, sipping his tea calmly as he gestured to the girl in question. She's in the 0 pointer's path, and while the robot wouldn't actually harm her, it doesn't look that way. Frankly, that's not out of character for Guide Sentinel pairs. Always so quick to act. Aizawa relaxed incrementally, but didn't truly lose tension until Yamada shouted out the end of the exam. Then the man turned. All right. How are the points looking? He hummed and started pressing buttons on his tablet, calculating the scores. In first place is Midoriya Izuku with 105 points from villain bots, rescuing other examinees, and from sneaking weapons into the exam. Shinso Hitoshi is in second with 100 points exactly, and Bakugo Katsuki is in third with 77 villain points. Just villain points? Cementos asked, frowning slightly. That was the explosion kid, right? We might need to keep an eye on him. Already made a note of it, he chirped. He had no intention of letting another Endeavor graduate. He'll likely go to you, Aizawa-kun. You have the means to keep that rather volatile quirk under control. Oh joy! Then Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Wait a minute, you said his name was Bakugo Katsuki? With an explosion quirk? Indeed. He pulled up Bakugo's file and projected it onto the screens. Do you know of him, Aizawa-kun? Aizawa's eyes narrowed further. Oh, that's the a-hole that left explosion scars on Midoriya. His thoughts halted for a moment in a truly rare phenomenon. Now that it had been so blatantly pointed out, he could draw the parallels immediately. Midoriya and Bakugo had both gone to the same schools in the Aldra district, they were the same year, and based on their addresses, they even lived relatively close to each other. Bakugo's quirk was also a perfect match to the faint starbursts he'd occasionally caught sight of on Midoriya's arms and shoulders. Well, this is going to be a bit problematic. I see. This will have to be looked at in more detail later. For now, let us split the rest of the students who passed and made it to the hero course. I'm sorry, did you just say that young Midoriya is quirkless? Nezu took a slow sip of tea and stared Yagi down. To his right, Aizawa looked like he was seconds away from jumping across the table and tearing Yagi's throat out, while Yamada was barely keeping calm himself, even as he restrained his partner. What does that have to do with anything? Yamada asked, voice threaded through with steel. He got first place in the exam and has clearly shown his skill and potential, so we should treat him like any other student. True, but would he be able to keep up in Class 1A without help? Vlad asked, already raising his hands in surrender. I am by no means implying that he doesn't deserve to be in the hero course, because he absolutely does, but I have some concerns. You said yourself that one of his peers might be in. Old bully of his, Aizawa. So you think we should just, ignore his success? Aizawa asked, his voice silky soft and brimming with danger. Vlad shook his head empathetically. Not at all, I just think we need to go about this carefully. That was true enough. As much as he disliked admitting it, the school board would certainly kick up a major fuss when they heard that a quirkless teenager achieved first place in the entrance exam. Curse bureaucracy. Well, it ain't right to punish the sprout, 'cause others might not like him, Snipe mused, idly tapping the table. Any chance we could put him and the explosion boy in different classes? Vlad immediately shook his head. I can't keep his quirk in check the way Eraserhead can, and I somehow doubt that Eraser would let me take Midoriya. You're dimmin' right about that, Aizawa muttered, settling down slightly. Nezu, how did Bakugo even get through the screening? His records are perfectly clean, Aizawa-kun, and Midoriya has never given a decisive statement about what was done to him. He held up a paw before Aizawa could interrupt. I am currently doing my best to investigate the Aldra district, but it will take time unless Midoriya comes forward. Until then, we have no legal reason to deny Bakugo his place here, although we will certainly be keeping a very close eye on him. Fine. Aizawa clearly wasn't happy about it, but he was no longer about to go on a warpath. Nezu was happy with that compromise for now. Still, Midoriya earned his spot in 1A. We can keep them apart in classes, make sure that they're never partnered together or against each other. But, wouldn't it be too risky? Yagi interrupted, timidly raising his hand. Aizawa turned on him with a burning glare. Excuse me? Well, the boy is quirkless. Yagi glanced around in search of support, but was only met with stony expressions. He could get seriously injured when going up against students and their quirks. So do the quirked students, Yagi. Yamada raised an eyebrow at the number 1 hero. Injuries are par for the hero course. It's the teacher's responsibility to make sure they're kept to a minimum. Just because Midoriya's quirkless doesn't mean that he'll automatically be more severely hurt. Yes, But he doesn't have a quirk as a buffer to defend himself. So? Neither does Night Eye, and he's a fine hero. Kiyama leaned her head on her hand as she raised an eyebrow at Yagi. Just because he's not a powerhouse like you doesn't mean he can't be effective. Also, Yagi, he interjected before Aizawa could show too much favoritism. Technically, as the foundational heroics teacher, you have no actual say in how the classes are divided. That falls to the homeroom teachers in question. No buts, Yagi. You do not have your teaching license, nor do you have any experience in teaching a class of teenagers. Aizawa and Vlad do. Speaking of which, he hopped down from his chair with his empty teacup and headed towards the door. Both of you, meet in my office. Let's finish dividing up these classes. Of course, Nedzu-sen. Aizawa shook off Yamada's hand and stood up, trailing behind him along with Vlad. Well, this is certainly going to be a very interesting year, won't it? Even he could never have predicted just how true that statement would prove to be. The 2 weeks after the exam were absolute torture. Every time footsteps approached the apartment door, Izuku perked up, and every day he and Hitoshi would go down to the mailboxes and haunt them until the mail came. With each day that passed without word from UA, his anxiety grew, and Hitoshi was no better. He saw the way his bonded partner tapped every surface he touched whenever he was in one place for more than a minute or two, and he could hear how Hitoshi's breathing picked up every time they came for the mail. Those letters can't come soon enough. The apartment floor is going to have a permanent trench in it soon from all the pacing we've been doing. Finally, the day came when Yamada burst into the apartment after a late radio show, waving 2 envelopes. They're here. He snapped his head up and lunged for Yamada only to end up colliding with Hitoshi, who clearly had the same idea. Once they got their balance back, they headed straight for Yamada. Gimme. Yamada snorted, but passed the letters out. Don't open these until I grab show, okay kiddos? I'll only be a minute. Fine. Hitoshi rolled his eyes dramatically, but moved to the couch without opening the letter. He clenched his fist in his pocket to keep himself from tearing open his own envelope as he went to sit next to Hitoshi. His thoughts spiraled into anxious territory the longer he stared at the UA insignia on the envelope's corner. What if the school board doesn't let me in because I have a quirk? What if I didn't actually get enough points, or what if they took points off because Toshi and I were working together? What will I tell Mom then? Izuku, I have no business saying this, and I am well aware that I'm the pot calling the kettle black here, but you need to take a breath and calm down before you go into a panic attack or before I end up in a panic attack from our combined nerves. Hitoshi scooted a little closer and linked their arms together. If the worst happens, I'm sure Nedzu and Aizawa have backup plans in mind that don't involve us going to the commission. All right. He took a deep breath and took in the soft scent of lavender, cats, and coffee that lingered heavily in the apartment. It was strange 10 months ago he wouldn't have found it nearly as comforting as he did now. It was a wonder to see how much time and familiarity could change things. Mew. Peanut and Truffle appeared from somewhere and hopped up onto the couch beside him and Hitoshi as if they could sense the tension too. Their purring brought more much-needed peace to the atmosphere, and he idly reached over with his free hand to scratch Truffle's chin, focusing on the soft fluff of the cat's fur rather than the weight of the envelope in his hands. The sound of quiet footsteps pulled him back to the present, and he glanced over the back of the couch to see Aizawa and Yamada had finally arrived. What took so long? Hitoshi sassed. Still, he could hear the faint tremor in his friend's voice that showed just how nervous he was. Yamada rolled his eyes. He was mid-nap, and it took me a bit longer than expected to wake him up. But enough of that. Yamada bounded over and took a seat on the armchair, eyes sparkling with excitement. Go ahead, listeners. He shared a glance with Hitoshi before looking down at the envelope in his hands. Then he squeezed his eyes shut, braced himself, and ripped it open. However, rather than paper, something round and solid fell into his lap. He cautiously opened one eye and was faced with a small black disc. Beside him, Hitoshi had an identical disc. What the? Suddenly, both discs lit up blue and 2 identical holograms of All Might appeared above them. Greetings, young Midoriya. Greetings, young Shinso. There's a pause button on the bottom, you'll want to watch them one at a time, Izawa drawled. He hurried to flip his disc over and pressed the button as Hitoshi's recording continued to play. I am here as a projection. Now, you're probably wondering why I'm here, and simply put I will be taking the position as Fundamental Heroics teacher for the first-year hero course this year. He's what? Hitoshi squawked, nearly flinging the disc across the room as he hurried to pause it. Izawa huffed but nodded. Unfortunately he is. Nedza wasn't fond of the idea, but the commission insisted, slimy BSTRs that they are. I don't know what they're playing at, but I don't trust it. Hitoshi grumbled, but for once, Izuku could barely hear it. Instead, his ears were full of wind echoing across rooftops, punctuated with faint whispers. If even I could get this badly injured while having a quirk, then no, you cannot be a hero without one. You would just be a liability. It's perfectly fine to have dreams, but you need to keep them realistic. Realistic? Izuku? Kiddo, take a deep breath for me, would you? He inhaled sharply, still feeling a bit like he was underwater. Unfamiliar fingers tangled with his as his hands were squeezed gently. Another, more familiar hand rested on his upper back, lightly rubbing his shoulders. After a moment, he managed to focus his gaze and met a pair of warm green eyes. There you are, listener. You back with us? Yamada asked softly. He nodded slowly and Yamada squeezed his hands one last time before releasing him and moving back. Good. Are you okay, Izu? Hitoshi whispered, tugging him to the side. He hummed non-committedly, focusing on pulling himself out of his memories and back to the present. Finally, he got enough control of himself to form actual words. Why, I'm good. We can keep going, I was just, thinking back to the last time I met him. Ah. Hitoshi scowled and held him a bit closer. Well, if he tries to pull that again, he won't get far. Thanks, Toshi. He returned the hug and turned back to his teachers. I promise we can keep going. If you're sure. Izawa gazed at him with worried eyes, but nodded and gestured to the abandoned disc on Hitoshi's lap. Hitoshi took the hint and unpaused the video, and All Might's voice filled the room again. Now, in terms of your exam for the written portion, you received an excellent score of 90%, and during the practical, you won yourself 40 villain points, which is more than enough to get you into the hero course. But what kind of hero school would we be if we only judged your combat skill? Clips from the exam started playing on the hologram, showing the various times he and Hitoshi saved other test takers, as well as the girl they'd saved together, talking to Yamada about giving them some of her points. You sacrificed the chance for more points in favor of helping your competitors, and such heroism deserves to be rewarded. For your selfless actions, you earned 50 rescue points, along with 10 stealth points for successfully concealing the equipment that you brought to the exam. Hologramite's smile tightened slightly, but the man continued with only the slightest strain in his voice. Your total score was 100 points, securing you a spot in Class 1. Congratulations, Shinso Hitoshi, this is your Hero Academia. The hologram finally disappeared, and for a moment, all was silent. Then Yamada opened his mouth and Izawa immediately flared his quirk. Zashi, there are 2 sentinels in this room. For Kami's sake, keep your voice down. Right. Yamada proceeded to slap a hand over his mouth, then let out a muffled squeal. I'm so proud of you, Toshi. Hitoshi just blinked down at the disc in his lap as a slow smile spread across his face. I did it. The arm around Izuku tightened and Hitoshi started vibrating in place. I actually did it. Hitoshi shifted his weight and wrapped Izuku in a tight hug, squeezing hard enough to make his ribs creak and squashing Peanut, making the cat hiss in displeasure. We did it, Izu. I was sure that you'd do great, Toshi, he said with a slight wheeze as he patted his friend's back. But we still don't know how I did. Oh please, if I did this well, you'll be fine. Hitoshi finally let go, but kept a grip on his hand. Now your turn. All right. He reached for his own message with shaky hands and pressed the button on the bottom. Hologram Mite popped up again and started talking, still with that too-wide grin on his face. I am here as a projection. Now, you're probably wondering why I'm here, And simply put, I will be taking the position as Fundamental Heroics teacher for the first-year hero course this year. He blinked at the hologram and turned to Aizawa and Yamada. Is he reading from a script? Yes. He's recording quite a lot of messages after all. Now listen up, your score is on its way. He quickly refocused on the message, only to feel his jaw drop at the words being said. Now, in terms of your exam for the written portion, you received a phenomenal score of 97%, and during the practical, you won yourself 45 villain points, which is enough to get you into the hero course. But what kind of hero school would we be if we only judged your combat skill? The same clips from Hitoshi's recording started to play. You sacrificed the chance for more points in favor of helping your competitors, and such heroism deserves to be rewarded. For your selfless actions, you earned 45 rescue points, along with 15 stealth points for successfully concealing the equipment that you brought to the exam. Hologramite's smile tightened even further this time, and the tenseness in his voice was far more obvious. Your total score was 105 points, which secures you a spot in Class 1A and as UA's first Quirkless Hero student. Congratulations, Midoriya, this is your Hero Academia. His breathing stopped for a second, and he barely registered the feeling of Hitoshi hugging him once again. I actually made it. I'm going to UA. I'm going to be a Quirkless Hero. Midoriya? Are you okay? Yamada's voice broke him out of his daze, and he looked up to see his teachers and closest friends staring at him. He opened his mouth to respond in the affirmative, but what actually came out was very different. Take that, Kaken. There was a brief hush, then Hitoshi started howling with laughter. The cats leapt off the couch in fright at the sound, but Hitoshi just doubled over, still cackling. I've been a good influence on you, Aizu. He felt his cheeks flush, but couldn't help chuckling along. In his defense, it wasn't often that Hitoshi laughed that hard, and his friend's mirth was highly contagious. His teachers patiently waited until he and Hitoshi laughed themselves out. Then Aizawa gave them a rare soft smile. Well done, problem children. You earned your places, no matter what anyone might say. Well, that's an odd thing to say. But then again, it wouldn't surprise me if people on the school board weren't too happy with me making it into the hero course, or All Might. He probably didn't support this either. As much as that thought made his stomach churn, he shoved it aside in favor of reveling in his victory. Then something else occurred to him and he jumped to his feet. I need to tell my mom. Oh, Aizu, I'm so proud of you, his mother blubbered over the phone for the umpteenth time. He wiped at his own streaming eyes as he nodded, despite the fact that she wouldn't be able to see him. Thanks, Mom. Do you need anything? New notebooks? More pens or pencils? Any textbooks? Maybe. Oh, Yamada said he was going to take us shopping tomorrow, so we should be fine if we can make it through the day. He really likes shopping. He shared the last part in a confidential whisper and delighted in his mother's giggles. Then he picked up the sound of swearing from the living room and glanced towards the door. I wonder what that's about. Is that Aizawa? He sounds really annoyed. Aizu? Are you still there? Oh, yeah, I actually need to check something. I'll call you back later, okay? I love you, Mom. I love you too, darling, and I'm so proud of you. The phone beeped in his ear as his mother hung up, and he quickly plugged his phone in before heading towards the living room. Aizawa was pacing in circles and muttering quietly enough that he could barely make out the words while Hitoshi and Yamada sat on the couch, trying to calm the man down. What's going on? He asked hesitantly as everyone's heads turned to him. Aizawa sighed heavily and flopped into an armchair, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Watanabe emailed me with a lot of backhanded compliments about your performances and requests to keep up those monthly meetings which will not be continuing, don't worry. UA now has jurisdiction over your training, and the commission can't insist on those meetings. Thank Kami, he and Hitoshi replied in unison. However, Aizawa still seemed tense, so after a moment he hesitantly asked, Is something else wrong? Aizawa smiled, but it looked more like a grimace. No, it's mostly the commission. I have a bad feeling that they won't lay off for a while. Be careful, alright you too? Oh, we will. Hitoshi stretched, then grabbed Truffle and offered the cat to Aizawa. I have no desire to spend any more time than necessary at the Commission's facilities. They're creepy as all hell. They really are, Yamada muttered. Then the man smiled brightly and clapped his hands. With that said, you made it into 1A, which means a celebratory dinner is in order. Any requests? He immediately perked up. Katsudon. Sounds great, little listener. Hitoshi, show, what do you say? Katsudon sounds tasty. I'm in. It sounds fine to me. Great. Dear Aizawa, we've just heard that the boys managed to make it into UA's Class 1A. It seems your training paid off. You must be very proud of yourself. We're sure that the boys did their best and showed off the skills they've attained. Despite this early success, we strongly recommend that the monthly training sessions with our handlers continue. It will undoubtedly help them to maintain a routine, and it will allow them to advance more steadily. You don't want them to fall behind, do you? As you are a teacher at UA yourself, we have no doubt that you'll be able to manage the boys' schedules to ensure that they can keep up with all of their necessary training and that you'll keep them away from distractions. They have an important role and purpose awaiting them. Make sure they don't forget that. As you well know, gaps in training can prove injurious or even lethal in the field. That would be the last thing a parent like yourself would want, wouldn't it? We look forward to seeing their continuing progress. Keep it up, Aizawa. Sincerely, Watanabe Samui. Izuku could barely believe it was actually happening. He stared at his reflection in the mirror and took in the sight of his crisp, new UA uniform as he tried to keep himself from vibrating out of his skin with nervous excitement. Aizu? Come on, we need to eat something. Hitoshi's voice came through the door, making him jump slightly. Coming. He grabbed his bag and headed for the door, pushing it open with a smile. Are you ready for the day, Toshi? I will be after coffee. Hitoshi smirked tiredly at him, then his friend's eyes drifted down and the smirk disappeared. Izuku, what did you do to your poor tie? I did my best, he squawked in protest, flapping his hands. Hitoshi sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Inozu, come on, let's eat. I'll help you with that disaster before we leave. Thanks, Toshi. He took his friend's hand and squeezed as Hitoshi guided him towards the dining table, with a quick stop by the couch to drop off their bags. Aizawa was already there, laying face down on the table, and Yamada was prodding him with a butter knife. The sight made some of the nerves fade into the background, and he bit his lip to hide his giggles. Hi, Yamada. Hi, Aizawa. Hey, kiddos. Yamada chirped. Aizawa let out an inarticulate mumble, but slowly lifted his head. Mornin'. Then Aizawa's sleepy eyes narrowed. What happened to your tie? He felt his cheeks burn as Hitoshi started laughing, and he let go of Hitoshi's hand so he could hide his face. It's not that bad. It kind of is, listener, Yamada said in a pitying voice. He looked up at the blonde in betrayal, but Yamada quickly distracted him by offering a plate of toast and eggs. Eat up, listeners, we need to go soon. Right. He forced his embarrassment down and scarfed down breakfast. Even if his stomach twisted with nerves, he knew that he was going to need all the energy he could get. As breakfast continued, Aizawa slowly woke up more, and by the time he and Hitoshi were done with their food, their teacher was as awake as he was going to get. As soon as he set his chopsticks down, Aizawa got up. All right, Hellions, get your bags. It's time we headed out. It's time. He got to his feet and headed for the sink to rinse his plate, then went towards the door, dodging Peanuts and Snickers' persistent attempts to wind around his legs. Before he could get his bag from the couch, though, Hitoshi's hand landed on his shoulder and he felt a light tug. Turn around so I can fix that monstrosity of a tie, would you? He rolled his eyes, but did as his guide asked. As Hitoshi fiddled with the thin red cloth, he took a moment to breathe and try to settle his nerves further. Admittedly, it was soothing to just be around Hitoshi. He wasn't sure if it was a guide thing or a Hitoshi thing, but he always felt calmer when his friend was near. Done. He came out of his thoughts to find Hitoshi smoothing down a now perfectly done tie. Then his friend smirked at him, eyes sparkling with mischief. Remind me to teach you how to tie these properly later. Yeah. He nudged Hitoshi's shoulder, then turned to get his shoes and bag. Here we come. The door to 1A was absolutely massive. He couldn't think of any quirk that would require a door to be this big, but there must be some reason. Or Nedzu-sensei just wants to intimidate everyone who comes into the school. That's also a strong possibility. Aizu? Are you ready? He turned to Hitoshi and nodded once, even as he kept tight hold of his friend's hand to keep himself grounded. They were early enough that they would be the only ones there, so he really had nothing to fear. Not that I would have anything to fear in the first place. I earned my place just like anyone else. He paused at that thought and had to bite back a laugh. Hitoshi and his dads have really been rubbing off on me. Right, yeah, I'm ready. Let's go in and find our seats. He reached out and turned the handle, then pushed the door open. It was surprisingly light, considering its size. At least it's not impossible to move. Thankfully, the room was empty, which meant he had more time to brace himself for the inevitable appearance of Katsuki. Of course, there was always the chance that his ex-friend had ended up in the other class or wasn't at UA at all, but he somehow doubted that. Hey, it'll be okay. If the bastard causes trouble, Dad or I will verbally eviscerate him with glee. He glanced over at Hitoshi as they headed towards the podium to check where their seats were. Luckily for him, his seat was right in front of Hitoshi. Unfortunately, he also saw Katsuki's name, although he was sitting across the room. Damn it. I mean it. If he tries anything, he's dead meat. He raised an eyebrow at his guide. I don't think you're allowed to brainwash him into jumping out the window. Hitoshi let out a scandalized gasp and clutched his chest. Aizu, you wound me. I would never make him jump out of a window. Then his friend's expression turned devious. I'd just make him humiliate himself instead. Nope. You'll get expelled. I know that Katsuki is going to drive you insane, but please restrain yourself so you don't get in trouble. Hitoshi pouted. But it'll be hard. He could sympathize with that, but then a flash of inspiration hit him and he tilted his head, batting his eyelashes coyly. It can't be harder than keeping a straight face after Nedzu arranges for a giant order of tissues to be delivered to Watanabe while we're there to watch him open it, can it? As he'd hoped, Hitoshi immediately snorted and doubled over, trying to hold back his laughter. It failed, and Hitoshi ended up slumped at his desk, cackling so hard that he started crying. A warm rush of satisfaction filled Izuku's veins at the sight. He loved making Hitoshi laugh like that, especially considering how much Hitoshi did for him. Hitoshi's laughing fit was only interrupted when the door was flung open and the stuck-up teen from the exam strode in. Izuku and the other teen, who was probably related to Ingenium somehow, considering the engine pipes in his legs, stared at each other for a long minute as Hitoshi's laughter came to an abrupt halt. The silence was near choking before the other teen suddenly dipped into a 90-degree bow, and he jumped back in surprise. I must apologize. You both uncovered the true meaning of the exam and are therefore the superior candidates. He flinched back at the loud volume, but steadied himself as he tried to figure out what the younger Ingenium was talking about. Finally, it clicked and he stared at younger Ingenium in disbelief. Are you saying that we ran in because we figured out the rescue points? He asked incredulously. Beside him, Hitoshi let out a quiet scoff, followed by an even softer mutter. Of course, a stuck-up rule follower like him would only think inside the box and stick strictly to what they were told. He reached out and patted Hitoshi's hand to hopefully keep his very protective friend calm, then turned to younger Ingenium. We didn't uncover anything. We just did what we thought was right. Yeah, how could we call ourselves heroes to be if we ignored someone in trouble? Hitoshi added smoothly, even as he rolled his eyes. Younger Ingenium stared at them with a slack jaw, but before he could say anything else, the door swung open again. Younger Ingenium immediately turned to greet them, thankfully leaving him and Hitoshi alone. Thank Kami. Well, he was genuine in his apology, at least even if his reasoning is more than a little skewed, Hitoshi murmured, just loud enough for him to hear. He nodded subtly. I figured. Bit by bit, the room filled up as more students arrived. The analytical side of his brain was utterly ecstatic with all of the incredible quirks he could see, and that was only the ones with physical mutations like the kid with 6 arms or the kid with the bird head. He couldn't wait to see everyone else's quirks in action as well. The possibilities made him buzz with excitement. Hitoshi chuckled from behind him, meaning that his friend was probably feeling the enthusiasm as well. He turned to pout dramatically, but as he did, a loud bang echoed through the room as the door flew open and the one and only Bakugo Katsuki stormed in. Immediately, younger Ingenium turned and started scolding the blonde, arm waving up and down. "What are you doing? You should show more respect to the school, you heathen. We are aspiring heroes." Shut up, engines." Katsuki snarled, explosions bursting in his hands. "You can't tell me what to." Katsuki suddenly cut off and stared at him with a slack jaw. Izuku barely managed to hide a wince. "Oh, wonderful." Fortunately for him, before Katsuki could say anything or attack him outright, a gasp came from the door. "It's you!" A girl with bobbed brown hair hurried to him and Hitoshi, clasping her hands in front of her and beaming. It took a moment, but he recognized her just as she continued speaking. "You're the ones that saved me from the zero-pointer. I was hoping to thank you." "Glad you're all right," Hitoshi drawled, leaning his head on his hand. "Also, it was sweet of you to try and give us some of your points." The girl's cheeks turned red, but he missed her response as he heard the door creak open once again, followed by the sound of fabric shuffling across the floor. He immediately leaned back and tapped twice on Hitoshi's desk. Then he glanced up at the girl. "Hey, you might want to get to your seat before the teacher gets here." Hitoshi's eyes darted towards the door as he nodded rapidly. The girl tilted her head slightly, but did as suggested and headed for her seat. As it turned out, they were just in time, and he slumped in relief as Aizawa's voice rang out through the room. Yelps and short screams filled the air as everyone turned to the door, where Aizawa stood in all his caterpillar glory. As the class slowly calmed down, Aizawa brought a jelly pouch to his lips and slurped loudly. "It took all but 2 of you 30 seconds to calm down. That won't work here. Time is precious, especially when you're a hero." Aizawa finished the jelly pouch and tossed it aside before unzipping the sleeping bag and stepping out. "I am Aizawa Shoda, and I will be your homeroom teacher this year, assuming you make it in the hero course." Then the man reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a wad of gym uniforms. "Each of you take one of these and meet me outside at the field in 10 minutes. Don't dally." Without another word, Aizawa strolled out of the classroom, leaving 18 stupefied students in his wake. Izuku had to bite back a giggle as he shared an amused glance with Hitoshi. Without hesitation, they both stood, grabbed their uniforms, and left both the room and their very bewildered classmates behind. Oh my Kami, their faces! They looked so confused. Aizawa snorted, giving him and Hitoshi a look even as the man's eyes sparked with amusement. "Calm yourselves, problem children. It would be beneficial for you to actually socialize, and laughing at your classmates too much might make that difficult." He snickered louder as Hitoshi pouted. "Seriously? That's half the fun." "I said too much, gremlin. If you laugh at them a little bit, that's fine, just don't be too obvious about it." Aizawa glanced towards the entrance to the field and his face pinched. "Of course, that's assuming any of them have potential, and considering how slow they're moving, I have my doubts. To be entirely fair to them, they might be trying to actually find the changing rooms," he interjected. Hitoshi nodded, head tilted back towards the building. "Yeah, when we left the room, they were all completely baffled. They probably don't know where to go either. Illogical. They should have looked at a map, although I suppose I can admit that. You can be a bit of a maze." How kind of him to admit that. Finally, people started trickling out onto the field. The girl from the entrance exam made a beeline towards them as soon as she got onto the field. "Wow, our teacher's really strict, huh?" "You have no idea," Hitoshi muttered. The girl furrowed her brow, but before she could ask any questions, the last of the class made it to the field and Aizawa started talking again. "Finally. From now on, I expect your changing time to be half that. Once again, time is a precious resource and one that heroes can't afford to waste." Aizawa pulled out what looked like a tennis ball, along with a tablet. "Now, we're doing a quirk apprehension test." The girl from the exam opened her mouth, but he hurriedly made shushing gestures towards her. However, Engine spoke up instead. "Should we not be going to orientation, Sensei? Important information will be shared there. It's nothing that can't be sent out in an email or isn't already in the rulebook. As I've already said twice, this is the hero course, and we have no time to waste on pointless ceremonies. Besides, Aizawa's logical ruse smile slowly spread across his face as a shudder rippled through the class. Here at UA, we teachers have far more freedom in how we teach, meaning I can run this class however I like. Now, back to business. Aizawa tossed the ball up and down a couple of times before continuing. We'll be doing a quirk apprehension test. It's based around the physical tests you've done in middle school, but while middle schools insist on doing them without quirks, which is generally illogical, considering how intrinsic quirks have become to our society here, you'll be using every advantage you can muster, quirks included. First up. Then Aizawa was interrupted again, this time by a bright pink girl with little yellow horns. This is going to be so much fun. We get to use our quirks as much as we want? Hell yeah! Another student shouted excitedly. Izuku glanced over at Hitoshi and they both cringed. Oh, that was not a good thing to say. Sure enough, Aizawa's eyes narrowed and began to flicker with red. Fun, you say? The man crooned, his voice soft and silky. A heavy aura of danger settled over him and the rest of the class, and despite knowing Aizawa for 10 months already, Izuku felt a cold dread seep into his bones. Well then, if you're so confident, let's up the ante, shall we? Frightened mutters passed among the crowd, and they only grew worse as Aizawa's logical ruse smile grew even wider than before. Whoever comes in last place will be deemed as lacking potential and expelled. Horrified exclamations erupted from the class, but he and Hitoshi only gave each other determined looks and a quick nod. Aizawa let the noise continue on for a moment before someone shouted about fairness and the man's eyes went steely again. Fair? You think villain attacks are fair? Natural disasters? Car accidents? Life isn't fair, and thinking that way will only disappoint you if it doesn't kill you first. I'm here to try and make you into worthy heroes. Debating about fairness won't help with that. Now, if you're finished with interrupting me, we can continue. No one really had anything to say to that. Shota barely kept himself from rubbing the bridge of his nose as his newest batch of students muttered mutinously. At least his personal hellions looked like they were ready. They even seemed to have made a friend, if the short conversations he'd heard between the three of them were any indication. That was a good sign. Let's see if she lasts. Midoriya, you got first in the entrance exam. He waited for the hellspawn to quiet down yet again and took the time to watch one Bakugo Katsuki. The blonde was visibly fuming, and he made a mental note to keep him and his kids as far apart as possible. What was your ball throw score in middle school? Midoriya tapped his chin a few times, his gaze going distant. 50 meters or so. 45. Good enough. He gestured for Midoriya to step up and handed him a ball. Throw that as far as you can. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle. Got it? Yes, sensei. Midoriya tossed the ball up and down a few times, staring at it pensively before settling into a pitching stance. With one quick motion, he threw the ball, then immediately reached up and pulled a throwing star out of his hair? What the oh? That's how he managed to smuggle knives into the exam. Midoriya flung the throwing star at the ball as Shota processed this new revelation, and the metal embedded itself into the ball, sending it even further. The readout on his tablet also glitched a bit before changing to 400 meters, which was definitely not correct. But that wasn't the point. He hid a smirk in his capture scarf and saved the data. 400 meters. Not bad at all. He gestured for Midoriya to step back, but before his student could take more than a couple of steps, a loud screech assaulted his ears and made him flinch, along with the pop and bang of explosions as Bakugo lunged forward. Diamen Deku? What the hell do you think? He quickly wrapped Bakugo up in his capture scarf, glaring at the boy with his quirk activated. That's enough, Bakugo. No attacking your peers outside of supervised sparring and no unauthorized quirk use. You're here to be a hero, yes? Act like it. He waited until Bakugo stopped squirming, then released the brat with a snap of his capture scarf. A surge of vindictive amusement rose in him as Bakugo ended up on his rear. But he did have other hellions to deal with, So he turned and raised his voice. That goes for all of you, by the way. You've made it this far, meaning you're considered the best of the best, and that means you'll need to maintain UA's standard of behavior. So no attacking your classmates. With that said, let's continue, we're wasting time. The rest of the tests passed without too much insanity, which was honestly better than expected. He could see many places where a student could use their quirk in a more creative way to help them with a particular test, but they were new and had room to grow, and besides, there were also some truly inspired moves. Yaoyorozu made a motor scooter of all things to ace the long distance, Koda had a bird carry the ball for a couple of kilometers, and Ojiro's tail gave him an unexpected edge in the grip strength test. And then there were his kids. Izuku made good use of his new training to beat the blonde Bomberanian in the 50-meter dash and to get a high score on the grip test. He and Hitoshi were only beaten out in the long-distance run by Yaoyorozu's motor scooter. Speaking of Hitoshi, his son hadn't pulled out his quirk yet for some reason, although he was still doing very well. He had a nasty feeling that Hitoshi's hesitance related to keeping his peers from judging him prematurely rather than a desire to keep his advantage secret. However, he had to revise that opinion during Hitoshi's turn at the ball throw, when his son turned to Uraraka, the girl he'd saved in the exam and who went just before him. "Hey, can I use my quirk on you?" "Sure." Uraraka's eyes went blank a moment later and Hitoshi beckoned. "Please come up here and throw the ball for me." Uraraka robotically did as she was told, tapping the ball and letting it go. It soared up into the sky, and after a few minutes, his tablet beeped with an infinity score. He noted it down and nodded crisply at Hitoshi. His son nodded back and the glaze disappeared from Uraraka's eyes. Shouts immediately rose from the class. "What the hell was that? Can he do that? Is that even fair? Aizawa-sensei." Ida's voice rose above them all as Tensei's little brother started chopping his arm up and down. Was that not cheating? He didn't take the test himself. "That's enough of that," he snapped, letting his quirk flare once again. He took a deep breath to try and keep any protective or parental fury out of his tone, then continued. "I said that anything goes as long as you stay in the circle." Shinso stayed in the circle, and he used what he had at his disposal to get the best score he could, which is the entire point of these tests. "Uraraka, are you harmed in any way?" "No, sensei." Uraraka turned to Hitoshi and smiled, albeit a little awkwardly. "Is that your quirk?" "It's pretty cool, Shinso-kun." Thanks." His son rubbed the back of his neck and glanced away, but there was no mistaking the faint pink flush by the tips of his ears. He bit back a smile and turned back to the tests. He was so proud of his kids. By the end of the physical tests, Izuku's ears rang faintly and he almost wanted to crawl out of his skin to escape the press of other people. Hitoshi's hand in his was the only thing still tethering him to the present. At long last, Aizawa projected their scores, told the panicking students that his threat of expulsion was just a logical ruse, which was definitely a lie, and dismissed them to get their syllabi and head off to lunch. He quickly leaned into Hitoshi as the volume increased and his classmates stampeded towards the changing rooms. Hitoshi wrapped a grounding arm around him, but the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood up and he spun around to see Katsuki storming towards him and Hitoshi. He stiffened his spine and stared Katsuki down, shifting in readiness. "Katsuki, what do you want?" The way Katsuki seemed to flinch at the lack of nickname gave him a twisted sense of satisfaction. Still, it only took a moment for his ex-friend to recollect himself and stalk over, crossing his arms. "Deku, where the F have you been for the past 10 months? And what the hell are you doing here at UA?" He raised an eyebrow. "I'm training to be a hero, Katsuki, just like you are. And quite frankly, I don't see why I should tell you where I've been. It's none of your business." Katsuki's jaw dropped. "And not my business. You disappeared off the face of the earth for 10 months. It dimmin' well is my." "No, it isn't." He was a little surprised by how well he was maintaining his composure. "We're not friends, Katsuki, you've made that very clear for the past decade. Nothing I do is any of your business. Now, you'll have to excuse me, I'm getting hungry and I need to change before I go get lunch." He spun on his heel and stalked towards the changing rooms, doing his best to ignore how the smell of caramel intensified along with the sound of small explosions. I can't believe I just did that. Moments later, footsteps came up behind him and he felt some of the tension ease as Hitoshi took his hand. That was amazing, Zu. Hitoshi's voice was warm with pride, and it sent pleasant shudders down his spine. He looked like you slapped him with a fish. It was spectacular. Yeah, well, you all are rubbing off on me, he mumbled with pink cheeks. Even so, he couldn't help smirking a bit at the mental image. The feeling of knocking Katsuki off his pedestal, even if it was just for a moment, was exhilarating. Luckily, he and Hitoshi managed to get changed before Katsuki made it back to the changing room, meaning that they could head to the cafeteria without a fuss. Of course, the closer they got to the cafeteria, the louder it got, and before they even reached it, he had to stop and lean against the wall to try and adjust to the noise level. Hitoshi snapped his fingers twice. Izuku? Do you want to eat in the classroom instead, where it's quieter? He shook his head even as he covered his ears. No, I need to get used to this at some point. Otherwise, it'll just be a liability. Alright, fair point, but if it gets to be too much, we can leave. Hitoshi offered his hand again, but this time, he shook his head and instead kept his ears covered. Note to self, invest in good quality earplugs. It might make life easier, even though I probably should have gotten this under control by. The noise hit him even harder when they did enter the cafeteria and the chatter of several dozen teenagers slammed into him, but he bit his tongue and stuck close to Hitoshi. They found a table in a slightly quieter corner and settled down with their bentos, but then footsteps approached. He glanced up and saw the brunette girl Uraraka coming up with a beaming smile on her face. Hey guys. Can I sit with you? Sure. He glanced over at Hitoshi, who shrugged and gestured to the table. Uraraka bounced over and set her tray down. Thanks. There were a few minutes of awkward silence as he desperately tried to find a conversation topic. He'd forgotten what it was like to interact with people his own age who didn't have a supernatural bond with him. However, Uraraka ended up saving him as she broke the silence first. So, our teacher's really intense, huh? Do you think he would actually expel someone? Oh, absolutely. Hitoshi munched on a piece of onigiri, then tilted his head as Uraraka's jaw fell open. He did it last year to his whole class because they weren't taking heroics seriously. If you look him up on UA's website, you'll see his expulsion records. Uraraka went pale. But isn't that too harsh? Not really, he interjected, swallowing nervously as Uraraka turned to him. Heroics is really, really dangerous. If you don't put every effort into it, then someone is going to end up dead. Either yourself or a civilian. He's trying to keep that from happening. Yeah, the average life expectancy for new heroes is only about 5 years at best. The expectancy for UA and Shiketsu students are twice that, mostly because of how rigorous and exclusive their standards are. That's why the heroics teachers are so strict, Hitoshi added. Then his guide smirked. But I'll admit, Aizawa-sensei is stricter than most, and he's more than a little sadistic. I see. Uraraka stared at them strangely for a minute, but then shook it off and changed the subject. For the rest of lunch, the conversation stayed light and centered around mundane topics. By the time the bell rang, he felt somewhat confident that they were friends. But will she stay that way when she learns you don't have a quirk? He forced the doubt to the back of his mind as they headed back towards the classroom. He had more important things to worry about right now, namely, the start of their first foundational heroics class. Which meant that he was going to have to deal with All Might. Lovely. Wow, I've really done a 180 here, haven't I? I used to sleep surrounded by his face, which is really creepy now that I think about it, and now I can barely stand the thought of him. At least he had Hitoshi. He had a feeling that they would both need all the grounding they could by the end of this. I am here coming in like a normal person. He flinched at the volume, automatically reaching back for Hitoshi's hand. The enthusiastic cheers and shouts from his classmates weren't helping. I have got to get this oversensitivity dealt with. All Might strutted through the door and struck a pose in front of the class, the cape from his Silver Age costume fluttering behind him. Then the number 1 hero reached into a pocket somehow and pulled out a collection of index cards. Today, We start with an important exercise, but first, you'll need costumes. All Might pulled out a remote and clicked it, and part of the wall swung open to reveal 20 cubbies. Those are made from the designs you submitted. Put them on and meet me at Training Ground Beta. Students immediately stampeded towards the cubbies. He quickly decided that it would be wiser to wait until the crowd thinned before going to get his own costume, even if he couldn't wait to see it. As soon as there was a bit more space, he bounced up. Want me to grab yours, Toshi? Sure. I'll meet you in the changing room. He headed for the cubbies and snagged the cases for him and his guide, then headed off towards the changing room. I can't wait to see what it looks like. I'm glad Yamada-sensei and Aizawa-sensei helped me fix the design up. He made it to the changing room and tossed Hitoshi his case before turning to his own, rubbing his hands together with anticipation. He wasn't disappointed. A sleek, slate-gray jumpsuit rested in the case, along with a forest green breastplate of scale armor. Combat boots with leather soles and metal tips rested next to a pair of kunai, some throwing knives, and a bow staff. A gas mask with green dragon highlights sat at the top of the case. This is amazing. He barely held back a squeal of delight as he picked up the strangely light breastplate and set it aside reverently. He changed as fast as humanly possible, making sure to hide a couple of the knives in his hair, then spun around to see how it felt. It was absolutely perfect. I'm going to have to thank Aizawa and Yamada on my knees for this. Looking good, Aizu. Hitoshi finished putting on his own body armor and gestured towards the door of the changing room. Ready to go? As ready as I'll ever be. Then he took a closer look at Hitoshi's own costume, a royal purple, ninja-like getup with a short black leather jacket, complete with his very own capture scarf, and clapped his hands. You look great, Toshi. Hitoshi's cheeks turned pink and his friend reached up to absently rub the back of his neck. Thanks, Su. I think it'll work well. Then Hitoshi's eyes sparked with mischief. And I'll admit, I'm excited to use this. Hitoshi reached back into his case and pulled out a familiar mask, and Izuku felt his eyes go wide. Is that? Yup. Hitoshi smirked and pulled the voice modifier over his face. Thanks for designing this, by the way. I look forward to trying it out. You're welcome. When the full class finally assembled on the training ground, Izuku felt like gouging out his own eyes at some of the costumes. They were bad. To be fair, his original designs weren't much better, but seriously? Yaoyorozu's vital organs were completely exposed. Ojiro, Kaminari, and Jiro barely had any actual body protection. Aoyama had a cape, which just screamed choking hazard. The issues just kept appearing. To his disappointment, All Might made no mention of even the most obvious design flaws. Instead, the man beamed that too-wide smile. You all look like fine heroes. Now, the man pulled out the index cards again and squinted down at them. It's time for our first exercise. Battle trials. You'll be sorted into teams of 2, then we'll go in groups of 4. One team will be the heroes and the others will be villains guarding a false bomb. The hero's objective is to either capture the villains or the bomb, while the villains must attempt to capture the heroes or defend the bomb until time runs out. Each group will have 5 minutes to plan, then 15 minutes of battle. He blinked at All Might as the man prattled on, then leaned up to whisper in Hitoshi's ear. Is he seriously reading off of cue cards? You'd think that the number 1 hero would be better at public speaking. Hitoshi nodded, eyes narrowed. It looks like it. But this definitely isn't a first-day exercise. We shouldn't be doing this yet. I'm pretty sure that the first heroics lesson is always a rundown of rules and a chance to test out costumes. Hitoshi hesitated, then reached into his pocket. I'm gonna text Dad. This doesn't feel safe. He couldn't argue that point. All Might wasn't exactly sharing safety regulations. Instead, it seemed the man's rules boiled down to, don't use lethal force. That was it. Why did I ever look up to him again? Now, come up here and grab one of these tokens. All Might brandished a box and shook it. The person whose number matches your own will be your partner in this exercise. Engines Ida immediately raised his hand. Is it wise to trust this to chance? Would it not be better to work with those we know we would work well with, or who would complement each other? All Might floundered, but Yaoyorozu spoke up. You can't always choose who you will work with in the field. This is a good way to prepare for that. I see. Ida lowered his hand and All Might smiled again, holding out the box. Come on up, children, we don't have all day. He shared an uncertain look with Hitoshi, but slowly made his way up to his ex-idol. However, as his turn arrived and he reached for the box, a large hand snatched his and nudged it aside. Midoriya, my boy, that demed smile made his skin crawl, and that title was even worse. Are you sure you'll be all right in this exercise? His throat went dry and his eyes burned as he felt his classmates' gazes drill into his back. His muscles trembled with the urge to do something, although he couldn't tell whether he wanted to run and hide or to punch All Might right in his stupid smile. Unfortunately, he couldn't assault the symbol of peace, so he took a deep breath and tugged his hand out of All Might's grasp. I'll be fine, All Might. He snatched a token and stalked back to his place, trying to calm down. Hitoshi patted his shoulder comfortingly as he grabbed his own token which didn't match. They wouldn't be working together. That's unlucky. Once everyone had their tokens, All Might cleared his throat and started reading off the list of pairs and their opponents. Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako vs Bakugo Katsuki and Ida Tenya. Todoroki Shoto and Shoji Mizo vs Ojiro Mashireo and Hagakure Toru. Tokoyami Fumikage and Azuitsu vs Kirishima Ijiro and Shiro Hanta. Kaminari Denki and Jiro Kyoka vs Yaoyorozu Momo and Shinso Hitoshi. Aoyama Yuga and Ishido Mina vs Sato Rikido and Koda Koji. Well shit. Goodbye, hearing it was nice to have you. Slam. All Might. Aizawa's voice made Izuku's knees go weak with relief, and he turned to see his savior storming up with a murderous scowl on his face. In any other situation he would have shuddered at the deadly aura radiating from his teacher, but right now, it was a welcome feeling. All Might clearly felt differently, if the way his face lost all color was any indication. Aizawa-kun. We are colleagues, All Might, as much as I may despise it, so you will call me Aizasan or Eraserhead. Aizawa came to a stop, glaring at All Might so viciously that it was a little surprising his quirk hadn't activated. Now then, what exactly is going on here? The silence hung heavy over the training ground as All Might fumbled for words. Izuku watched with barely contained amusement as he leaned into Hitoshi's side, even as the rest of the class cowered in fear of Aizawa's wrath. It was all highly entertaining. So you're telling me that rather than following the lesson plan like Nedzu and I both told you to do, you decided to put first years through a combat exercise on their first day, without going over safety measures? Aizawa's capture scarf shifted, as if Aizawa was debating using it against the symbol of peace. What made you think that was a good idea? I thought it would be an exciting way for the students to get used to their new costumes. All Might stammered, his smile falling away. Aizawa groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. That only works if they've had safety lectures and training on how to safely fight indoors. Do you have any idea how badly this could have turned out? 20 teenagers with quirks and weapons alike and little to no training on how to use them safely. That someone would have ended up injured and then we would have been dealing with lawsuits from angry parents. All Might turned a little red, but somehow rallied. Don't you think you're being a little paranoid? They're 15. I'm sure they know their quirks well enough to know how far is too far. Really? Yeah, All Might, I can count on one hand the number of students who would have had any kind of combat training with their quirks, and if they've never had combat training, then it is incredibly difficult for a teenager to understand how far is too far. Aizawa rubbed his temples, shaking his head slowly. You know what? We'll talk about where you went wrong later, we're wasting class time right now. 1. Go back to the changing rooms and double-check your costume cases. There should be papers in them that detail what you have in your costumes. Then go to Gym Gamma so we can do what we were actually supposed to do. There were disappointed murmurs and some angry grumbles from one Bakugo Katsuki at hearing they wouldn't be fighting, but he and Hitoshi didn't hesitate. Besides, it meant he could put some space between him and the so-called number one hero. Nice going, Toshi, he whispered as they walked to the changing rooms. Hitoshi snickered. Thanks, although really the credit should go to Dad for getting here so fast. And the look on All Might's face, that I wish I'd been able to take a picture. He snorted at the memory and nudged Hitoshi's shoulder. Hey, maybe Nezu-sensei managed to catch it on one of the security cameras. Fingers crossed. They made it back to the locker room and he made a beeline towards his case. Let's see, where is that paper? Aha, here we go. He found the paper tucked into the lining of the case, and he stuffed it in his pocket before leaving for Gym Gamma. Not for the first time, he thanked all his lucky stars that he'd visited UA so many times before he was an official student, otherwise, he would definitely be getting lost at every turn. He reached the gym first, but Hitoshi arrived soon after with the electric blonde kid Kaminari. He thought the name was hanging on to him. He raised an eyebrow at the scene and moseyed over to see what was going on, especially since Hitoshi looked just as confused as he felt. Is everything okay over here? Yup. Kaminari gave him a beaming smile and waved, the motion accompanied by the soft crackles of electricity. Shinso looked like he knew where he was going, so I decided to follow him. I see. He was still confused, but Kaminari wasn't setting off his danger sense and Hitoshi seemed alright if very awkward, so he let it go. It wouldn't hurt for either of them to have more friends, or at least friendly acquaintances. More students trickled in bit by bit. Then Aizawa finally showed up. All Might was nowhere to be seen. He was quite happy about that. Alright, hellions. Let's get to what we're actually supposed to be doing. A logical ruse. Smile spread across his teacher's face and the class shivered as one. You all have the first version of your costumes, so we're going to take a close look at them and see what needs immediate changing. Several of his classmates burst out into confused questions. Already? We just got them. What would need changing so early on? I like my costume. Aizawa rolled his eyes and whistled sharply, causing everyone to snap to attention. Be that as it may, virtually every costume needs some adjustment. Very few people get a perfectly suitable one on their first try. Sometimes, something doesn't fit right or is more difficult to move in than anticipated. Other times, the support company got something wrong while making it and it's not to the student's liking. Sometimes it's because the student in question focused too much on appearances and forgot to take functionality and practicality into account. It's not the end of the world, but that's why we do these critiques. It lets you see what needs changing before you move into a situation where that could be a dangerous liability. Do you all understand now? That seemed to do the trick. The rest of the class quieted down quickly, and when he looked closer, he saw that a couple of them even looked a little relieved. Aizawa pulled out a clipboard and pen, tapping the pen against the wood idly. Then let's get started. Break into groups of 5. For today, you can choose your group. All traces of hesitation or suspicion vanished, and his classmates started buzzing around to look for groups. He, of course, stayed near his guide, but Uraraka, Kaminari, and a girl with long green hair came their way as well. Isn't that the girl with the frog quirk Azuityu, I think? Hello, Ribbit. I hope you don't mind if I join you. It's fine. Once everyone was grouped up, Aizawa clapped his hands. Aoyama, your group is up first. Everyone else, take a close look at what's in your costumes and talk with each other about possible upgrades or changes. Fair enough. He pulled his costume note out of his pocket and scanned it. Let's see here. Damage-proof jumpsuit, that makes sense. Various weapons made out of a titanium steel alloy, yep. A gas mask with filtration and a voice modifier, oh that's a nice touch. Why is the breastplate made out of ceramic? I gotta say, my costume is a bit tighter than I wanted, but I like the space theme. Uraraka's voice shook him out of his thoughts and he glanced up to see her twirl in place. Apparently these puffy bands are meant to STMLT pressure points, so I won't get so nauseous. That's really clever, but should you maybe get the heels removed? He felt his cheeks flush slightly as everyone turned to look at him, and he gestured weakly towards Uraraka's heeled boots. I mean, it's not impossible to run or fight in heels, but it does take a lot of practice and it can be really impractical. That's a good point, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka glanced down at her boots and sighed ruefully. I don't have much practice moving in heels, so I should probably get that adjusted. He sighed quietly in relief, glad that he hadn't offended his potential new friend. Hitoshi gave him a few comforting pats on the back before turning to his own list. Mine is pretty straightforward. Damage-proof cloth, special sound dampeners in my boots, bulletproof jacket which is a little shorter than I'd like, but that's easily fixable. It all looks very reasonable, and as far as I can tell, it fits fine. And it moves well. Hitoshi glanced down at himself and smirked. I like the color scheme too, and it's got lots of pockets. I like mine as well, Karo, Azui said. Although, it doesn't say anything about thermoregulation, and as I am cold-blooded due to my quirk, I would like to not go into hibernation every time it gets cold. A reasonable concern. Before anyone could respond to that, Aizawa swore loudly and they all whirled around to see what was happening. Aizawa stood in front of Yaoyorozu, looking like he was about to burst a blood vessel. What is this? My costume? Yaoyorozu was considerably paler than before, not that he could really blame her. Aizawa let out a long groan and buried his face in his hands. Yaoyorozu, I know your quirk needs skin exposure to be effective, but this won't work. Anyone with a gun or knife could easily access your vital organs right now, and that shelf on your back is an unnecessary weight besides. If you fell backward and landed wrong, you could break your spine. Go change back into your gym uniform. I'll refer you to Power Loader later so you can get a costume that works with your quirk while keeping you protected. Then Aizawa turned to the rest of the group. All of you, head over to the mats and spar with each other. Keep quirk use limited. This is just to make sure you can move and fight in your costumes without any problems. Aizawa waited until the group dispersed, then came over to them. You five, any immediate concerns or thoughts? I might need to get rid of the heels on my boots, Uraraka piped up, turning a little red. Aizawa hummed and turned to Azui, who shrugged. I need some thermoregulators in my suit, but other than that, I'm happy with it, at least for now. I'm happy with mine too, Hitoshi drawled, idly tugging on his jacket. I might talk with support to see if they can make this longer, though it ends right around the ribs and I'd rather not take a bullet to the stomach. Fair enough. And speaking of protection, Aizawa turned to Kaminari and looked him up and down, eyebrows furrowed. Kaminari, please tell me there's some armor in that outfit. No. Aizawa groaned and buried his face in his hands. Talk with support and get some armor or protection added to the jacket at the least. I don't want you getting stabbed or something. Maybe ask them to weave in strands of copper, too? Izuku swallowed as all eyes turned to him, but he continued. It might help you direct your quirk. Kaminari stared at him with wide eyes, but before he could do more than squirm, the blonde started bouncing as a manic grin grew on his face. That's an amazing idea, Midoriya. I can't believe I never thought of that. Hitoshi snorted. To be fair, Aizu is some kind of master analyst. He thinks of things that seem both completely unorthodox and completely obvious in hindsight. He does it all the time. Oh, that's really cool, Mido, and hey, with how often I short-circuit, I'll take all the help I can get. He immediately perked up at the sound of that as his analysis brain whirred to life. His fingers twitched with the urge to pull out his notebook and start asking questions, but before he could do anything, Aizawa turned to him. Analyze his quirk later, Midoriya. I need to hear your thoughts on your costume. All right. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then thought back over the list. I'm generally really happy with it, but I was wondering why the breastplate is ceramic and wrapped in Kevlar. Can I see the list? Aizawa held out his hand and he hurriedly passed the paper over. Aizawa scanned it for a moment, then hummed. I see. Certain types of ceramic are as strong as steel, but lighter, and it's both non-conductive and non-magnetic in case you're in a situation where metal becomes a liability. The Kevlar is to keep the scales from rubbing together and making noise. It also just adds some extra protection. Oh, that makes sense. He twisted his torso a few times, and Aizawa was right. Even as the scales in his breastplate shifted, they made no sound. I like it. Good. I think that's all I have to say for now. Go on and spar on the mats to make sure you can move and fight well. Yes, sensei. He bowed along with the rest of the group before moving to the mats, and Kaminari bounced in front of him with a beaming grin. Hey, Mido, wanna spar with me? Sure. He fell into a fighting stance, but before they could begin, Aizawa actually screeched. They gave you what? Aizawa buried his face in his hands as a pair of gloves floated in front of him. Go change. Cammy, I need to talk to Power Loader about changing support companies. Honestly, they could do better than giving you gloves and shoes and nothing else. What if you were up against someone with an infrared or echolocation quirk? Idiots, all of them. He blinked as he took in the mayhem, then squinted at Hagakure. Is she naked except for the gloves and shoes? That can't possibly be legal. Should we be concerned? Kaminari murmured. He shrugged helplessly. I have no idea. Shota rubbed his temples in utter exhaustion as he finally made it back to the teacher's lounge and flopped onto the nearest couch. Soft footsteps padded up, and after a moment, his son spoke above him. Are you okay, Dad? He mumbled, slowly peeling his head away from the cushions so he could actually breathe. I talked to Power Loader about Yaoyorozu's and Hagakure's costumes, and he swore he'd get them fixed up, as well as filing a complaint with the costume company in question. It's just exasperating that we have to. Fair enough. Were there any other costumes that made you want to tear your hair out? None that were that bad. He thought back to one as costumes and sighed. I had to confiscate Bakugo's gauntlets because he does not need the equivalent of 2 nuclear bombs on his arms, and I had to order Todoroki to redesign his costume so he's not half encased in ice, but other than that, it was mostly small fixes. Armor needs to be streamlined, colors need to be adjusted. I'm not sure why a kid as shy as Kodo would go around in condiment colors, but at least that's simple to change. Capes need to be lost, things like that. Doesn't Tokoyami need his cape, though? Midoriya piped up, accompanied by the sound of shuffling feet. I heard him say that Dark Shadow needs, darkness, to stay strong, and his cape provides that shadow. True, but capes are a choking hazard and I'd really rather he not have one. I suggested that he talk with support to see if they can come up with a solution. It's not drastically urgent, at least. Not like some of the girls' costumes. He huffed as he pushed himself off the sofa and got to his feet, wincing at the pops in his spine. Come on, hellions, let's get out of here. Sounds good. Hitoshi snagged his bag and muffled a yawn as they trooped out of the teacher's lounge. I'm beat. Staying in a room with 18 other hormonal teenagers is very, very tiring. Yeah, I think my ears are still ringing a bit from some of the chaos in the gym, Midoriya added, turning a bit pink. He raised an eyebrow. You two are still having sensitivity issues? Unfortunately. Hitoshi grimaced. I thought I had a handle on it, but I guess I was wrong. He glanced around to make sure they were alone, then lowered his voice just in case. The sensitivity should balance out once your bond finishes stabilizing, but sometimes it takes longer than expected. Other times, it requires a tense, emotionally charged event. He reached out and ruffled their hair. You'll get there soon, I'm sure. In the meantime, I have some earplugs and other tools to help with your sensory overloads, Midoriya. Hitoshi, I have nothing, but Zashi might have some ideas. I might have some ideas about what? Hizashi appeared from around a corner and immediately scooped the boys into a tight hug. He couldn't help the fond chuckle that escaped him as Hitoshi squawked in faux indignation and attempted to struggle away before resigning himself to his fate. Ways to help Hito with emotional overload. I can't help much with that. Sure, kiddo, we can talk when we get home, see what we can do. Izuku was very grateful for the earplugs Aizawa provided him when they arrived at UA the next day. The cacophony the media caused at the gates was giving him a headache even with the ear protection. He didn't want to know how loud it would be without the earplugs. DMN vultures. Hitoshi glared venomously at the crowd in front of the gates, then turned to Aizawa and Yamada. Please tell me that you have some way of getting in without going past them. Oh, trust me, we won't be passing them, for now at least. Aizawa sneered at the media crowd. Come on. There's a teacher entrance in the back, we'll sneak in through there. Sounds great to me. He didn't envy the students who would have to deal with the gate vultures themselves. Luckily, his classmates managed to make it to class before the bell, although a couple of them cut it close and Aizawa strode in a few minutes later, looking immensely perturbed. Damn it, I hate the media, his teacher muttered darkly. Then the man sighed as he looked over the class. Glad you all made it in with a minimum of difficulty. We've chased them off for now, But for future reference, when accosted by the media, just tell them that you can't give a statement without permission from your parents or guardians. Then dodge the microphones. With that said, let's begin. We're wasting time and you all need to choose class representatives. Chaos immediately erupted, but Aizawa's earplugs did their work and Izuku's ears weren't blasted too badly. He still covered his ears just to be safe. So noisy. A gentle hand wrapped around his upper arm and squeezed lightly, and he felt some of the tension bleed out. Hitoshi truly was a godsend, even though the palpable excitement in the class was probably just as dizzying for him. Pipe down. Aizawa snapped, glaring with his quirk active. I don't care how you figure it out, just keep the volume to a reasonably low level. Wake me up when you've made a decision. Then his teacher crawled into that godforsaken yellow sleeping bag and flopped to the floor, although he knew for a fact that the man wouldn't be sleeping. Always with the logical ruses, sensei. As soon as Aizawa lay on the floor, people started piping up with their representative ambitions. Ooh, I want to be class president. No, I do. I think I'd be well suited to it, non? Finally, Ida jumped up, arm waving wildly. We should have a vote to ensure that this is fair and democratic. But then everyone would just vote for themselves, Kaminari drawled. Ida adjusted his glasses. That's how we will know that the one with the most votes is the best candidate. But that's one way to do it, I guess. Although, is there anyone who doesn't want to be a class rep? He asked. Because I'd really rather not. Same here, Hitoshi echoed. A couple of other students said the same, and Yaoyorozu got to her feet. Then perhaps we should write down the names of those who do want to be a representative, and we can vote from the names on the board. Yaoyorozu did just that as Ida passed out scraps of paper. A hush fell over the classroom as everyone set to voting. Who should I pick? Yaoyorozu and Ida took control of the whole situation pretty smoothly. Ida's a bit of a stickler for the rules, but I think he's just really passionate. Yaoyorozu is very calm and practical, and she seems to have decent people skills as well. Yeah, I think I'll pick them. He scribbled down Yaoyorozu's name for class representative and Ida's name for vice, then passed his ballot up to the front. Soon enough, everyone had voted and Ida started counting while Yaoyorozu kept track of how many votes each candidate received. Ashido, 1. Rima, 1. Uraraka, 1. Kaminari, 1. Kirishima, 1. Suro, 1. Pagakure, 1. Bakugo, 1. Yaoyorozu, 1. In that case, Ida is class rep and Yaoyorozu is vice, Aizawa announced, standing up amidst shrieks of surprise. Just in time, homeroom's over. Well, at least neither of us has that to deal with on top of everything, Hitoshi drawled quietly when they were finally dismissed for lunch. He hummed his agreement, then turned as footsteps approached. Uraraka bounded up with a big smile, along with Kaminari and Azui. Hey guys. Wanna eat together again? He shared a quick glance with Hitoshi before nodding. Sure, it's nice to have you all. They all trooped to the cafeteria and found a table to themselves. As soon as they sat down, Uraraka leaned forward. Why didn't you run for class representative, Midoriya? You would have been really good. He absently rubbed the back of his neck as he prodded at his lunch. I'm not exactly confident, for one thing, and I'm not sure if I'd be able to really take charge when necessary. I'm also just busy outside of school. Uraraka pouted a bit, but shrugged. That's fair. Then Kaminari leaned close, his eyes wide and hopeful. Hey, Midoriya, was Shinso right when he said you were a master analyst? His face grew warm, but before he could say anything, Hitoshi smoothly clapped a hand over his mouth. Yes, he is. The chances of him actually admitting it aren't high since he's incredibly modest and doesn't realize just how good he is, but he's very good. His blush grew worse, but Kaminari beamed brightly enough to make him squint. The faint scent of ozone around the blonde grew slightly stronger. Great. In that case, could you give me some advice? Kaminari's cheeks turned slightly red and the blonde looked away with a rueful smile. Every time I go over my limit, I get dumb for a while, and I'd really like that to stop happening. He hummed, even as his fingers twitched towards his bag. As soon as Hitoshi lowered his hand, he pulled out his notebook and flipped it open. Okay, give me some details about your quirk. It's called electrification. It lets me shoot out massive amounts of electricity in a large field around me, but if I go over my limit of 1.3 million volts, I sort of short-circuit and turn into an idiot for a while. He dropped his pen, jaw falling open. I'm sorry, did you say 1.3 million volts? He choked out, staring at his classmate in disbelief. Kaminari pet his head to the side, brow furrowing. Yeah. If I really push, I think I could make it to 2 million. Kaminari, a taser has 50,000 volts, and that's at an incredibly low amperage. He swallowed roughly. High-voltage power lines have less than 1.3 million volts. No wonder you're short-circuiting. You're sending way too much electricity through your body. Anyone else would be dead. I think he gets the point, Hitoshi murmured, rubbing his back lightly. Sure enough, Kaminari had gone pale, and the crackling of the air picked up. So he took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. Sorry, Kaminari-kun. I didn't mean to freak out. He picked his pen back up and resumed his note-taking. Still, I strongly advise not using that much electricity at once anymore. Even if you are built to withstand it, it could cause serious nerve damage over time. Instead, try layering a lower voltage all over your body. It'll make it very risky for an opponent to get close to you, and you won't short-circuit, as you say. Wait, that's so, I shouldn't be trying for long range? Kaminari asked slowly. He shook his head. Nope. You are a walking, talking taser, and I think focusing on close combat would be. He cut off as an ear-splitting alarm blared in the cafeteria. The sound reverberated in his skull, even when he desperately clamped his hands over his ears to try and protect them. The earplugs weren't nearly enough to keep it out, and tears of pain welled in his eyes as he collapsed to the floor. Too loud, too loud, too loud, too much hurts. Faintly, he felt soft hands pressed over his own, and he could just catch hints of lavender and coffee under the lingering smells of the cafeteria, but it was drowned out by pounding footsteps, panicked shouting, and that awful alarm. The fear in the air was practically palpable. He whimpered pathetically, curling in on himself while bodies pressed in around him. Spots began to flash before his eyes, but then the noise came to an abrupt halt. He froze, breaths coming short as someone's voice boomed across the cafeteria. It is merely the media. Check the windows. You'll see that the media made it past the gate and set off the alarms. But this is not the behavior of UA students. This is disgraceful. Soft murmurs filled the room, but Izuku forced himself to focus on the hands touching his and the person in front of him. Heizu, are you back with me? Hitoshi squeezed his hands gently as their eyes met. He nodded slowly, blinking away tears. That really hurt, he croaked weakly, wincing as the volume of the cafeteria started to pick up again. People were gathering at the windows and talking amongst themselves, but he was still so high-strung from the alarm that it was near unbearable. Hitoshi hummed low and helped him to his feet, then grabbed their bags. Yeah, I bet. Come on, let's go somewhere quieter so you can calm down. That sounded very good, and he clung to Hitoshi's arm as his guide carefully led them out of the cafeteria. His headache diminished bit by bit as they got further from the cafeteria, but he still kept his head nestled by Hitoshi's shoulder to try and block out as much excess as possible. After what felt like forever, they made it to the infirmary and Hitoshi nudged him onto a nearby bed before sitting beside him. Feeling better? A little. He tentatively massaged his ears, wincing at the faint ringing that still remained. Recovery girl appeared from her office with a furrowed brow. Boys, what are you doing here instead of out with your class? The alarm was too much for Izuku, Hitoshi explained, then winced a little himself. And the overwhelming panic in the cafeteria was a bit much for me, so I needed a moment too. I'll alert Aizawa to tell him you're both here. She patted their heads as she moved towards her desk phone, and he leaned into Hitoshi's side with a sigh. Are you okay, Toshi? That a lot, he murmured. Hitoshi hummed back. Yeah. It's better now that we're not surrounded by so many people. But I really hope this bond stabilizes soon so we don't have to worry about overstimulation quite as much. Dear Kami. They sat quietly for a bit, just letting the adrenaline die down. Then something occurred to him and he sat straight up. Hitoshi, how the hell did the media make it in? There's something fishy about all of this, Nedzu, Aizawa grumbled, tapping his fingers on the table. Nedzu nodded, his eyes still fixed to the computer screens. I completely agree, Aizawa-kun. None of the media intruders have a quirk that could reduce the gate to dust like that. Inui, have you caught any suspicious scents? Not recently, the counselor grumbled, a growl coloring his words. Then again, I haven't had much time to look. Although, that there is a much heavier smell of dust in some of the hallways. He drummed his paws on the table before glancing to his staff. Teachers, have you seen anything unusual around the school? Any signs that someone was inside who wasn't supposed to be? General negative answers came from his staff, but Yagi slowly raised his hand. All my papers seem to be a bit messier than they were before, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. He raised his non-existent eyebrows as Snipe turned to Yagi. Was anything missing? Haven't looked? You might want to do that. Then Snipe turned to him. The USJ trip for 1A is tomorrow, right? It might not be a bad idea for a few extra teachers to tag along to keep an eye on the sprouts, just in case. I'm with Snipe on this one, Kayama agreed. It can't hurt to have extra hands on deck, and I have a bad feeling about all of this. The USJ is far enough from the main campus that it would be hard to get help there quickly if something happened, and I don't want the kiddies to be in danger if at all possible. I'm sure we can all agree with that sentiment, Kayama-kun. He nodded to himself as he started making new plans. If you and Snipe are willing, you can accompany Aizawa and All Might to the USJ with 1A. Aizawa nodded his acceptance, but Yagi blinked twice. Is that strictly necessary, Nedzu? After all, I will be there. I'm sure I can handle any incidents. Kami, give me patience. There was a major security breach. It's better safe than sorry, right? Besides, sometimes things change suddenly. This way, we'll definitely have plenty of hands on deck no matter what. Yamada smiled, although the expression looked far more sinister than it usually did. He had to hide the proud, more animalistic than usual smile at that. His personal students never failed to rise to the occasion. Did I suppose I see your point? Good. In that case, let's continue. He clapped his paws and turned back to his computer. The safety of his students was the priority, after all. When the next morning rolled around, Izuku woke up to a strangely quiet apartment. Yamada's typical humming was absent, despite the sounds of activity in the kitchen, and it pushed him into high alert immediately. He swiftly got to his feet and crept out, picking up a pocket knife from his desk as he went. Nothing seemed to be out of place in the apartment itself. Aizawa and Hitoshi waited at the table while Yamada made breakfast like usual, but when he looked closer, he saw how Hitoshi was wide awake and twitchy, and Yamada's shoulders were unusually tense. He put the knife away and came closer, then hesitantly reached out and started running his fingers through Hitoshi's hair. Are you okay, Toshi? Hitoshi jumped, but leaned into the contact a moment later. Something feels off this morning. Like something's going to go wrong. Pops feels it too. Aizawa huffed and straightened, taking a long sip of coffee. We decided yesterday to have Snipe and Midnight join today's heroics class as extra hands, since we all felt like yesterday's break-in was more than it appeared. Nedzu will also be implementing some extra security measures, such as panic buttons for us teachers and a comm unit connected directly to the main campus. What is today's class? He asked. Yamada sighed. You aren't technically supposed to know, but it's a trip to the USJ for rescue training. I'd be coming too, but I can't leave my class. The voice hero scowled as he dished up breakfast. With that said, if something happens, call me, Sho. You know I will. Aizawa accepted his plate of breakfast, then glanced over to Izuku and Hitoshi. Try not to worry too much, problem children, but if something does happen, you have blanket permission to do whatever is necessary to survive and get out. Since I'll bring spare knives. Everyone snorted and he puffed his chest up a bit. Sadly, it wasn't enough to dispel the unease in the air, which followed them all the way to UA. It was enough to make even his classmates anxious. Finally, Yaoyorozu shyly raised her hand. Aizawa-sensei, is something going to happen today? Hopefully not, Aizawa grumbled. But we teachers felt that the break-in was more than it appeared to be, so we're making preparations in case our suspicions are correct. Speaking of, we have an on-campus field trip today. If something goes wrong, your priority is to keep yourselves safe. You might be in training to be heroes, but you are students first and your safety is top priority. Is that clear? Yes, Sensei. Good. Keep that in mind. By the time they were on the bus, the atmosphere was affecting Izuku as well. He leaned into Hitoshi in an attempt to keep them both calm. The chatter between his classmates grated slightly on his ears, especially since he could hear the nerves running through everyone else's voices. Kami, I want this day to be over. Midoriya-kun, I have a question for you. He jumped a little at the unexpected voice and turned to see Azui leaning across the aisle. Yes, Azui-chan? Call me Tsu. Anyway, I had to ask, how long have you and Shinso-kun known each other? You seem very close. Oh, it's been about 10-11 months now. He chuckled softly and squeezed Hitoshi's arm. I'll admit, it feels like it's been much longer sometimes. Really? Azui Tsu tilted her head to the side, tapping her chin. I would have thought you were childhood friends. Or perhaps partners. His face started burning and he heard Hitoshi muffle a squeak. Then Uraraka squealed, making him automatically cover his ears. Yes. You two are so cute together. He felt his body temperature physically rising from the embarrassment, and Hitoshi wasn't much better. Still, his guide managed to clear his throat and speak in a somewhat level voice. No, we're good friends, but we aren't dating. I see her. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. It's fine. We aren't offended. He flailed around a little before glancing up at Hitoshi. You're not offended, right? Not particularly, just surprised. That was certainly one word for it. The implication of him and Hitoshi dating raised lots of feelings that he wasn't entirely sure how to process. Besides, he had other things to worry about at the moment. Even if he didn't exactly dislike the idea. Luckily for him and Hitoshi's continued sanity, the bus pulled to a halt and Aizawa stood up. Come on, Hellions, stop interrogating your classmates. We're here. He nearly leapt off the seat and dashed for the bus door with Hitoshi at his heels. As soon as he was outside, he started fanning his face rapidly. This is not what we need right now. Easy there, boys, Aizawa murmured behind them, making them both jump. The Hellspawn will probably forget about it by tomorrow. Now let's get this over with. Maybe they'll forget. He and Hitoshi trailed behind Aizawa, ignoring the babbling of their class behind them as Aizawa flung the doors to the USJ open. Snipe, Midnight, and 13 waited inside, and 13 spread her arms in welcome. Hello, students. Welcome to the USJ. Unfortunately, All Might can't join us today as previously planned, but Snipe and Midnight will be here to assist instead. As 13 spoke about Quirk safety and rescue, Izuku devoted himself to scanning the USJ for any sense of danger. He had a very, very bad feeling about this. Suddenly, a loud hiss echoed through the atrium and he whirled around, his focus narrowing on the fountain. Small wisps and flickers of purple began to collect near the fixture, and within seconds, they grew into a massive swirl of purple and black mist from which many, many people emerged. Behind him, Aizawa cursed. We lost connection with the main campus. Someone's jamming the signal. Kids, go for the doors. Those are real villains. Gods damn it. Hitoshi almost fell over as waves and waves of malicious intent emanated from the crowd by the fountain. It nearly suffocated him. Snipe, 13, get the students to the door. Midnight with me. His dad pulled out a black bandana and wrapped it around his mouth and nose before bracing himself for the fight. His Aunt Namuri stalked up beside him, whip at the ready. Alrighty, buckaroos, let's get y'all out of here. Snipe quickly came up beside them and started herding some of his frozen classmates towards the door. Before they made it more than a few meters, though, a raspy voice echoed through the atrium. Wasn't All Might supposed to be here? A person covered in embalmed hands. Stalked forward, head tilted to the side. Why the F are they wearing embalmed hands? Are those real? That's so disgusting. Although, I am getting very, very unhinged vibes from him, So maybe that's why. Oh well, the hand-wearing person said, shrugging. We wanted to kill the symbol of peace to make a statement to society, but I guess we'll just kill the heroes and heralings instead. It'll be a blow to the #1 hero's pride. The person cackled madly, and he shuddered involuntarily. It sounded utterly deranged. Kurogyri, cut them off. His dad leapt down into the mass of criminals without hesitation as his aunt released a large cloud of her quirk. He gave himself a moment to admire their skill, then turned his attention back to getting out. Unfortunately, the purple mist swirled into existence in front of them, cutting off their route to the exit. Slowly, the mist consolidated into a vaguely human shape in a bartender's uniform. Greetings, children. We are the League of Villains. It is unfortunate that you must be involved with our mission at your young ages, but it must be done. So, allow me to send you to face our comrades, and your deaths. 13 shouldered her way to the front and aimed her hand towards the mist person. I intended to teach you all how to use your quirks safely and how to hold back, but there is also another side of that coin, knowing when to let loose. 13 flipped the caps on her fingers off, but froze as Izuku shouted at her. Don't do it, 13-sensei. He has some kind of portal quirk, he could just send your attack back at you. The sprout's right, 13. Instead, Snipe cut off as Kirishima and the porcupine in need of anger management therapy leapt forward, going straight into a portal and vanishing. Damn it. A good try. But we cannot let you leave. The purple mist spread out, and he automatically gripped Izuku's hand. He did not want to be separated from his sentinel in a situation like this. Izuku squeezed back, even as he leaned over to Ida. Ida, hurry. Head for the door and get help from the main campus. You're the fastest. He didn't get to hear Ida's response before the mist engulfed him and the floor dropped out, leaving him and Izuku in freefall. Before he could brace for landing, they crashed and water rushed into his mouth, ears and nose. What is this, the shipwreck zone? He flailed until his head managed to break the surface, coughing up water and shaking his head wildly. It took him a minute to realize that he no longer had contact with Izuku, and he immediately started looking around in search of his friend. Izuku? Where is he? Suddenly, something wrapped around his waist and dragged him out of the water, depositing him on the deck of the shipwreck zone's cruise ship. He struggled to his knees as he hacked the remaining water out of his lungs, then looked up with bleary eyes at the one who'd pulled him up. Tsu. Hello, Shinso. Are you alright, Ribbit? As much as I can be after falling through a portal and almost drowning, I guess. He staggered to his feet and glanced over the railing of the ship, wincing at the sight of all the criminals below. Panic stirred in his gut when no head of green curls appeared amongst them. Tsu, did you grab Izuku too? I didn't see him. Oh, there he is. Tsu sent her tongue out and brought up a soaked, coughing Izuku before dropping him on the deck. He hurriedly knelt down and thumped Izuku's back until his sentinels stopped coughing up water. Are you okay, Izu? Mostly. Izuku slowly got to his feet and looked over the railing. Well, that's a lot of unfriendlies. Yes, it is. Any ideas of how to get out of here? I could perhaps jump the distance, Karo, but I don't think I could carry you both as well. Izuku tapped his chin, eyes narrowing and taking on the analytic gleam that Hitoshi knew so well. Wait, is it just me, or are they staying back from us deliberately? You know what, I believe you're right. Tsu leaned over the railing as her eyes narrowed slightly. They're talking amongst each other. They don't know what our quirks are, so they're hesitant to get too close. Right. That gives us a few minutes, then. He blinked and looked between the two green-haired teenagers. You can hear them from here? It didn't really surprise him that Izuku could hear them, but Tsu was a surprise. She shouldn't be able to hear them from here, should she? Yes? I'll admit, Rib, it's not loud, but I can still hear most of it. He did not have the brain power to deal with that right now. Well, how much longer are they going to wait? Not long, I don't. The boat shuddered, and Izuku winced. I guess that answers that question. Izuku glanced over the railing again and cursed quietly. It looks like one of the villains created a blade or whip out of water and hit the ship with it. We're going to sink. Well, shit. That's a problem. Agreed. Sue tilted her head, looking between him and Izuku. What are your quirks, Karo? We might be able to make a plan. Ah, Izuku turned a bit red, but pressed on. I don't have a quirk, but I'm a decent fighter. But Toshi, you might be able to control the villains long enough to distract them while we get away. He looked down again as his mind whirred with options. I still don't know how we'd get away, but I might be able to distract them. That just leaves the actual escape, then. Izuku hummed consideringly, then snapped his fingers as his eyes brightened. Wait, if we're on a ship, then that means there's probably rope, right? Most likely. In that case, Sue, could you jump to shore and anchor one end of a rope there? Sue examined the distance, then nodded once. I believe so, Karo. This should work then. Then what are we waiting for? He strolled over to the railing and took a deep breath, then shouted down at the villains below. Hey assholes! Why you just hanging around down there? Are you scared of little old us? It was hardly his best taunt, but it somehow worked. Multiple voices shouted back, and he grabbed hold of as many minds as possible, which was over half of them and far above his current quirk limits. A stabbing pain blossomed in his skull and his knees almost buckled, but firm hands gripped his shoulders. I got you, Toshi. Sue, did you find a rope? I did. Perfect. Now let's get off the ship. Shoto glared down at the villains surrounding him from below. The rocks and occasional quakes of the landslide zone did wonders at keeping distance between him and the villains, but he still didn't like the odds. How should I deal with this? A little voice in the back of his head that sounded suspiciously like his old man yelled that he should use his fire to push them back, but he immediately squashed it down. He didn't need the BSDRD's fire for these amateurs. They had to be amateurs. Despite the fact that they were all armed and brandishing quirks, they still weren't going after him, so either they had some kind of elaborate plan or they weren't sure what to expect from him. Instead, he narrowed his eyes further and looked around, searching for any other classmates that might have made it into the same zone. He didn't see anyone, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't the only 1A student in the landslide area, so he would need to be a bit careful. Here goes nothing. Maybe I'll even get some information out of them. He stomped once, sending a crackling wave of ice at the villains around them. Slowly, he built up more and more layers of ice around the villains alone, just in case he did have a classmate running around. Within 5 minutes, all of the villains in his area were encased in ice up to their necks. He cautiously approached one, letting frost cover his right arm to maintain the threat. Based on the terror he could feel coming from the criminals in question, he guessed it was very effective. What are you all doing here? The lizard-like villain spat in. His face, even as they shivered violently. What the hell makes you think we'd tell you anything, son of Endeavor? He barely managed to hide a flinch at the mention of his old man, but he forced it down and sent another small blast of ice at the lizard villain. Well, it behooves you to answer, since otherwise, I'll have no reason to stay here and I'll just leave. If I do that, you'll most likely succumb to hypothermia. He nodded calmly to the lizard villain, who was substantially more frightened now. Considering the fact that you're most likely cold-blooded, it probably wouldn't take long. Why, you're supposed to be a hero in training. And? Our sensei told us that our safety was priority, and I'd like to know what I'm up against. So, what'll it be? The lizard villain squeaked, but finally bowed their head. Fine. The boss brought us here to deal with you kids while he killed All Might. He pet his head to the side, raising an eyebrow. What makes you think he could kill All Might? He has this huge monster, it's supposed to be equal to All Might at his peak. Very well then. He melted most of the ice around the villains, though he still left their feet stuck to the ground. It wouldn't do to just let them loose, after all. As he walked past the stuck villains, he could feel the weight of their stares on his back, heavy with fear and, all? That couldn't be right. Wow, Todoroki, that was amazing. You got them all in a second, and your ice didn't get near me. He jumped as a floating gym uniform appeared beside him and everything clicked. Hagakure, you landed here too? I guess I was correct when I felt that one of my classmates landed here as well, although, how did I figure that out? He shook his head to dispel the stray thoughts. They were nothing more than a distraction right now. He was needed in the plaza. He didn't question how he knew he was needed so desperately there. Come on, let's get to the plaza. Izuku-sensei wanted us to go to the exit. Sounds good. Hagakure jumped up and down a few times before calming herself. They continued to pick their way across the landslide zone in silence until they finally made it to the exit. He held a finger to his lips. Hagakure seemed rather excitable as he eased the door open. Unconscious bodies lay strewn about on the ground. Izuku-sensei had the mist person wrapped up in his capture scarf as he glared with his quirk activated. 13 and Midnight were going around and restraining the downed villains as Snipe shot at the giant monster standing near the hand villain, although it seemingly had no effect. Damn it, this wasn't how this level was supposed to go. Nomu, get Eraserhead. He blinked and the giant monster was suddenly holding his teacher in an iron grip. A sickening crack echoed through the plaza and Izuku-sensei shouted out in pain. He automatically readied a wave of ice, but before he could unleash it on the monster, a chunk of concrete went flying and hit the monster right in its exposed brain. He spun around in shock, only to see Shinso, Midoriya, and Azui at the door of the shipwreck zone. Midoriya's arm was still extended from the throw. A beat of heavy silence hung in the air, then the hand villain snarled. Kurogiri, what are these NPCs doing here? I thought you got rid of them all. I believe I did, but they must have escaped the zone I sent them to. Seriously? You already let one of them get away, and now you're telling me that they escaped where you sent them? Kurogiri, if you weren't our ride, I'd dust you right now. My apologies, Master Tamura. The hand villain Tamura apparently snarled, scratching at his neck in agitation. Then a single red eye focused on Shinso, Midoriya, and Azui. All right, little NPCs, that if you're so determined to be heroes, Nomu, get them. His eyes widened as the Nomu dropped Izuku-sensei and headed for his classmates in a blur of motion, but in the same moment, Midoriya yanked Shinso to the side as Azui jumped up. They just managed to dodge the monster's attack. Sheet that looked like a narrow escape. He sent out a wave of ice towards the monster to slow it down, almost catching his classmates in his haste. However, both Midoriya and Azui leapt away well before it hit them, and Shinso followed a second later, just missing it. All eyes went to him and Hagakure, and Tamura growled, scratching even harder. More NPCs? He had no idea what the villain was talking about, but he was quickly distracted by the Nomu breaking out of the ice and trying to attack his classmates again. He slid out into the open on another wave of ice before flicking his wrist and creating a thick shield of ice between the Nomu and his classmates. Stay back, all of you. Midoriya huffed, but turned to Hitoshi and nodded towards Tamura. Hitoshi nodded back, and before he could process what was happening, the two dashed around his ice shield and headed straight for Tamura and the mist person Kurogiri. He blinked twice and glanced around the ice wall, half expecting to see them both run through a portal, but they deftly avoided the purple mist and launched a two-pronged attack on Tamura. Meanwhile, the teachers were checking on Izuku-sensei. Todoroki-kun, Hagakure-chan, are you two all right? Azui came up beside him, eyeing the Nomu warily. Despite her calm demeanor, he could tell just how scared she was. I think so? Hagakure stammered, crouching further behind the ice shield. What are Midoriya and Shinso doing? He peeked around the ice wall again and felt his jaw go slack. Midoriya and Shinso moved like they shared a brain. They seemed to read each other's needs or moves as if they'd fought together for years. No sooner would Midoriya hold out his hand than Shinso would hand over a knife or baton he must have filched from one of the downed villains. And every time a hint of purple swirled up, Midoriya would yank Shinso out of the way. Before it could even form into a proper portal. It honestly reminded him of an action movie Natsuo snuck him out to see once, and he half expected to hear a dramatic musical soundtrack playing in the background. It was only Tamura's growls and curses and the occasional hesitation on his classmates' parts that proved it wasn't completely scripted. Of course, the rage that he could feel coming off of Tamura in waves also proved that it wasn't an act. Damn it, they have some kind of cheat codes. Nomu, get these annoying hero brats. Oh no. He hurried to send another layer of ice over the Nomu, but it broke free within moments and charged directly towards his classmates. his breath caught in his chest as an unfamiliar fear rose up in his throat, but suddenly, the Nomu stumbled to the side and crashed to the ground with a familiar whip around its throat. Midnight stalked up, her glare icy cold. I think not. DMN right. Several gunshots pierced the air and bleeding holes appeared in the Nomu's brain. Snipe appeared out of nowhere, his still-smoking gun brandished at the creature's head. You all okay, Sprouts? I believe so. He glanced at Azui and Hagakure, then looked around the ice wall to see Midoriya and Shinso still going after Tamura. A bit rattled, but we're not harmed. Good. Snipe fired another shot into the monster's brain with an annoyed grunt. This BSRD really doesn't want to stay down, does it? Clearly not. Midnight grumbled to herself for a moment, then turned to him. Todoroki, ice the Nomu over again, then head over to Aizawa. Yes, sensei. He iced the Nomu over once again, leaving nothing but the brain exposed so Snipe could continue shooting it. Suddenly, a yelp of pain echoed through the plaza and he looked back at Midoriya and Shinso. Shinso clutched his arm as red oozed through his fingers, and Midoriya's expression turned murderous. An aura of pure danger surrounded him. All right, you want to play? Let's play, the teen hissed. Tamura tilted his head with a derisive snort. What do you think you can do, little he-ack? The villain cut off as Midoriya lunged forward in a blur of green and black. Moments later, the air was filled with pained shrieks, and he hesitantly stepped back as the murderous aura Midoriya exuded grew stronger. I did not see that coming. Purple mist swirled around Midoriya and Tamura, depositing the two far away from each other. Then, Kurojirai went to Tamura's side. Shigaraki Tamura. I believe it would be wisest of us to retreat. Our target is not here and the heroes put up more of a fight than anticipated. We should make our retreat while we still can. Ugh. Fine. Tamura looked down at his hands which were now covered in cuts then glared at them all with visible hatred despite the fact that all but one eye was covered by the embalmed hand. Get us out of here. A portal appeared just behind the villains, just as Snipe whirled around and fired twice. Tamura stumbled back into the portal with a screech, and Kurojirai vanished soon after. As soon as the villains were gone, Midoriya's murder aura vanished like it had never been there and the green one rushed to Shinso's side. Toshi, are you going to be okay? I think so. Shinso smiled tightly, then winced. I'm sure Recovery Girl can patch us both up your hurt too, after all. Huh. Midoriya looked down at himself for a moment. Oh. So I am. Shinso sighed, but before the purple team could say anything, Snipe strolled over to them. Are you okay, Sprouts? You okay, kiddies? Midnight's voice broke into his thoughts and he turned to face his sensei, nodding slowly. I believe so. I'm not injured at least. He turned to Azui and tilted his head. Are you all right, Azui? I am Karo. Just shaken. Azui stared at him for a moment, slowly tapping her chin with one finger. You can call me Tsu, you know. I will keep that in mind. Then he turned to Hagakure. How about you, Hagakure? I think I'm okay. Then Hagakure's voice brightened. You and Snipe-sensei were amazing, Midnight-sensei. Thanks, kiddo. Midnight sighed slightly, then jumped as one of the walls of the UFA shattered. Have no fear, for I am here. Out of the corner of his eye, Shoto saw Azui Tsu wince and cover her ears. Snipe and Midoriya also covered their ears. However, the greatest reaction came from someone else. All Might. Aizawa-sensei stalked toward the clearly baffled number 1 hero, his capture scarf now being used as a sling. Where the F have you been? Izuku barely kept himself from lunging at the number 1 idiot as the man babbled excuses to his mentor, but Hitoshi was his priority, so he turned to his guide. Hitoshi, are you sure you're all right? That one looks pretty bad. Hitoshi tentatively lifted his hand away from the disintegration injury and cringed. Yeah, it doesn't look too good, does it? I think I'm fine, though, it doesn't look super deep. It does burn a bit though. Huh, interesting. I'll have to write that down. I wonder why disintegration injuries cause a burning sensation. Wait, no. He shook himself before he could end up in a mutter storm. I can think about that later. Right now, we should check on Aizawa-sensei, Todoroki-kun, Su-chan, and Hagakure-chan. Actually, you two are headin' over to the medics first, Snipe interrupted, hands on his hips. You're both bleedin', and you know Aizawa would beat my butt if he heard I let you two run around with open injuries. Mike would do the same, come to think of it. That was an excellent point. He glanced down at his leg again and winced at the growing bloodstain on his pants. That maybe you're right. Oh, I know I'm right. Come on now. Snipe ushered them towards the hole in the wall, only to freeze as a familiar shout split the air. We're here. Yamada burst through the hole in the wall and made an immediate beeline toward him and Hitoshi. As soon as he was within earshot, he stopped and lowered his voice. Are you two okay? Mostly. Snipe-sensei is taking us to the medics now. Hitoshi nodded towards Snipe and shrugged ruefully. We should be fine. Yamada scanned over them with narrowed eyes, but finally nodded. Medics just pulled up, and Recovery Girl should be here any minute. Head over to her, okay? Got it, Pops. Of course, Yamada-san. Good. Yamada came closer and quickly ruffled his and Hitoshi's hair, then headed over to Aizawa and All Might. He shared an amused grin with Hitoshi. Ooh, All Might is in trouble now. An angry Yamada-san is very dangerous. Alright, no need to gloat over All Might's impending demise, Snipe drawled, nudging them towards the exit again. Let's get y'all looked over. After 20 minutes and a couple of light whacks from Recovery Girl's cane for being reckless, he and Hitoshi were all healed up and waited on the steps of USJ as the rest of their classmates trickled out. As they waited, he eavesdropped shamelessly on Aizawa and Yamada's scolding of All Might. You seriously wasted all 3 hours on petty crime? Other heroes exist, Yagi. You are a teacher, albeit an unbearably underqualified one, so ignoring your responsibilities to the students is irresponsible in the least. What are they saying? Hitoshi murmured in his ear as he leaned against his side. He idly squeezed his friend's shoulders. Right now, their scolding All Might for being an idiot irresponsible is perhaps the nicest way they've put it. Good. Hitoshi yawned and leaned against him, eyes drooping slightly from the effects of Recovery Girl's quirk. The beast deserves it. He had no place running around when he was supposed to be here. You're right, and your dads are being very vocal about that fact. He snickered as Aizawa continued tearing into All Might. There's liberal use of the term buffoon, and Yamada hasn't even started tearing into him yet. Hoo boy. When he does, they'll have to scrape All Might's remains off the walls. Pops is terrifying when he's angry. I can face that possibility with enormous fortitude, he drawled, idly running his fingers through Hitoshi's hair. Then he winced as Yamada started his own rebuke, although it was quiet enough that he could only hear murmurs. Oh, Yamada-sensei went quiet, too quiet for me to hear. Hitoshi shuddered slightly. He's really mad then. He only gets that quiet when it's serious. Noted. Midoriya-kun, Shinso-kun, are you two alright? He glanced up to see Tsu, Todoroki, and Hagakure coming over. Hitoshi nodded against his shoulder, yawning again. Michim. We're fine. How about you guys? We are. Adequate, ribbit, considering our circumstances. Fair enough. Hagakure bounced over, arms waving wildly. You guys were so cool. You were pretty much a blur towards the end there. How did you even do that? He glanced down at Hitoshi, but before he could come up with an answer, Tsu nodded. You were very skilled, Karo. It was like you were sharing a brain as well, or like you were communicating telepathically during your fight. It was quite impressive. I thought we were in an action movie for a few minutes, Todoroki said calmly, tilting his head to the side. But there wasn't a dramatic soundtrack and the villains kept messing up, so I realized it wasn't scripted. He couldn't help barking out a laugh at Todoroki's blunt comparison, but sobered a minute later. Hagakure-chan, I don't really have an answer for you. Hagakure made a confused noise as she sat on the step below them. But, how did you do all that? You said you've only known each other for 10 or 11 months, but you moved like you've been fighting together for years. He floundered for an answer, but he had nothing. It just sort of, happened, I guess? Something just clicked and we moved. Yeah, neither of us get it either. Chalk it up to adrenaline? Hitoshi said with a shrug and another yawn. Despite the casual tone, he felt the way Hitoshi's shoulders tensed and tightened his grip on his guide. Hagakure slumped, and Izuku had the feeling that if he could see her face, she would be pouting. Fine. It's not like we owe you answers, anyhow. And I really don't want the commission to get wind of us breaking silence and start poking their noses into our business more than they already do. They lapsed into silence as more students trickled out of the USJ, along with officers carting out various villains. Finally, Aizawa, Yamada, Snipe, and Midnight reappeared, and Yamada came their way as Aizawa was herded towards the ambulances. Hey there, listeners. Yamada's smile was small and tired, nothing like its normal brightness. We're almost done here. Police officers will be coming by to take your statements, and once you're done, you can head back to the bus and we'll get you back to the main campus. Yamada glanced back towards the ambulances, fingers flicking with agitation. I'm going to be dealing with a few things, so Snipe and Midnight will be staying with you all. He raised an eyebrow as no mention of All Might was made, and the older hero still hadn't come out of the USJ. Did Yamada actually physically cripple but Might with voice and sheer vitriol? I kinda hope so. Although, it's honestly more likely that All Might deflated again and is waiting for everyone else to leave. His time limit's about 3 hours now, after all, and he spent all that time fighting petty criminals. Approaching footsteps pulled him back into reality, and he looked up to see a man in a trench coat standing before him and Hitoshi. The man gave them a tired smile, the crow's feet around his eyes deepening as he crouched down and pulled out a notepad. Hey kids. I'm Detective Tsukachi Naomasa with the Muzutafu Police Department. Do you mind telling me what happened today? After what felt like hours, the police finally finished taking statements and they were allowed back onto the bus. The subdued air of the trip back weighed heavily on them all, a grim reminder of just how much had happened since their earlier ride. A couple of the other students tried to start conversations, but they all fizzled out quickly. When they finally made it back to the main campus, Snipe and Midnight were quick to herd them all out of the bus and towards the parking lot. Your families have already been contacted, kids. Your rides should be in the parking lot. Go home and get some rest. Snipe laid one hand on his shoulder and one on Hitoshi's. Come with us, Sprouts. Aizawa and Yamada have a bit of business, so while they're busy, we'll be keeping an eye on y'all. Okay, Snipe-sensei. He kept an eye on the last of his classmates as they headed for the parking lot, then followed Snipe and Hitoshi into the main building. Midnight caught up a few minutes later. Are you two doing all right? The first real fight is always a bit shocking for bonded pairs, Midnight murmured. He blinked twice in surprise, but then realization hit. Are you two a pair as well? Midnight smiled wanly and ruffled his hair. Didn't you tell him, Hitoshi? I mean, you are my honorary nephew, and now he is too. It never came up. He bit back a snicker at Hitoshi's red face and slight pout, and merely took hold of his guide's hand. I am kind of surprised he never brought that up, though. They made their way through the too quiet school, accompanied by the faint echo of their footsteps. After a few moments, Midnight started humming softly to break the silence. As they drew closer to Ned's office, he paused as he picked up the sound of raised voices. Then he froze as he heard a sickeningly familiar voice. Clearly, UA is not suited to provide a safe environment for the boys' training. You said they were injured today. It was their first real fight for Kami's sake. Aizawa snapped, followed by a thud. And their injuries were minor. I was hurt worse than they were. While that doesn't make it any more acceptable, it still doesn't mean that they have to go with you. Watanabe let out a trademark sniff. I suppose their performance was satisfactory. He couldn't help scrunching his nose in offense at that comment, even as Hitoshi crept up beside him and set a calming hand on his shoulder. So rude. But regardless, it's clear that UA is not a suitable environment for them. Then Watanabe's voice went cloyingly sweet. You want what's best for them, don't you, Aizawa-san? Surely you can see that their education would be more streamlined and focused if you handed responsibility for their training over to us. Absolutely not. Yamada's voice vibrated warningly, making Nezu's door tremble on its hinges. They are doing perfectly fine where they are. They're happy and healthy, and they're meeting every single one of your benchmarks, so there's no reason to force them into another new environment. Besides, they're both 15, so their opinions have weight too. They're still children. They don't always know what's best for them. Nezu, surely you can see the logic behind moving them to our care. I cannot, Watanabe-san. Nezu's voice was calm, although the chimera was probably anything but. As both of my staff have pointed out, the boys are doing perfectly fine as they are, and Watanabe-san, you would do well to remember that Aizawa and I have full jurisdiction over their training, not you. Now, if that's all, we have security measures to update and a press conference to plan. Not to mention several meetings with the school board about this entire fiasco. We're not done here, Nezu. Come on, kids, let's head down to the teacher's lounge while we wait for them to finish up in there, Midnight said softly, nudging them away from the door. He followed along without complaint. He did not want to deal with Watanabe on top of everything else. Hitoshi shuddered slightly beside him. Was it just me, or were they talking about us like we were a prize to be won? Oh no, they were definitely engaging in some kind of verbal tug-of-war. He glanced over at Snipe and Midnight. Is it like that for all Sentinel and Guide pairs? More or less, Snipe drawled, shrugging. Of course, most of the pairs end up being claimed by the commission outright, but when Shota and Zashi and Nem and I went to UA, Nezu had quite a few arguments like that with our respective handlers. Midnight sighed dramatically. Yeah, they always posture and try to show who's bigger. Then a wicked smirk grew on her face. When they did that when we were your age, I offered to get them a ruler so they could check who was bigger for themselves. It took a moment for the connotation to sink in, but when it clicked, he choked on his spit as his face started burning and Hitoshi let out a scandalized gasp, blushing just as furiously. Aunt Namuri! Midnight cackled madly as Snipe let out a heavy sigh. Don't sweat it, Sprouts. She's always like that. They'd barely gotten their mortification under control when Aizawa and Yamada finally arrived. Yamada took one look at them and turned to Midnight with a raised eyebrow. What did you do, Nem? She compared your argument with that commission bottom feeder to a measure-in contest, Snipe explained, adjusting his hat. It startled the young'uns a bit. That's one way to put it. There was a brief pause before Yamada squawked and Aizawa groaned, shaking his head. You are such a menace sometimes. Come on, kids, let's get home to the army. Midoriya, you'll probably want to call your mother. You're right. He flew to his feet and fumbled with his phone, ignoring Aizawa's mutters of, I meant when we got home, in favor of dialing his mother's number. Hello? Aizu. Hey, Mom. He swallowed nervously as he tried to think of how to break the news. How are you doing? I'm fine, but Izuku, what happened? His mother's voice turned stern and he bit back a groan. Somehow, she already knew. Something was off. Mom powers, I guess. Villains. Attacked the school? Hitoshi and I are fine. Everyone's fine. But, yeah. His mother's gasp made him wince. Oh, Izuku villains. What happened? He cautiously explained the day's events as Aizawa ushered them all out of the teacher's lounge and down the hall. To her credit, his mother managed to keep her composure until he finished with the explanation, then unleashed the tide of fretting. Not that he particularly blamed her. Are you okay, baby? No injuries? Oh my goodness, a disintegration quirk. I'm okay now. Recovery girl already healed us up and the paramedics looked us over. We're just heading back to the apartment now. Okay, good. Are you sure you're going to be alright, Aizu? I think so. Good. His mother let out a determined huff. I'll see you soon, darling. Okay? I love you, Mom. I love you too, sweetie. The call disconnected with a click and Hitoshi glanced at him. What's got you confused? She sounded very determined and I have no idea why. He thought it over for a minute, then the realization hit. She might be coming to your apartment. Just a heads up. Hitoshi hummed for a moment, then snorted. You know what? From what I know about your mother and all the times I've met her, that is incredibly believable. Sure enough, 15 minutes after they made it back to the apartments, A crisp knock echoed at the door and he perked up. Yamada went to open the door, and he'd barely turned the knob before the door was flung open and his mom barged in. He looked up from where he was buried in cats and half-tangled with Hitoshi and managed to free a hand to wave. "Hi, Mom." "Izuku." His mother barely took the time to kick off her shoes before rushing at him and hugging him so tightly his ribs creaked. The cats let out meows and hisses of disapproval, but he ignored their whining and returned the hug at least until his lungs started protesting for air. "Mom can't breathe." She gave him one last squeeze before letting go and allowing him to gulp down sweet, sweet oxygen. Hitoshi kindly moved the cats so he could stand up and hug her properly, but he paused mid-embrace. "Wait, Mom, your allergy." "I'll be fine, Izuku," she cut him off firmly. "I brought my allergy medication and I'll keep my distance from the cats, but I'm not leaving for a little while." He didn't tear up at that. He didn't. He absolutely did.